Dragon Ball Daily Gift Pack Chapter 261 to 280. 261. Fighting Evil Monsters Together, 1/6. The Demon Lord. It's the Demon Lord. Next to Yi Chu is the Demon Lord. How did the Demon Lord come here? At this time, Kai Touch also saw the Demon Lord standing beside Yi Chu, and shouted in disbelief. The long-disappeared Demon Lord appeared here, which made them feel a little joyful in their hearts, because they knew in their hearts that the strength of the Demon Lord was extremely terrifying. What surprised them even more was that Yi Chu was standing beside the Demon Lord at this time, and his status didn't seem to be much lower than that of the Demon Lord. Yi Chu, how can you stand by the Lord's side? What do you want to do? Bai Hua opened his mouth and asked Yi Chu. After hearing Bai Hua's words, Yi Chu turned his head and gave Bai Hua a cold look. At this time, Yi Chu's strength had improved a lot, so Yi Chu was also better than Bai Hua. Hua Chang, I don't know how much. Yi Chu just gave Bai Hua a cold look and didn't say anything, but Yi Chu's glance seemed to see the inside of Bai Hua's heart, which made Bai Hua feel a little crisis in his heart, as if Yi Chu had a look can kill themselves. Bai Hua was very frightened in his heart. He didn't expect that after such a period of time, Yi Chu would look like a different person, so Bai Hua couldn't figure out why. Who the hell are you? Did you hide your identity before? At this time, Kai Touch watched Yi Chu speak, and he thought of something in his heart, but he couldn't think of the specific thing. Yi Chu didn't speak, because after a while they were fighting, these people would know the truth of the matter. Stop talking nonsense, everyone, stand aside, now I'm going to deal with the evil monster with Yi Chu. At this time, the Demon Lord opened his mouth. After hearing the words of the Demon Lord, everyone became a little overjoyed. The Demon Lord and Yi Chu came here to make their hearts feel a little more stable, especially it was before, and they were completely desperate in their hearts. The Demon Lord and Yi Chu came at the right time, just like their saviors. There was not a single moment when the hearts of those present so hoped for the arrival of the Demon Lord. It seems that you have long known about these things, Master. You must have been prepared long ago, and it was your design plan that brought us in. At this time, Chihu also flattered the Lord of Demons and said. After hearing Chituch's words, the Lord of Demons didn't say anything, but turned his head and looked at the evil monster closely. 95% of the chains on the evil geek have been broken, and it seems that the momentum on his body has also begun to explode. Yi Chu, come on, let's attack this evil monster. He hasn't completely escaped. We entered the Golden Room and attacked him. The Demon Lord said this. The reason for doing this is because after they entered the Golden House, their attack power was the greatest. If you stand outside the Golden House and attack, the Golden House not only traps the evil monsters, but also helps the evil monsters block some attacks from outside. A little bit of the cause of the injury. Well, since that's the case, let's attack. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and then Yi Chu took out his own sharpening sword. When Yi Chu took out the sharpening sword, the Demon Lord was also very surprised, and the Demon Lord also discovered the sharpening sword. Precious. And Bai Hua also widened his pupils. Before, Bai Hua was very moved by Yi Chu's divine sword, and then when he saw Yi Chu taking out the divine sword, Bai Hua was in his heart. It is the kind of heart-warming flame that goes out. Because all kinds of deeds at this time showed that Yi Chu's true identity might be very scary, so Bai Hua didn't dare to think about it. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chu and the Demon Lord entered the Golden Room. After Yi Chu and the Demon Lord entered the Golden Room, all the people around were watching Yi Chu and the Demon Lord, there my heart also became a little rushed. Now Yi Chu and the Demon Lord were their last hope. They were afraid that Yi Chu and the Demon Lord would die immediately after entering the Golden Room, so they were very nervous. Question mark 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 question mark. After Yi Chu and the Demon Lord entered the Golden Room, the evil eccentric looked at Yi Chu after the Demon Lord entered, and his expression became even more hideous, although the evil monster did not break free from the seal in the Golden Room at this time. but he can also perform some attacks when he is in the golden room. Immediately afterwards, the evil monster rushed towards Yichu and the Demon Lord, and Yichu and the Demon Lord also began to attack. The momentum on the Demon Lord's body began to rise, and the airflow around him began to surge, swept away into the Demon Lord's body, and then another airflow erupted from the Demon Lord's body, and he swept the surrounding area. The energy gathered in his body, and then condensed into a group of very condensed energy, and then gathered in his hands. Yichu held his own divine sword in his hand, and then Yichu took the divine sword and stabbed the evil monster. Yichu's divine sword seemed to pierce the air, dividing the space into two parts. The two halves are the same. In an instant, the Demon Lord Yichu came to the side of the evil monster, and the Demon Lord was a little worried in his heart, afraid that Yichu would be no match for the evil monster. When the evil monster and Yichu were about to attack, Yichu's aura also began to rise, and Yichu also instantly activated his Super Race God transformation. Super Saiyan 4 transformations. Yichu shouted in a low voice, and then Yichu's whole body began to rise a little bit, and then his hair and body also changed a bit. The whole person seems to exude an invisible momentum, and this momentum seems to make everyone surrender under his body. Seeing Yichu like this, Demon Lord also became a little surprised in his heart. He didn't expect Yichu to have such a transformation, and his strength increased several times. After seeing Yichu's transformation like this, the faces of the surrounding masters of grinding people also began to change greatly. At this time, after seeing Yichu's transformation, they realized that Yichu was not a person in their demon universe. 8. 262. The High Mountains 2/6. Who is he? He is not our devil at all, why did he follow us here? At this time, Chi-Chi shouted loudly, and Chi-Chi's words were also the inner voice of everyone. Beihua, you brought Yichu here. Do you know where he came from? Do you know what race he is? At this time, Chihu asked Beihua. After hearing Chihu's question, Beihua also became silent. Beihua raised his brows, and then suddenly realized what he thought. Yichu may have come from the Dragon Ball universe. Didn't you hear that news before? It's just that you didn't really believe it at the time. At this time, Feng Yi stood up and said. After hearing Feng Yi's words, everyone's expressions changed greatly. How is 340s possible? Yichu actually came from the Dragon Ball universe, and there is actually such a strong person in the Dragon Ball universe. When he opened his mouth, his complexion also changed greatly, and the people around him became a little scared, because they sent someone to attack the Dragon Ball universe before, so it can be said that they have some hatred with the Dragon Ball universe. But at this time, Yichu's strength was also good news for them, so they suppressed the shock in their hearts and quietly watched Yichu and the Demon Lord attack the evil monster. I saw Yichu was holding the divine sword in his hand, and an invisible and powerful airflow was flowing on the sword, and then he slashed the evil monster fiercely. After Yichu slashed over with his sword, a little wound appeared on the evil monster's body. At this time, the body attack of the Demon Lord also fell on the body of the evil monster. The Demon Lord holds a ball of light in his hand. The energy in this ball of light is very huge, and the Demon Lord is also holding it in his hand. With this ball of light, the body of the evil monster was photographed. Immediately afterwards, a blood hole was blasted out of the evil monster. That's great, the Demon Lord and Yichu have already attacked the evil monster and caused him some injuries. It might not be long before he is killed. At this time, Beihua was also a little happy in her heart. She said this, and when she heard Baihua's words, all the demons around were excited and looking forward to it. Ow! Suddenly, the evil monster raised his head and roared wildly, and then something shocked Yichu's heart. I saw before that, Yichu held the divine sword in his hand and caused some wounds on the evil monster's body, and the Demon Lord also used his own attack to punch a blood hole in the evil monster's body. But the strange thing is that there is no blood flowing out of the evil monster's body. What's even more surprising is that the flesh and blood cells of the body that were beaten by the evil monsters flew towards the body of the evil monsters again, and then they began to combine again and converged into the evil monster's body, and soon the body of the evil monster began to recover as before. When I saw this scene, the surrounding demons were also very surprised. The vitality of each of them is very huge, but the vitality of evil monsters can be said to be even more than the vitality of their demon family. Powerful. The evil monsters easily defeated them in the place where the demon clan were most proud of. Damn, what kind of monster is this? How can his recovery ability be so powerful, even stronger than our demon clan? How to defeat him in this case? Chi-Chi opened his mouth and said, his complexion also began to change greatly. At this time, the Lord of Demons also frowned. Although the Lord of Demons frowned, he was not very surprised, because the Lord of Demons had fought against evil monsters before, and he also understood evil monsters. Of resilience. Yi-Chu, don't worry, although it doesn't look like he has any injuries, but what I used just now was a move aimed at the vitality in his body, so he was actually slightly injured. At this time, the Demon Lord opened his mouth. After hearing the Demon Lord say this, Yi-Chu also nodded. Well, I know the Lord of Demons, and my sword caused a little injury to his body, but caused more damage to his soul, so we can definitely kill the evil monster. Yi-Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi-Chu's words, the Demon Lord also sensed it, and found that it was indeed what Yi-Chu said, and his heart became a little surprised. At this time, the evil monster had some pain, and then the evil monster's attack also came towards the Demon Lord and Yi-Chu Luo. The evil monster raised his claws. His moves looked very simple, but they possessed inexplicable power. He didn't need to use any attacking supernatural powers. Heart is also very surprised. When he saw the evil monster attacking, Yi-Chu also raised his sword, and quickly blocked the evil monster's attack. Then, at this time, the claws of the evil eccentric slapped the divine sword in Yi-Chu's hand. At this time, a very powerful force flowed from the palm of the evil eccentric, and this force was directly transmitted to Yi-Chu's body. Yi-Chu was beaten by this force and kept retreating, and even his chest felt a little dull. At this time, the Demon Lord was also shot back a little by the evil monster. Yi-Chu, be careful about the power of this evil monster. Compared to his vitality, the most powerful part of this evil monster is his strength. At this time, the Demon Lord almost protruded a mouthful of blood, turned his head and said to Yi-Chu, 1.1 Hearing the Demon Lord say this, Yi-Chu also nodded. The Demon Lord originally thought that Yi-Chu would be a little scared, but now the Demon Lord found that Yi-Chu's face was very calm, which made the Demon Lord also a little surprised in his heart. He didn't know why Yi-Chu was like this. This was because Yi-Chu still had his own trump cards that he hadn't shown yet. Freedom in the field of extreme willpower. Yi-Chu spoke lightly, and then an invisible aura began to permeate around Yi-Chu, and when this invisible aura spread out, Yi-Chu's whole person's temperament seemed to be even more supreme. Stand up. These masters around looked at Yi-Chu's temperament changes, as if they saw a mountain that made them daunted. 263. Cut evil monsters, 3/6. After Yi-Chu displayed the domain of extreme intent, Yi-Chu could be said to be the absolute master in the area around him. Therefore, it also created an illusion in the hearts of the masters around him, as if Yi-Chu was the most supreme being in this world. When the Demon Lord saw Yi-Chu like this, he was also a little shocked in his heart. He didn't expect Yi-Chu to have such a backhand. That's great, Yi-Chu. I didn't expect you to have a domain like this. It's really amazing. Maybe we can eradicate evil monsters in one fell swoop. The Demon Lord looked surprised, and at this time, there was a clack sound from the side. The Demon Lord turned his head, and his complexion also changed a bit, because at this time, the Demon Lord found that the chains on the evil monster had been broken by 90%, and the momentum of the evil monster was incomparably huge. Yi-Chu, hurry up, we have to kill him as soon as possible, otherwise after a few minutes, maybe the evil monster will completely break the seal, and even if he can't beat us, he may escape. In that case, it will cause a very large catastrophe in the universe. Quote. The Demon Lord opened his mouth, and his heart also became a little anxious. After the demon lord said this, Yichu also nodded, and then Yichu held the divine sword in his hand and began to slowly move towards the evil monster walked over. On his body was also broken 90%, and he became a little more confident in his heart, and the evil monster rushed towards Yichu. At this time, Yichu looked at the evil monster, and he found that although the evil monster was powerful, it seemed more like a beast. Yichu's heart was incomparably quiet. When he saw the evil monster rushing towards him, Yichu also slowly raised his divine sword, and then the evil monster entered Yichu's domain, and Yichu also slowed down. Slowly close your eyes. After Yichu closed his eyes, in his spiritual world, it seemed that there was only one existence, the evil monster. Immediately afterwards, the demon lord continued to attack the evil monster. He wanted to attack the evil monster together with Yichu. At this time, before the attack of the demon master fell on the body of the evil eccentric, I saw a dazzling sword light suddenly flashed, and the sight of this light also amazed the eyes of everyone around. It seems to be the first glimpse of light in the morning, and it also seems to be the sad setting sun in the evening. A bright light flashed quickly, and then Yichu slowly put down his divine sword. At this time, the demon lord was also stunned in place. Crack! I saw the evil monster's body suddenly filled with cracks, followed by a very long bloodline from the evil monster's head to the soles of his feet. Yichu actually used this blow to cut the evil monster in half with the divine sword. Immediately afterwards, the body of the evil monster split apart. When the evil monster's body split apart, he also died completely, because Yichu was holding a strengthened divine sword, and the divine sword was right for this spirit. It has a very powerful attack, so although the life of the evil monster is extremely powerful, Yichu's sword used to completely wipe out the vitality of the evil monster. Freedom in the realm of extreme will. If you enter around my realm, I am the absolute master. Yichu slowly put down the divine sword in his hand, and said softly. After hearing Yichu say this, the demon lord next to him froze slightly. This is indeed the case, and the reason why Yichu can kill the evil monster so easily is also because the evil monster has great strength, but he doesn't have much IQ, so he has entered Yichu's free and extreme realm recklessly. Inside, Yichu easily killed him if he said that. If it were another person, he would definitely not step into Yichu's free-spirited realm. In the Yichu's Zige domain, Yichu could be said to be the real master. If he wanted to defeat Yichu in this domain, it could be said that it was countless times more difficult than outside. Yichu, you killed the evil monster like this. The demon lord opened his mouth, and he felt a little unbelievable in his heart, but the demon lord seemed to think about it for a while. Yichu also understood in his heart that the reason why Yichu could kill the evil monster like this was because the evil monster recklessly entered Yichu in the field of the free extreme willpower. As long as he didn't enter the field beside Yichu, Yichu definitely didn't have the time to defeat the evil monster. The other masters around were also very shocked. They originally thought that Yichu and the demon lord would work together to deal with evil monsters, but Yichu was just a helper. They didn't expect Yichu's time to be so strong. Thinking of this, Baihua felt a little scared in his heart, because Baihua wanted to deal with Yichu before, but at this time Baihua also felt a little fortunate in his heart. Fortunately he didn't deal with Yichu before. Otherwise he might have been beheaded by Yichu long ago. How did Baihua know in his heart that Yichu had also increased his strength many times in recent times, and it was only to this point. Ha ha ha, we survived, 630 is really good. At this time, there was also a loud laugh next to him. Baihua turned his head over and found that it was Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi looked very crazy at this time, because he was very happy in his heart, and when he was very happy, he looked good. Like crazy. In the past, he thought that he had no hope, and did not expect to turn around. Suddenly Yichu and the Lord of the Demons appeared, beheading the evil monsters to give him life. And after Kai-Touch survived this time, he cherished his life even more in his heart, and Kai-Touch also decided that when he returned to the demon universe again, he must do a lot of things. He left a lot of regrets for himself. Although his current status is very high, he actually has a lot of regrets in his heart. When he saw Yi Chogo really beheading the evil monster, the demon lord was standing next to him, and his mood gradually calmed down, but there was still a little shock in his heart. Immediately afterwards, the demon lord stepped forward and cleaned the body of the evil monster. I saw a flame spread out from the hand of the demon lord. This flame was between the illusory and the real, and burned to the evil monster. At the time, the body of the evil monster began to slowly dissipate. 264. Exiled Yujie, 4/6. The surrounding demon supreme were all looking at Yi Chu at this time, and their eyes were very complicated. He did not expect that Yi Chu's strength was so powerful, it seemed to be stronger than that of Demon Lord. The Demon Lord was also looking at Yi Chu at this time, and his eyes flashed with light, and the Demon Lord also admired Yi Chu very much in his heart. Well, this time we have successfully killed the evil monster, so we can go back. The Demon Lord opened his mouth, and after hearing what the Demon Lord said, the people around nodded, and there was some joy in their eyes, because they had always been scared here. As long as they return to the demon universe, then they can relax. When they thought of the demon universe, they also became a little bit looking forward to it in their hearts. After this incident, they also cherished their previous life even more, even if they touched them. Thank you Lord Yi Chu for saving us, let's go out now. Kai Touch came over and said, at this time, he was very sincere when facing Yi Chu. After hearing what Chituch said, the Demon Lord also nodded. Immediately afterwards, the Demon Lord took everyone out of this secret realm. At this time, the demon universe outside was still a black flame, the darkness inside the universe was extremely deep, and at this time, the beings in the demon universe had already entered a state of sleep. But not all of them are in a state of sleep, and some are looking up at the universe. Because in the recent period of time, the 6 great demon supremes in the demon universe have entered the secret realm and have not come out for a long time, so the people in the demon universe are a little worried. At this time, there was also news in the demon universe, saying that those masters who entered the secret realm and encountered danger, they may have died. I don't know where this news came from, but after this news came out, it also caused panic in the universe. How can the 6 great devils be so powerful that they enter that secret realm and die? Maybe they just gained a lot in that secret realm, and they are reluctant to come out for a while. Some people think this way in their hearts, but as time goes by, everyone feels that something is wrong in their hearts. In the past few days, the undercurrent in the demon universe seems to be even more turbulent. In the demon universe, in addition to the 6 great demon supremes, there are also several masters whose strength is not inferior to the 6 great demon supremes. They have been hiding in the dark, I don't know what to do, and some people are also excited at this time. On this night, a fire lit up not far from the palace of the 6 great demons, and then thousands of troops came here. It turned out that someone wanted to capture their territory when the 6 great demon supremes were not there. And a master led by this group of people, his name is Yu. Yu's strength is very powerful, even stronger than the strength of the 6 great devils. In the past, the reason why he was not ranked among the 6 great devils was because he was dominated by the devils before. Exile is fine. In the past, Yu could be said to be the number 1 master under the Demon Lord, but because of one incident, he angered the Demon Lord, and he was wounded and exiled to a very remote place in the universe. But at this time, the Demon Lord had disappeared for a long time, so Yu always felt that the Demon Lord would never come back. In the recent period of time, the 6 great devils have entered the secret realm one after another, and they have not come out for a long time, which makes Yu feel that his time has come. But he has always been accumulating his own strength. At this time, Cruising will also gather a lot of his own forces, and his strength has also recovered a lot, even a little more refined than he was back then. Now I have led the army to capture around the palace of the 6 great devils, and even if they come back at this time, they have already resigned. From today onwards, I may become the new demon lord in the universe. Yu looked at the palace in front of him and thought so in his heart, and his blood began to boil. Immediately afterwards, those masters who stayed outside the wandering demon supreme palace found the cruising and attacked here. Who is bold? How dare you trespass the palace of the supreme being? At this time, the guards who stayed here came out and said this, but although they said this, after seeing the momentum of the cruiser and the army behind the cruiser, their expressions began to change greatly. From today onwards, I am the master of this place, and all those who want to stop me will die. Yu Yu opened his mouth, his words were very gloomy. After hearing Yu Yu's words, the expressions of the guards who stayed here also changed greatly, and they hesitated in their hearts, because Yu Yu's strength was indeed incomparably high, and Yu Yu was carrying a lot of troops behind him, let them felt very frightened. At this time, they could be said to be in a dilemma, and after a period of time, some people finally couldn't bear the power of cruising, and immediately began to run away. Led him, and the army began to attack the guards around the palace. Because he came prepared, the guards of the palace for Hao Jiao Jiao, Zhou were already killed by Yu Yu in an instant. And escape. When Yu Yu saw such a scene, he was even more happy in his heart. At this time, he seemed to have seen himself become the new master of the universe. Then at this moment, a sense of crisis suddenly appeared in Yu Yu's heart, and then he turned his head and found that there seemed to be a little bit of light in the demon lord's palace. It was also accompanied by a little fluctuation in space. After feeling these fluctuations, Yu Yu's heart was also slightly surprised. Not good. Could it be that the 6 great demons are back? If the 6 great demons are back, maybe I still have a little trouble trying to conquer this place. Yu Yu thought in his heart that at this time, he was also ready, and then Yu Yu took his army and stared at the palace dominated by demons. 265. The Judgment of the Demon Lord, 5/6. Even if the 6 great demon supremes have all returned, but at this time he has occupied the home court, it can be said that it is the general trend, even if the 6 great demon supremes return, they are not cruising opponents. Okay, since they come back, it's the best. I will defeat all of them in front of everyone's eyes. In this case, I will become the new master of the devil in the universe, and no one will dare to resist me. Yu Yu's heart is full of confidence when he thinks like this, and at this time, Yi Chu and the demon lord also walked out of the secret realm. When Yi Chu came out of the other world, the demon lord's face he also frowned slightly. Hey, there seems to be some movement outside, someone is attacking my palace and forces. The demon lord instantly sensed the situation outside, his face was also frowned, and he said, "It's cruising." At this time, Chihu also thought of something, and said, but although he was very surprised, Yu Yu was attacking their forces at this time, but he didn't have much fear in his heart, because Yu Yu did this because of I don't know that the demon lord is back now. Haha, cruising, it's really self-defeating. Even at this time, 500 dare to start an uprising. If this is the case, if the lord returns, he can be slapped to death with a slap. Feng Yi opened his mouth, and in his heart he was also very flattering to the demon lord. After hearing what they said, the demon lord also frowned slightly. In fact, long ago, the reason why the demon lord was exiled was because the ambition in Yu Yu's heart is too big, and Yu Yu does not respect the master of the devil at all. But because the demon lord also had some karma with Yu Yu, the demon lord didn't kill Yu at that time. I thought that after such a long time, Yu Yu might be able to live his life peacefully. After disappearing for a period of time, Yu Yu turned out to be in an uprising, trying to capture his own forces. Hey, it looks like I can't be merciful to him this time. The demon lord thought so in his heart, and there was some anger in his heart because of the wandering, and then the demon lord and Yi Chu walked out. Then at this time, Yu Yi also prepared himself and watched the demon, Becf, dominate the palace closely. However, at this time, when Yu Yu sensed the aura coming from the Becf dominating the palace, his complexion also began to change. Changed. This kind of breath, is it? How is it possible? He had already sensed it in his heart at this time. The person who came over seemed to be the ruler of the devil, and he was still unbelievable in his heart. In fact, he just didn't want to believe it. Immediately after Yi Chu, the Demon Lord and the others walked out of the Demon Lord's palace. When they came out of the Demon Lord's palace, Yu Yi saw Yi Chu, the Demon Lord and the others at a glance. At this time, the complexion of the cruiser also began to become exciting, and the army behind the cruiser did not see such a scene, because their strength was not so strong, and the range they saw was not as wide as the cruiser, but they saw it. The expression on the cruiser's face. What's wrong with Master Yu? We are about to capture the palace dominated by demons. Because why is your face so ugly? At this time, a general behind the cruiser said that his strength is not weak, and he has a strength that is very close to the 6 great devils. My lord, could it be that the 6 great devils have all returned now? Even if they all return, it will be nothing. We have now occupied the home court and the general trend. If they come back now, it will be too late. We will definitely be able to defeat them. Quote. The master behind Yu Yu said this, but after hearing their words, Yu Yu did not reply. At this time, the Lord of Demons also walked out slowly. When the Lord of Demons came out, he also carried an incomparably huge momentum. His momentum was like a gust of wind, sweeping through the hearts of everyone present. There are thousands of troops behind you, but when the Demon Lord came over, their hearts became extremely frightened. In an instant, everyone couldn't help kneeling on the ground. In addition to Yu Yu, he was still standing on the same spot, but although Yu Yu was standing there, his legs were constantly shaking. Yes, it is the master of the devil. At this time, the general behind the cruiser also knelt on the ground, his lips trembled, his eyes were very frightened, and he muttered. You are really bold in cruising. Before I exiled you, it seemed that I was relatively soft-handed. I didn't expect that during the period of time I was away, you would dare to revolt and want to overthrow my rule. At this time, the Lord of Demons also walked over slowly. He was also standing next to Yi Chu in the air. The Lord of Demons looked at the people below and said, the voice of the Demon Lord is like rolling thunder, and it continues to spread in the sky. After it spreads into the hearts of these people, they are even more frightened in their hearts. Yu Yu finally couldn't bear the momentum dominated by the devil, because at this time, the momentum of the devil dominated all poured towards Yu Yu. Plop. Yu Yu finally knelt on the ground. He knelt on the ground, his face looked very frightened. Yu Yu raised his head in fear, but there was some stubbornness and unwillingness. Master, how can you come back? Didn't you disappear? You should die, how can you come back? At this time, although Yu Yu was very frightened in his heart, he also had a strong unwillingness in his heart, and these strong uneasiness urged Yu Yu to say this. Wandering, accept your fate, you can never be the master of the devil in the universe, and the master of the devil will always be me. Looking at the cruise, the Demon Lord was expressionless, and the Demon Lord said this. After hearing the words of the Demon Lord, the unwillingness in Yu Yu's heart became even stronger, and then the Demon Lord slowly walked towards Yu Yu, while the army behind Yu Yu was shivering. I don't know. What will the Lord of the Demons do about cruising? I'm afraid Yu Yu will die this time. Even if he doesn't die, he will never have any freedom and opportunities in the future. At this time, Chi-Chu said, because Chi-Chu also knows the Demon Lord very well, and the Demon Lord may have mercy once, but he will never show mercy for the second time. 266. Return to calm, 6/6. When the Demon Lord came over, Yu Yu's body began to tremble constantly. When the Demon Lord walked to Yu Yu's side, he seemed to be stepping on Yu Yu's heart, and then Yu Yu gathered up his courage. Slowly raising his head, he saw an incomparably huge palm grabbing towards him. PFF'd. The hand of the Demon Lord is wrapped in powerful energy, and it is inserted into the cruising body at once. The huge energy continues to rush along the limbs and bones of the cruising body. I'll give you a treat this time, and next time you won't have a chance. The Demon Lord killed Yu Yu with one move, and said this, then Yu Yu turned his head and fell to the ground motionless, completely dead. The Lord of the Demons, we have been wrong. I beg the Lord of the Demons to spare our lives. Before, we were also bewitched by cruising. At this time, the soldiers who were cruising before began to beg for mercy from the Demon Lord, and the Demon Lord didn't seem to hear their words, and then the Demon Lord turned around and said to the 6 great Demon Lords, "Capture them all, and then kill them all, with respect and efficiency." The Demon Lord can say this. The words of the Demon Lord also spread to the hearts of everyone around, and the army brought by the cruising also instantly became a little cold in their hearts. They trembled and wanted to beg for mercy, and some even wanted to resist, but the 6 great Demon Supremes were not vegetarians, not to mention the Demon Lord was still standing here at this time. Although 2 of the 6 great Demon Supremes had died at this time, leaving only the 4 great Demon Supremes, their power was still not something that the army brought by the cruising could stop them. Not long after, the cruising army was completely killed by the 4 great Demon Supremes. The blood was scattered in the air, and even the air seemed to be filled with some blood red. Yichu also sighed when he saw such a scene. Although the Demon Lord seems to be very kind to Yichu, in fact, the Demon Lord is a very cold-blooded person, and what he hates most is those who want to rebel against power, so at this time, the Demon Lord has no idea about these people. Leaving the slightest mercy, Yichu did not block such a sight, because this is the real world, a world where the weak eat the strong, and it is a very cruel world. Since the cruising has brought these people, and these people are cruising with them, if they succeed, maybe they can get riches and glory, but if they fail, what awaits them may be the cold bones. It's like a gamble, they can get a lot of money if they succeed, but they also get a lot of losses if they fail, and they obviously lost the gamble this time, so they get this result. After seeing the blood in the air, the Demon Lord also stretched out his hand, and then the Demon Lord gently stroked the space in front. A very gentle wave emanated from the hand of the Demon Lord. The fluctuations filled the air, swaying the vast space in front of him, and in an instant, the bloody smell in these surrounding spaces had been eliminated. "I'm sorry, Yichu, I made you see a joke." At this time, the Demon Lord also turned around and said to Yichu. The Demon Lord also had some smiles on his face, and the Demon Lord looked like he was killing those people before. It was because of Yichu's great strength that they looked like 2 different people, so the Demon Lord looked at Yichu with great respect and gratitude. No, it's not a joke. Something like this happened in our Dragon Ball #1. I also eliminated some people who wanted to resist me. Yichu spoke, because when they were in this position, even if they didn't want to be cruel, they would inevitably do some cruel things, because if they weren't cruel to others, they might be cruel to themselves. In this world, everyone is ambitious, and many people will peep at their position, but how do those people know that when they stand in this position, they will experience that this position is actually not so it's easy, because Yichu can also be said to be the ruler of the Dragon Ball universe, so he also understands such things. "Yichu, come and sit in my palace now." Quote. "Let's welcome Yichu." At this time, the Demon Lord said loudly. Hearing the words of the Demon Lord and the 4 great Demon Supremes also nodded, then they went down and started to prepare, and the Demon Lord also took a step and Yichu walked towards the palace. "Go in." Immediately after, not much time passed, the news that the Demon Lord and the 4 great demons respected the new return to the demon universe also spread, which surprised and excited the creatures in the universe. After the Demon Lord returns, it will involve the interests of some people, but it is good for most people, because the Demon Lord is extremely powerful, so he can also suppress some small existences in the universe. In this case, the devil, there won't be too much turmoil in the human universe. 0. Yichu took Yamozi to the palace of the Demon Lord, and at this time the Demon Lord also noticed the relationship between Yichu and Yamozi. At this time, the Lord of Demons also discovered the difference in Yamozi. Because the Lord of Demons was extremely powerful, he could also find that Yichu had applied the transformation technique to Yamozi. Yichu, is the person beside you from the Dragon Ball universe? At this time, the Lord of Demons asked tentatively. After hearing the words of the Lord of Demons, the 4 surrounding Demon Supremes were even more surprised. What they didn't expect was not only Yichu alone, but also the Dragon Ball universe. Inside, the friend Yichu brought is also in the Dragon Ball universe. You are right about the Lord of the Demons. This one is Yamozi, and he is also from the Dragon Ball universe. He is my good friend. Yichu opened his mouth, and after hearing what Yichu said, the Demon Lord's eyes flashed. Yichu, since Yamozi is your good friend, then this time we will treat him solemnly. The Demon Lord opened his mouth. After hearing what the Demon Lord said, Yamozi became a little overjoyed. Then Yichu and the Demon Lord had already entered the Demon Lord's palace, and the Demon Lord had already entered the palace. This time, I wanted to ask Yichu something, and Yichu himself also wanted to ask the devil to do many things. At 267. Eliminate dissidents, 1/6. When he came to this universe before, Yichu had guessed in his heart that this universe might have more huge information about the universe, so at this time Yichu also planned to ask the Demon Lord Master carefully. And when he saw that evil monster before, Yichu actually had a lot of questions in his heart, so at this time, I hoped that he planned to ask the Demon Lord. Immediately afterwards, the Demon Lord and Yichu walked in, and after the Demon Lord and Yichu walked in, the Demon Lord also took Yichu to a separate room. Devil Lord, I wonder if I can ask you some questions. Yichu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yichu say this, the Demon Lord also became a little surprised in his heart. Okay, Yichu, if you have any questions, 100, feel free to ask, as long as I know what I know, I will tell you, because this time you are also the savior in our universe. If there is no you, if so, maybe we'll all encounter some danger, so what's the point of telling you something? The Demon Lord opened his mouth. In fact, he also had some doubts and curiosity in his heart. What exactly did Yichu want to ask? Because at Yichu's level, they didn't pay much attention to things anymore. Demon Lord, I want to ask, do you know the information of the more powerful world? Yichu opened his mouth. After hearing what Yichu said, the Demon Lord also became silent and frowned. After thinking for a while, the Demon Lord raised his head and said to Yichu, Yichojun didn't expect you to ask this question. Since you asked this question, let me answer it. In fact, from what I have learned, there must be a larger world. The Demon Lord said this. Hearing the Demon Lord say this, Yichu felt some joy in his heart. Then Yichu stepped forward and stood in front of the Demon Lord. Devil Lord, since you know about your other bigger worlds, can you tell me specifically? Yichu opened his mouth, and upon hearing Yichu say this, the Demon Lord also shook his head. I also speculated about Yichu's things from some ancient books. I can't be 100% sure whether it is the case or not. The Demon Lord opened his mouth. After hearing the Demon Lord say this, Yichu felt a little disappointed in his heart. But Yichu, don't worry, since you need this kind of information, I'll definitely check it out after I go down, and I'll give you good news after a while. The Demon Lord opened his mouth, and after hearing the Demon Lord say this, he was also somewhat grateful to the Demon Lord in his heart. If that's the case, then I'll thank you. Yichu said sincerely. After hearing what Yichu said, the Demon Lord hurriedly stepped forward and said, what is there to thank for this? This time you have helped so much in our universe, and these things count as well. What? Yichu, is there anything else you want to ask? If you have anything else you want to ask, just ask me, and I will tell you all. The Demon Lord opened his mouth. After hearing the Demon Lord's question, Yichu became silent. Then Yichu thought for a while, but Yichu didn't think of anything. I haven't figured out the master of the devil for the time being. What else do I need to ask? I'll stay in your palace for a while. If I think of any questions, I'll come over and continue to ask. Yichu opened his mouth, and after hearing what Yichu said, the Demon Lord also nodded. Okay, if that's the case, Yichu, you and Yamozi should go down and have a good rest. You are also living in my palace for a while. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. The Demon Lord opened his mouth. Yichu nodded when he heard the Demon Lord say this, and then Yichu walked out of the Demon Lord's room, and the Demon Lord also walked down, preparing to give Yichu a big gift to thank Yichu for this time. Not long after Yichu had walked down, the 4 great demon supremes also came to the room dominated by the demons. Devil Lord, you seem to respect Yichu so much, do you really plan to form an alliance with Yichu? At this time, a demon sovereign stepped forward to speak, and said this: the reason why this demon sovereign is like this is because in the past, he was the most supportive of the demon sovereign who attacked the Dragon Ball universe. After hearing this demon supreme say this, the demon lord frowned. Why, do you have other ideas? The demon lord opened his mouth, and after hearing the demon lord ask this, the demon supreme also continued to take a step forward. Master, according to me, Yichu is from the Dragon Ball universe, and his strength is so powerful, but after my previous observation, I found that Yichu's strength needs to be transformed before he is extremely powerful. In other cases his strength is actually not that strong, which means that if we sneak attack, we can kill him in an instant. This demon sovereign stepped forward and said to the demon lord. After hearing the words of this demon sovereign, the demon lord looked expressionless. And the other 3 demon sovereigns are also looking at the demon lord, and they don't know what the demon lord will do. And the reason why this demon supreme said this is because he has been leading and supporting the attack on the Dragon Ball universe before. When he saw Yichu's strength at this time, this demon supreme also became more and more in his heart. Some panicked, afraid that Yichu would hold him accountable after a period of time passed. At this time, the demon lord suddenly and slowly walked towards this demon supreme, and this demon supreme was also very uneasy in his heart. When I saw the demon lord coming over, the demon lord had some smiles on his face, and his face looked very kind. You said it very well. So you'd better die. Suddenly, the demon lord said this fiercely, and then the demon lord suddenly raised his hands quickly, and then the powerful energy condensed in his hands was inserted into the demon supreme's chest at once. The face of this demon supreme was very unbelievable. Scarlet blood was spitting out of his mouth, and he raised his head hard to look at the demon lord. 268. Adults do not count villains. 2/6. Devil Lord, why? The demon sovereign was very unwilling to ask the demon lord. After the demon lord heard his question, some disdain and disgust appeared on his face. And the other 3 devils standing around were very frightened in their hearts. Do you think I'm joking? Don't you understand what I said before? Yichu's strength is so strong, we and he will only be forever allies. Kill it, and then apologize to Yichu. The demon lord opened his mouth and said coldly. After hearing the demon lord say this, the remaining 3 demon supremes around also nodded, and they were also very frightened in their hearts, lest the demon lord also be unhappy, and then kill them too, because the previous time although they did not take the initiative to attack the Dragon Ball universe, they actually had some hatred for the Dragon Ball universe. However, at this time, Yichu's strength made them very jealous in their hearts. At this time, Baihua also took a step forward. Master, if that's the case, then I'll go with you. Yichu and I had some misunderstandings before. In this case, I also want to go up and apologize to Yichu. Baihua opened his mouth, and after hearing Baihua's words, the demon lord also nodded, and when he saw the appearance of the 2 people, the remaining 2 demon supreme also stepped forward. I think Yichu is very helpful to us this time, but without him, we wouldn't even be able to survive, so I also prepared some gifts for Yichu. At this time, Kaihu and Feng Yi said, and after hearing Kaihu and Feng Yi's words, the demon lord also nodded with a little smile on his face. Yichu didn't know about this at this time, and Yichu was resting in his room. The day passed quickly. When the next day came, the sky was shining, and the whole world began to look like very sunny. If you don't go to inquire about the news, you will think that the demon universe is still very peaceful, but many people don't know that a lot of things happened last night. If Yichu and the demon lord did not come back, maybe the entire universe now has changed hands. Yichu was sitting in his room when suddenly he heard footsteps coming from outside. Yichu's heart moved slightly. At this time, Yichu also felt the aura of being dominated by demons outside. It's the demon lord who came over. It seems that there is Baihua by his side. I don't know what's going on here. Yi Chu thought of this moment in his heart, and the demon lord also knocked on Yi Chu's door softly. Yi Chu, are you inside? Can I come in? The demon lord opened his mouth. After hearing the demon lord's words, Yi Chu also nodded, and then Yi Chu said to the outside, "The demon lord, please come in." After the demon lord heard what Yi Chu said, he also pushed open the door. Yi Chu also saw Baihua and Kai Touch who were following the demon lord. He was also a little puzzled. He didn't know that they came here this time. What happened after that? Yi Chu was a little surprised after seeing the expressions of Baihua and Ji Touch, because Baihua was looking at Yi Chu with his head down. There was some fear in his eyes, and there was a look of flattery in his eyes. Haha, Yi Chu, actually we came here this time to tell you something. The demon lord opened his mouth. After hearing what the demon lord said, Yi Chu also asked them to sit down. Then Yi Chu looked at the demon lord, wondering what the demon lord had to say. Yi Chu, in the past, there were a lot of misunderstandings between our universe and yours. This time I also want to resolve this misunderstanding. The demon lord opened his mouth. After hearing what the demon lord said, Yi Chu's heart moved slightly, and then he let the demon lord continue to speak. Actually, in the past, not everyone wanted to attack your universe, but there was a demon supreme who wanted to attack your universe because he had very powerful ambitions, and this time I also discovered his things, and I have dealt with him, beheaded him. Yi Chu, in the future, no one will have any idea about your universe. We will be friends forever. The demon lord opened his mouth, and after hearing the demon lord say this, Yi Chu's heart moved slightly. No wonder the demon lord came here with Baihua and Chituch this time, and he actually wanted to apologize to himself. Haha, demon lord, you don't have to do this. Even if the demon supreme wants to deal with the Dragon Ball universe at this time, it depends on his ability. Yi Chu opened his mouth. At this time, his strength was already very strong, so he didn't care about these things, but if the demon lord did these things for him, Yi Chu was actually a little happy in his heart. Get him out of a little trouble. Chituch and Baihua, what are you two doing here this time? At this time, Yi Chu also looked at Chituch and Baihua, and asked the two of them. When Baihua saw Yi Chu asking this way, he also began to explain the reason for coming here this time. Yi Chu 637. The reason why we came here this time is to apologize to you. I didn't know your true identity before, so I might have had some bad contact with you. Regardless of the villain, don't mind what happened to me before. At this time, Baihua also looked very apologetic, and then Baihua stepped forward, lowered his head, looked very humble and said to Yi Chu. When Yi Chu saw Baihua like this, the same expression on his face, there were some faint smiles. In the past, Baihua looked very arrogant, and then this time, Baihua seemed to have lowered his identity, and when Yi Chu saw Baihua at this time, the shocks from before and after also made Yi Chu feeling some joy. It's okay, I can forgive you, please don't care about the past, we can live in peace in the future. Yi Chu opened his mouth. After hearing what Yi Chu said, Baihua also felt a sense of joy in his heart. Then he stepped forward and handed Yi Chu a box. This box contained the treasures that Baihua brought. This treasure is also very precious to Baihua, but this time, in order to please Yi Chu, Baihua also took out these treasures. 269. Ingratiating gifts 3/6. Baihua handed the baby to Yi Chu, but there was a little pain in his heart, and Yi Chu also saw Baihua's expression. I also ask Lord Yi Chu to accept my things, otherwise I'm afraid I'll be a little scared now. Baihua opened his mouth. After hearing what Baihua said, Yi Chu didn't want to accept it, so he took it. When he saw Yi Chu take it, although Baihua felt a lot of pain in his heart, he felt a little relaxed in his heart. Up. Okay, since you said so, then I'll take this thing and thank you this time. Yi Chu opened his mouth and took Baihua's treasure. Then he found that the box contained a fruit. The fruit looked only the size of a walnut, with a crystal clear skin and a lot of water. Before the box was opened, there was a very strong fragrance from the fruit in the box. When this fragrance was passed on to Yichu's mind, Yichu felt that his mind was much more awake. This is indeed a very mysterious fruit. Maybe it will have some effect on Yichu in the future, so Yichu took this fruit and thanked Baihua. After hearing Yichu say this, Baihua also hurriedly withdrew, and there was some joy in his heart. At this time, holding the touch was also a step forward. Lord Yichu, I didn't know your identity before, and it was a little awkward for you to come. Please don't mind, please accept my baby. At this time, Zihu also stepped forward and opened his mouth to Yichu. After saying this, he took out a box and handed it to Yichu. The box contained other things, some tea leaves. The most precious tea in the demon universe. Before, Yichu had tasted some tea leaves in the Magic City. The tea leaves in the Magic City couldn't be compared with the ones handed over by Chituch. Chituch is more precious than the tea I came here, and the taste is also the same. More beautiful. Yichu didn't hesitate when he saw the gift that Chichi handed over, and then he took it from the treasure that Chichi handed over, because if he didn't accept the treasure that Chichi gave, maybe Chichi would also. There was some worry, because Yichu had already accepted Baihua's gift before. Okay, if that's the case, hold the touch, and I'll thank you tilde diaresis. Yichu opened his mouth and took the treasure, and then he found that the box contained a piece of tea. This tea was more precious than the tea he drank in the Magic City before. He drank it in the Magic City before. Tea leaves can permanently increase his strength, and if he drinks this tea, it will not only increase some of his body's strength, but even have some bonuses for his comprehension of the exercises. The quantity of this tea is also very large. Maybe when I get it in our universe, I can give Chichi and Wukong a taste. Yichu also thought of this in his heart, and he also had some expectations in his heart, because he had already solved the problems in this universe during this period of time, and he also explored the same in this universe, so he also planned to return to himself in a while. In the Dragon Ball universe, you can give Wukong and the others a taste of these tea leaves at that time. After seeing Yichu receiving their gifts, Baihua and Chihu felt very relieved in their hearts, and they were also very satisfied when they saw Yichu. Although their hearts were aching, they also felt a little joy in their hearts. Although they gave Yichu a lot of gifts this time, Yichu's strength was incomparably powerful. Maybe they could photograph some of Yichu's relationships in the future, which would be of great benefit to them. Well, this time I'm very grateful for your gifts. If there is nothing else, you can go down first. Yichu opened his mouth, chasing after Baiwa and Kai-Touch, and also retreated to the back. Yichu, after I go down, I will definitely investigate the clues you want for you. The Demon Lord opened his mouth and said, and Yichu nodded after hearing what the Demon Lord said. Okay, if that's the case, Lord of the Demons, I'll live in your palace first. If you find any clues during this time, let me know as soon as possible. Yichu spoke, and the Demon Lord nodded solemnly. The reason why the Demon Lord did this was because he was quite curious about these things in his heart, but no one mentioned it before, so he didn't notice it either. And since Yichu mentioned it at this time, he also planned to explore it carefully. In fact, he also had a feeling in his heart before. It seemed that there was indeed a slightly bigger world. If he searched carefully this time, he might be able to find more clues, and he could also befriend Yichu and Hila. Not for what? Immediately after the Demon Lord walked down, Yichu also began to sit and rest after seeing the Demon Lord go down. I don't know what kind of clues the devil will get after he takes over. Yichu thought and had some expectations in his heart, and then Yichu and Yamozi lived in the palace dominated by demons. And the fact that the Demon Lord killed a demon supreme because of Yichu also spread in the demon universe. This incident surprised everyone in the demon universe. Although there were rumors that Yichu's strength was no worse than Demon Lord, or even stronger than Demon Lord, the people in demon universe were not many believe in it, but those more powerful people still know in their hearts that this is indeed, money is good, that is such a promotion. Yichu, do you think the Demon Lord can really inquire about those news? Yamozi looked at Yi Chu in Yi Chu's room and asked. He has also become more relaxed these days, all because of Yi Chu's benefits. As the master of the devil universe, if he can't find anything, it will definitely be more difficult for us to find it, but I believe he can find some clues, so let's just wait quietly. Quote. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing what Yi Chu said, Yamozi also became a little expectant in his heart. A few days later, when Yi Chu was standing in front of his door in the morning, he suddenly saw the demon lord coming from a distance, with some joy on his face. Yi Chu, I have found some information you want. The demon lord opened his mouth. 270. The background of the devil universe, 4/6. Hearing the demon lord say this, Yi Chu's heart also became pleasantly surprised, and then Yi Chu quickly came to the demon lord's side. Devil Lord, have you found out the news? If so, tell me quickly. Yi Chu said eagerly to the demon lord, and the demon lord also laughed when he heard Yi Chu say this. Yi Chu, these things were found in some ancient books. After you and I arrived at that place, I'll take out those books and give them to you, and then you can see for yourself. The demon lord opened his mouth, and after hearing the demon lord's words, Yi Chu felt a little surprised in his heart. Okay, if that's the case, then Master of Demons, hurry up and take me to the place where the book is. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi Chu say this, the demon lord also nodded, and then Yi Chu walked towards the distance with the demon lord. After a period of time, the demon lord took Yi Chu to a very remote place within his territory. Although this place was remote and there were not many guards, each one was extremely powerful. Chu even sensed that there was a master in the realm of supreme power of the devil. The master of the demon supreme strength realm, originally 617, should be on an equal footing with the 6 great demon supremes, but at this time, Yi Chu, the guard in this place, sensed this situation, and was extremely surprised in his heart, that is, to say that this place must be extremely important. Yi Chu, there is a library in this place. This library contains some books from ancient times to the present in our universe. Although these books don't seem to be helpful to our combat power, I am the one we have for countless years. The precipitation of wisdom in the universe also records a lot of things, and even these books, I just read less than 1/10,000th. The demon lord opened his mouth, and after hearing the demon lord say this, Yi Chu also understood in his heart. It turned out that the demon lord had searched this library this time, and it must be the clues he found, so he came to find myself. Devil Lord, I know, those clues you mentioned were found in the library, right? Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi Chu's words, the demon lord nodded, and Yi Chu's heart grew even more yearning for this library, and then Yi Chu went to the door of the library together with the demon lord. The library looks very ordinary, but if you feel it carefully, you will feel a very grand and ancient atmosphere. This is because this library has a long history from ancient times to the present, so it carries such a breadth. Okay Yi Chu, you can follow me inside now. The demon lord opened his mouth, and then the demon lord took Yi Chu into it. If someone else came here, without the demon lord's leadership, it would be impossible to enter the deepest part of it. The clues found by the demon lord are also the most precious among the books in the library. Those books are kept in the deepest place. If ordinary people enter here, it is impossible to even find those books. When Yi Chu followed the demon lord in, he also sensed that there was a master hidden in this library. The aura of this expert was not even weaker than that of the demon lord. After feeling this aura, Yi Chu felt in his heart, also slightly stunned. It seems that it is really impossible to underestimate any universe. I did not expect that the background of the devil universe is deeper than I imagined. Yi Chu thought to himself. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chu followed the demon lord and entered the library. After entering the library, Yi Chu also saw a dazzling array of books, which were placed everywhere in the library. The scope of this library is very large after entering, but this huge space is filled with BHBG, all kinds of books. It is like an ocean, submerging Yi Chu in there. Yi Chu looked at the dazzling array of books around him. There were many kinds of books, including various categories. Yichu even felt a little dizzy when he saw these books. Let's go, Yichu. The clues you want are found in some of the most precious books in the deepest part. Now I'll take you there. The Demon Lord opened his mouth, and then Yichu followed next to the Demon Lord. After the two passed through countless books, they finally reached a small house. Although this room looked very small, it was also in the library. In the deepest part, there were a lot of restrictions around them. Each of these restrictions was so powerful that Yichu even felt a little bit of danger. Yichu, you must know that this ban was not created by me alone. It is after countless years that the powerful masters in our universe have united and strengthened this ban from generation to generation, so the power of this ban has also become stronger. It's even bigger, and even I don't dare to trespass here. The Demon Lord opened his mouth. In countless years of history, there are many masters who are more powerful than him. What the Demon Lord is a little puzzled about is that those masters also disappeared in the end. I don't know where they went, and this it is also the reason why the Demon Lord believes that there is a greater than local existence. There have been many powerful masters in our universe for countless years, and many of those masters are more powerful than me, but they also disappeared here, which is why I was so sure that there were more powerful universes. The Demon Lord opened his mouth, Yichu nodded, and then the Demon Lord used his identity to open the restriction, and the restrictions in this small library could only be opened by the Demon Lord of each generation. After Yichu and the Demon Lord entered inside, Yichu saw the books in this small library. There were not many books in this small library, and each book had an incomparably ancient aura. These ancient auras, as if to confirm the development of the years, each book seems to be a living fossil. Yichu walked to the side, picked up a book and saw the name on the book, The History of the Origin of the Devil's Universe. The right hand picked up another book, The Suppressed Evil Weird Legend. When Yichu saw this book, Yichu was incomparably surprised. He didn't expect these books to remember these things, and even record some things about evil and weird people. 271. Book Legends 5/6. Yichu, the information you want is found in these books. At this time, the Demon Lord picked up a few books and said to Yichu. After Yichu heard the Demon Lord say this, he also walked towards the Demon Lord. Yichu saw several books in the hands of the Demon Lord. These books were also about ancient times, and these books were also the most precious books in this small library. Even Yichu, I feel that these books can already be said to be a treasure. Yichu picked up the book and began to read it carefully. When Yichu read the book carefully, he felt more and more surprised in his heart. This book talks about the history in the demon universe, and also records the events of ancient times, and even the things of evil and weird people are involved. To the uninitiated, the things described in it may seem like legends, but Yichu knew that although the stories here looked like legends, in the long past, they might have been, had happened. In ancient times, there were innate gods, and their every move had a strange and unpredictable power. They didn't need any spells, they didn't need to cast any vitality bombs, because their every move was like a supernatural power. This book has such information written on it. When he saw this information, Yichu's heart was also extremely shocked. He seemed to see an incomparably glorious era unfolding in front of him, and Yichu's heart was also filled with shock. Inevitably, there is a little yearning for this era. Such a world really makes people yearn for it. Yichu opened his mouth and said, and then Yichu continued to read the book, and the Demon Lord was also standing beside him. Before the Demon Lord, I also read this book. When the Demon Lord saw the things recorded in this book for the first time, he felt unbelievable in his heart. There are some turbulence in my heart. Yichu continued to flip through the book and saw other things recorded. Among the ancient powerhouses, there is the Sun God. The Sun God has the highest and brightest power. The Sun God is very righteous in body and mind. And besides the Sun God, there is also the Sea God, the Wind God, etc. Almost every symbolic thing in the world is there are corresponding gods, and those gods are inherently powerful. There is such a thing written in the book, and then it is mentioned in the book that one day, There was an extremely violent battle in the ancient times. This battle caused the entire ancient world to be devastated. I don't know how many powerful gods. Because of this incident, it fell, and even the entire incomparably vast continent was divided into two halves. Yi Chu continued to read into the book, and when he saw the end, he slowly closed the book. Although he closed the book, the waves in his heart were constantly surging. It's really shocking and shocking. The things told in this book are not just a history, but a wonderful picture scroll that is incomparably magnificent. When I read it, I was even addicted to it and wanted to visit that era in person. Quote. Yi Chu opened his mouth. Although he said this, he also had a self-knowledge in his heart. Although his strength seems to be incomparably high now, in that era, his strength may seem incomparably low. Yi Chu, you have finished reading this book, are you surprised in your heart? The Demon Lord looked at Yi Chu and asked. Hearing the Demon Lord say this, Yi Chu also nodded. After seeing Yi Chu nod, the Demon Lord also walked to the side and continued to pick up a book. Yi Chu, what was recorded in that book just now was only part of it. This book also recorded other similar things. The Demon Lord opened his mouth. Hearing the Demon Lord say this, Yi Chu became even more curious in his heart. Then he walked up to the Demon Lord and picked up this book, which tells the story in the book. Things are somewhat similar to what was described in the book just now, but somewhat different. What this book tells is that there are countless universes in this world. These universes are connected with each other, but they are separated from each other, like independent individuals. Question mark question mark question mark. The Demon Universe is also one of the universes, and the Dragon Ball Universe is also one of the universes. In addition to these two universes, there are countless similar universes of all kinds. Yi Chu was also extremely surprised when he saw what was recorded in this book, but at this time Yi Chu also believed in this thing, although this thing seemed a little unbelievable, because Yi Chu was also in the Dragon Ball universe. The ruler inside, so he also understands in his heart that this matter is very likely to be true. Yi Chu, when I saw what was recorded in this book, I was actually quite surprised. Because in the past, I thought I had reached the strongest, although I know that there is your universe, but apart from your universe. Besides, I don't know that there are other universes, but after reading this book, I also learned a lot of things. 0. It can be seen that although our strength is incomparably high, we also need knowledge to fill our hearts. At this time, the Demon Lord opened his mouth. After the Demon Lord had read these books, he put his posture very low, and he didn't look like he was the only one who was before. Yi Chu nodded, and after seeing these books, Yi Chu was different from the vigilant thoughts in the Demon Lord's heart. Yi Chu's heart was also very longing for these universes, and also very longing for the larger world. That's the kind of heart that dares to fight and win. Devil Lord, are there other books like this? Yi Chu also finished reading the book at this time, and then Yi Chu asked the Demon Lord, and the Demon Lord nodded when he heard Yi Chu's question. Yi Chu, there are indeed some similar books, but the things recorded in these books are not as complete as those recorded in these two collections. The Demon Lord opened his mouth. Yi Chu also nodded at this time, and then Yi Chu read the other books. After reading these books, he also learned about other things in these books. The other things in these books were just before there are also some references in the two books. Sun. 272. Plan 6/6. After some time passed, Yi Chu finally finished reading the things recorded in these books. After Yi Chu finished reading these things, he raised his head again, and there was light in his eyes. Yi Chu couldn't wait to think about it. To enter into other universes. At this time, it is difficult to find the larger world, but presumably at this time we can go to other universes to take a look. Other universes seem to have nothing to do with us, as if they are independent, but the other universes seem to be independent. There are some connections between them, which are also explained in these books, so we can look for them carefully. Maybe we can find the connections in these universes, and then find them in other universes to have a look. Quote. Yi Chu opened his mouth. After he came to the demon universe this time, he also gained a lot of 097 Benefits. In addition to these benefits, Yichu also broadened his horizons. All of them are of great help, so he also wants to go to other universes to have a look. After hearing Yichu say this, the Demon Lord was also a little moved in his heart. He always thought that the Demon Lord had become the strongest person in his universe, but the Demon Lord also felt a little lonely in his heart. If he can go to other universes, he may also be able to see more novel things, which may also be a great pleasure for him. Okay, Yichu, if you want to go to another universe, maybe I can go with you. The Demon Lord opened his mouth. Yichu nodded after hearing what the Demon Lord said. Then, Yichu closed the book and put it down, because at this time Yichu had also finished reading all the books he wanted. At this time, he also learned the information he wanted to know, so it was time to leave the library. Thank you, Lord of the Demons. If you hadn't brought me here this time, it might be impossible for me to understand these things, and these things are of great help to me, and I will definitely do so in the future. Compensate you. Yichu opened his mouth, and upon hearing Xie Yan say this, the Demon Lord also smiled. Haha, Yichu, I told you a long time ago, don't be too open-minded, these things should be, they should be. The Demon Lord opened his mouth, and after hearing what the Demon Lord said, Yichu also had some good feelings for the Demon Lord in his heart. Although the Demon Lord seemed very cold towards his enemies, the Demon Lord was at this time. He seems to be very kind to him anyway, so Yichu also has some good feelings for the demons in his heart. In fact, from the eyes of Demon Lord's subordinates, Demon Lord seems to be very indifferent, but from Yichu's point of view, if he can walk to Demon Lord's side, Demon Lord will actually look like an ordinary person. Well, if that's the case, let's get out of here this time. Also ask the Demon Lord to take me out again. Yichu opened his mouth. After hearing Yichu's words, the Demon Lord nodded, and then the Demon Lord took Yichu and walked out of the library together. After a short time, Yichu and the Demon Lord walked out. He walked out of the library again. After walking out of the library, Yichu also quickly returned to his room, and Yamozi was also waiting for Yichu in Yichu's room. Yichu, this time you and the Demon Lord are looking for clues in the larger world. Have you found any clues? Yamozi opened his mouth, because Yamozi also saw the Demon Lord come to Yichu before, and then the Demon Lord seemed to have found some clues to tell Yichu, so at this time, Yamozi also had some in his heart. Curious. Because Yamozi came to the demon universe at this time, he also got a lot of benefits, and even his strength has risen a lot, much more than his strength has risen in hundreds of years. So this kind of thing in Yamozi's heart, it was also a little yearning, and Yamozi still wanted to go to other universes with Yichu. Yichu also smiled and nodded when he heard Yamozi say, but when he saw Yichu nodding, Yamozi felt even more joyful in his heart. Has Yichu really inquired about some news about the larger universe? If so, they should tell me quickly and let me listen carefully. Yamozi opened his mouth, and then Yamozi raised his head, looking at Yichu with anticipation. Yichu started talking to Yamozi after seeing Yamozi like this. Yamozi, according to our information, there is indeed the existence of a larger world, and in addition to this larger world, we have also discovered some other things. Yichu opened his mouth, and after hearing what Yichu said, he and Yamozi were also a little surprised, and then Yamozi looked at Yichu more expectantly, waiting for Yichu's next words. According to the information we have learned, in addition to a very large world, there are many universes like our Dragon Ball universe and the Majin universe. All kinds of universes exist. There are also a lot of life in these universes, and they also have their own civilizations. They are independent of each other, but they also have some relationship with each other. According to this, maybe we can find some clues, and then enter these universes. And then there will be great benefits. Quote. Yichu opened his mouth, and after hearing what Yichu said, Yamozi became a little surprised. Really, Yichu? If that's the case, that's great. This time you actually got such news. If this is the case, even if we can't get to the biggest world, we can still get to these universes similar to the demon universe. in the universe and then go for a walk. Quote. 3.5 Yamoshi opened his mouth. Yichu nodded. Then Yichu continued to discuss for a while. Yichu also took out some magic tea. These magic teas were given to Yichu before. Did the taste of these magic teas also be divine? Well, after Yamoshi tasted the magic tea that Yichu took out, his expression seemed to be very enjoyable, and even Yamoshi's strength increased a little bit. Good tea, Yichu. This magic tea is even more delicious than the tea we drank in the magic city before. Yamoshi looked very leisurely drinking the magic tea, and said, he was also very happy in his heart, and couldn't help but admire. When he drank this tea, he felt that all the troubles in his heart seemed to disappear, and the whole person it feels like a fluttering state, and even Yamoshi feels that he likes drinking tea a bit. 273. The Sixth Planet of Advent Demons, 1/6. Okay, Yamoshi, pack your things first. After a while, we're probably going to return to the Dragon Ball universe. After Yichu and Yamoshi finished drinking tea, Yichu opened his mouth and said to Yamoshi, this time is also the time of the sunset, and the afterglow of the setting sun falls on the two of them, making them more memorable. Feel. After hearing Yichu say this, Yamoshi also became a little surprised. During this period of time, he left the Dragon Ball universe and Yichu came to the Devil's universe. In fact, although he and Yichu were mixed here very good, but I still like Dragon Ball universe the most in my heart. Haha, Yichu is really good. If I go back to the Dragon Ball universe with you this time, I will be the most powerful expert besides you. I can show them a good look at that time. In the Dragon Ball universe many wonderful girls may also like me. Quote. Yamoshi opened his mouth and said, and he also became a little expectant in his heart. Yichu smiled when he heard Yamoshi say this. Yichu looked at the setting sun in the distance, and his mind also fell into memories. 18 Yichu's mind was different from Yamoshi's. Yichu thought of his wife and then his children. I've been away from the Dragon Ball universe for so long, and Chi-Chi must miss me a lot in her heart. I don't know what Yi Shaoxin has become in this period of time. His strength will definitely improve a lot, right? Knowing that his talent was born high. Yichu thought to himself that at this time he also thought of Wukong. Wukong should have really grown into a man who can be on his own at this time. I am also very looking forward to going back to see his scenes. He will definitely be impatient to show me his current progress. Yichu thought this in his heart, and he was looking forward to returning to the Dragon Ball universe. Then Yichu took a rest in it. After a few days, Yamoshi also prepared everything. Yichu, I'm ready, I can't wait to return to our universe, and now you can take me back to our universe. Yamoshi opened his mouth. Yichu nodded when he heard what Yamoshi said. At this time, the Lord of Demons came over from a distance. At this time, when the Lord of Demons saw Yichu and Yamoshi, he also paid attention, arriving at the expression that Yamoshi looked very excited and what Yamoshi was holding in his hand. Yichu, Yamoshi, the two of you dressed like this, are you going to leave our universe to answer yours? The Demon Lord came over and asked. He was also a little curious in his heart. After hearing the Demon Lord asking this, Yichu also nodded. After seeing Yichu nod, the Demon Lord felt a little bit in his heart. Joy, but also a touch of sadness. Yichu's strength is very strong. During this period of time, Yichu lived in his palace, and it was also the Demon Lord who felt that his status seemed to be threatened a little. But when Yichu was about to leave his palace and go to his own world, there was some reluctance in the Demon Lord's heart, because he lived with Yichu in his palace for a while, and in his heart he felt Yichu is also a little sympathetic to each other, and he is also very appreciative of Yichu. Looking all over the demon universe, you are the only one who can be regarded as a true friend to me. Now that you are leaving, my heart is also very reluctant. If so, let me send you off. The Demon Lord opened his mouth, and Yichu nodded when he heard the Demon Lord say this. Okay, since the Lord of the Demons also wants to send me, then come and send me. It is my honor to be sent back to our universe by the Lord of the Demons. Yichu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yichu's words, the Demon Lord also smiled slightly, and then Yichu and the Demon Lord walked into the distance, and Yamoshi was also following Yichu. Not long after, Yichu and the Demon Lord came to the 6th planet of the Demon Universe. There are 6 planets in the Demon Universe. The 6th planet is the weakest planet in the Demon Universe, but it is also very huge. The most powerful planet on this planet is the 6th planet General. In the past, the 6th planet General also suspected that Yichu was from the Dragon Ball universe. After Yichu left here, the 6th planet General began to release some information about catching Yichu, but there was no information for a long time. Catch Yichu. The 6th planet General also received news from the Demon Universe during this period of time. When he got this news, the 6th planet General was also extremely shocked. I once thought that Yichu was from the Dragon Ball universe, but now he is on an equal footing with the Demon Lord, and his strength and status are very large, but I actually wanted to catch him before. The 6th planet General thought so in his heart. Just when the 6th planet General thought so, he suddenly felt 2 huge breaths coming from above him. At this time, the 6th planet General was surprised, and then the 6th planet General was surprised. Planet General 720 also raised his head. Master, why are you here? At this time, the 6th planet General also saw that the person who came was the Master of the Devil, and besides the Master of the Devil, there was a very familiar person standing next to him. After seeing this person, the face of the 6th planet General also changed greatly. He stood up, because the person standing beside the Demon Lord was Yichu. When he saw Yichu, the 6th planet General's heart could be said to be extremely frightened. Now, in the 6th planet General's eyes, Yichu might be even more terrifying than the Demon Lord, because the Demon Lord. It's impossible for human sovereign to want to kill him for no reason, but he could be said to have offended Yichu before. At this time, Yichu saw the expression of the General of the 6th planet. When he saw the expression of the General of the 6th planet, Yichu also smiled. He didn't expect the General of the 6th planet to be so cute, and he seemed to be scared. Legs are weak. Lord Yichu, please forgive me. I didn't know your identity last time. I just did things with integrity. Master, please speak to Lord Yichu for me. Yichu didn't say anything at this time, when the 6th planet General suddenly opened his mouth in shock, and then the 6th planet General took another step forward, looking like he was going to kneel on the ground. 274. Frightened 6th planet General 2/6. Oh, I forgot that there was such a thing before. General 6th planet, you were so bold before that you dared to want Yichu. The Demon Lord opened his mouth, and after hearing the Demon Lord say this, the 6th planet General was even more frightened in his heart, and even almost urinated out of fear, and Yichu also smiled slightly at this time. Okay, don't scare him when the devil dominates you, General of the 6th planet. I understand what happened before, but I don't blame you, because you were really just doing things with justice, and I'm not arrogant. Unreasonable people. At this time, Yichu looked at the 6th planet General and opened his mouth. After listening to Yichu's words, the 6th planet General also relaxed in his heart, and then the 6th planet General raised his head. Grateful light flickers. Thank you, Lord Yichu, thank you Lord Yichu for your forgiveness. The 6th planet General said, seeing that the 6th planet General was about to kneel down. Yichu also waved his hand gently, a burst of energy emerged from Yichu's hand, and then the 6th planet General's body straightened. Stand up. General of the 6th planet, I didn't come here this time to intimidate you, or to thank me. I just came here to use a teleportation formation on this planet, and then just go back into our universe. Yichu opened his mouth. This time is also the real purpose of his coming here. After hearing what Yichu said, the General of the 6th planet also stood up, and then stood beside Yichu looking somewhat ingratiating. It turns out that Lord Yichu wants to return to his hometown. If that's the case, then let me preside over this great formation myself, and then send Lord Yichu to your universe. The 6th planet General opened his mouth. Yichu nodded after hearing what the 6th planet General said, and then the 6th planet General took Yichu and Yamoshi to a square in the distance. One time when I came into this universe, where I came. The square is extremely vast. There are some demon soldiers standing on the square. Yichu and Yamozi met with them when they first came here. At this time, these demons also looked down and their heads were lowered. Mian also knew that the person who had left from them before was actually Yichu. Lord Yichu, as long as you stand up with Yamoshi, I can activate this great formation and send you out till the sixth planet general opened his mouth, and after hearing what he said, Yichu and Yamozi followed suit, and then Yichu and Yamozi stood on top of a 5-pointed star-shaped array above the square. When he stood here, the general started to use his own power to activate this great formation, and then the 5-pointed star at the feet of Yichu and Yamozi began to shine, and the light of the 5-pointed star became more and more bright. And the 5-pointed star also rose, shrouding Yichu and Yamozi in it, and then the two of them felt an incomparably strong space energy permeating them both. The next moment, Yichu and Yamozi went from disappeared in place. Devil Lord, maybe I will come to your universe again after a while. At the last moment when Yichu and Yamozi disappeared, Yichu also opened his mouth and said to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord also smiled and waved to Yichu. Yichu and Yamozi disappeared in place. Yichu and Yamozi disappeared in place at this time, but they had already entered the space channel at this time. There are some differences between entering the space channel this time and the last time they saw the channel, because the last time they came here, it can be said that they were teleporting in the reverse direction, so it would take some time, but this time the teleportation was forward. Yes, so the speed is very fast. Not long after that, Yichu and Yamozi came to the Dragon Ball universe. Yichu later came out of the space teleportation. When the two of them stood in the Dragon Ball universe, their hearts were constantly fluctuating. Yichu had countless emotions surging in his heart. He wanted to see Chi-Chi and Yi Shaoxin immediately. There seems to be no difference in the Dragon Ball universe, but Yichu feels that there are still some differences between the Majin universe and the Dragon Ball universe, and the air here seems to have a more intimate feeling. At this time, Yichu was still in the secret realm of the Dragon Ball universe. Yichu looked at the secret realm. There was a great formation he set up in the secret realm. Then Yichu stepped forward and set up the formation again. If the demons come here from the demon universe, this large formation will no longer attack those demons, but will remind him. Because of Yichu's strength at this time, the previous dangers were not too dangerous for him, so Yichu didn't care about anything this time. Yichu, great, we finally returned to the Dragon Ball universe. Yeah, I can't wait to get back to my own planet too. Yichu opened his mouth, and there was a light of longing in his eyes. Come on, let me go at once. Yichu opened his mouth, and then Yichu and Yamozi quickly walked out of the Dragon Ball universe secret realm. After the two of them walked out, they immediately entered the Dragon Ball universe. At this time, Yichu's strength has been greatly improved, so his speed is comparable to that of the past. When Yichu returned to the universe at this time, he moved towards the Dragon Ball universe and sensed it. Although the universe is incomparably vast, in Yichu's Qian Li Zhao's heart, he felt that there was some familiar aura in a certain direction in the distance. Chu's heart was constantly fluctuating. Yichu knew in his heart that the place where these breaths were located was the seventh universe, and the seventh universe also had its own planet. Presumably, Chi-Chi and Bulma were on that planet now. Immediately afterwards, Yichu flew towards his planet. Not long after that, Yichu came to the seventh universe, and then he teleported again, and instantly went outside of his planet. At this time, Yichu also I saw my own planet. Yichu has been away for a period of time. During this period of time, Yichu's planet has also developed very rapidly. It has truly become the largest planet in the Dragon Ball universe, and the Saiyans have also become the largest race in the Dragon Ball universe. 275. Return to the Dragon Ball universe, 3/6. There are many talents in the Saiyan family, and many Saiyans have also become kings on other planets in the universe. Even the gods have many masters of the Saiyan family. When Yichu saw his planet, His heart was constantly fluctuating, and then Yichu walked towards his planet. At this time, there were many Saiyans standing on the planet. At this time, the Saiyans on Yichu's planet saw it, a figure slowly coming towards their planet against the light. These Saiyans also became a little surprised in their hearts, because when they looked at this figure, although they didn't see who it was, there was a feeling in their hearts that they wanted to kneel down. Then, who is it? Why, when I saw him, it seemed like I saw a Supreme Emperor. A Saiyan murmured, and his heart was also extremely shocked. That's our Emperor. At this time, an older Saiyan spoke up, and his heart felt extremely excited, because this old Saiyan was also very strong, so he could see Yichu at a glance. At this time, in the Dragon Ball universe, King Quan also sensed Yichu's breath. At this time, he also became a little excited. During the period of 883 that Yichu left, although the Dragon Ball universe seemed very calm, but King Quan also missed the days when Yichu was there, because the days when Yichu was there seemed to be like the days when they were really alive, very passionate. Immediately afterwards, King Quan set off from his palace to look for Yichu. On Yichu's planet, at this time in a very luxurious palace, two very luxurious-looking girls also stood up. These two girls were Kiki and Bulma. Compared to when Yichu left the Dragon Ball universe, Chi-Chi and Bulma looked more luxurious. At this time, the two were doing their business, and then Chi-Chi suddenly stood up, even the things in her hands. Can't even care. Bulma, do you feel it? Yichu seems to be back. Kiki stood up and muttered. Hearing Chi-Chi say this, Bulma nodded, and she also had the same feeling in her heart, and then Chi-Chi and Bulma ran towards the outside, because they were sure that Yichu had returned. Bide, Emperor. Indeed, our Emperor. At this time, the Saiyans on Yichu's planet also saw Yichu, and when they came back, they all began to kneel down towards Yichu. Surge. It has always been said that their Emperor Yichu went to another universe, but they don't know what happened to him. When they saw Yichu coming back at this time, they felt that their race was truly complete. Yichu watched countless Saiyans kneeling down to him, and was extremely happy in his heart, because these Saiyans also respected him very much. Husband. At this time, there was a loud shout in the distance, and then Yichu saw Chi-Chi and Bulma rushing towards him. Chi-Chi and Bulma rushing towards Yichu, their expressions looked like also very excited. When they saw the figure in the sky, they could see that this was indeed Yichu, because they had already known Yichu very well during the time they spent with Yichu, and Yichu had when they left in the universe. Kiki and Bulma also missed Yichu very much. Their impression of Yichu not only did not lighten, but became even more profound, so when they saw Yichu's figure, they recognized Yichu at a glance. Chi-Chi and Bulma ran wildly towards Yichu. Their bodies looked very anxious. When Yichu saw Chi-Chi and Bulma like this, he felt a little happy in his heart, but because Chi-Chi and Bulma were like this, he felt a little happy. Bulma's strength is not that strong, so it will take some time for them to reach Yichu's side. Yichu's face couldn't help showing some smiles, and then Yichu moved. The next moment Yichu appeared in front of Chi-Chi and Bulma, and hugged Chi-Chi and Bulma tightly. Tight. Kiki, Bulma, I'm back, you don't have to worry. Yichu gently hugged Chi-Chi and Bulma's bodies, and then said softly, after hearing Yichu's words, Chi-Chi and Bulma also fell silent, their chests kept rolling, and there was something inside their bodies. The heat flow is surging. Kiki and Bulma couldn't help shedding tears. All the thoughts about Yichu turned into tears. Yichu raised his hand after feeling the tears of the two of them. Stroking his back. Okay, didn't I come back? This is something to be happy about, don't be sad. Yichu spoke softly. Chi-Chi and Bulma also wiped their tears, raised their heads. There were some tears in their eyes, but a smile appeared on their faces, looking at Yichu. Yichu was right. Yichu came back this time and they were very happy in their hearts, but they couldn't help but shed tears for some reason. Yichu looked at Kiki and Bulma. He found that after he left for a while, Kiki and Bulma also had the temperament of another superior person, and Kiki and Bulma became more beautiful. Getting up, Yichu even wanted to linger with them immediately. At this time, there were also some in the distance. Yi Chu's friends came over, and they were also watching the scene of Yi Chu and Chi-Chi Bulma embracing from a distance. Some people have some envy in their hearts, while others have some blessings in their hearts. At this time, King Quan also came to the outside of Yi Chu's planet. When Yi Chu really came back, King Quan became a little more peaceful in his heart. "Dad, you're finally back." At this time, there was a sound in the distance, and then Yi Chu turned his head to find a boy who couldn't walk towards him. This boy was Yi Xiaoshan. A few years have passed, and Yi Xiaoshan, who used to look a little immature, has become mature at this time, and there is some resolute light on his originally immature face. "Yi Xiaoshan, Dad has come back. Dad is very happy to see you." Yi Chu opened his mouth. 276. Goku's Girl, 4/6. After hearing Yi Chu say this, Yi Xiaoshan also became a little overjoyed. Over the past few years, he has been training and working hard, and it seems that he is more diligent than anyone else. Because his talent is also very powerful, he naturally became the favored person in everyone's heart, and Yi Xiaoshan did this because he was Yi Chu's child. His incomparable efforts have always been in the hope of getting Yi Chu's approval, and now Yi Chu's praise has completely satisfied his heart, and he feels that all the hard work before is all worth it. Yi Chu looked at Yi Xiaoshan at this time. Yi Xiaoshan's eyes flashed with light. Yi Chu knew that Yi Xiaoshan must have been extremely hard during this period, but Yi Xiaoshan's progress was also obvious. Yi Chu also felt a little proud of Yi Xiaoshan. "Yi Xiaoshan, you really did a good job." Yi Chu said it again, and Yi Xiaoshan's heart became more satisfied. Yi Chu looked around at this time, but couldn't find Wukong. "By the way, Kiki, where did Wukong go?" Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi Chu say this, Chi-Chi still answered Tilda get up. "Yi Chu, actually you don't know, after you left this Dragon Ball universe for a while, Wukong's strength has been greatly improved, and Wukong's status has also improved a lot. More importantly, Wukong has a favorite girl." Chi-Chi opened her mouth. After hearing Chi-Chi say this, Yi Chu was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Wukong to find a girl he liked, and he didn't know what the girl was like. "Can Kiki take me to see Wukong?" Yi Chu opened his mouth. After hearing Yi Chu's words, Chi-Chi nodded and was about to take Yi Chu to see Wukong. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared in the distance. One of the figures seems to be a very handsome and sunny person, and this person is Wukong. There is also a girl standing next to Wukong. This girl looks extremely beautiful, and he has a youthful and sunny atmosphere. "Brother Yi Chu, you are finally back." Wukong stood in the distance and opened his mouth to Yi Chu. After hearing Wukong's words, Yi Chu also turned his head to look at Wukong and saw the two of them. "Wukong, you did a good job. I didn't expect that during the period of time I left, you also found a good girl." Yi Chu said, "This girl looks very good. His temperament and talent are all excellent, although his strength is a little lower than Wukong, but he is still relatively outstanding. Brother Yi Chu, his name is Suihua, and Suihua is also a member of the angel family." Wukong opened his mouth, and after hearing Wukong say this, Yi Chu was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Suihua was actually from the angel family. Suihua looked at Yi Chu. His eyes seemed calm, but there seemed to be hidden in it with deep feelings. "Haha, Wukong, Suihua and you are both very good. When are you going to get married? If you get married, don't forget to invite me to participate, then I will eat your wedding candy and drink you wedding wine." Quote. Yi Chu opened his mouth. Hearing Yi Chu say this, Wukong also felt a little happy inside, and Suihua also smiled at Yi Chu. When he saw Wukong like this, Yi Chu was very happy in his heart, and he began to feel relieved for Wukong. And Wukong's current strength is very strong, but he doesn't seem to pursue the strength much, but put all his energy into Suihua's body. Wukong seems to be very considerate to Suihua, protect Suihua, let Suihua is also very happy. Both of them seem extremely happy. Maybe the two of them will get married after a while. Yi Chu thought so in his heart. "Husband, You must have a child with me when you come back this time. At this time, Bulma also came over, shook Yichu's arm and said, Yichu couldn't help but smile after hearing a Bulma say this. Yichu agreed to Bulma, but whether or not a child could be born depends on chance. Alright, this time Yichu's return is a very important matter, we must give Yichu a good welcome. At this time, King Quan came over to speak. After hearing King Quan say this, everyone nodded, because at this time they were very happy in their hearts, so they were also preparing to hold a very important party to welcome them. Let's go to Yichu. Yichu nodded after hearing what they said. Yamoshi stood beside Yichu, and there was some expectation in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Yichu and Yamoshi lived on Yichu planet, and during the few days they lived on Yichu planet, a major party began to be held on Yichu planet. A few days later, Yichu's welcome party had already been held, so everyone who was familiar with Yichu came here, and the more powerful people in the Dragon Ball universe could come here to participate in this party. This party is very grand. Almost all the well-known masters in the Dragon Ball universe have come to participate, and the influence of this party has also spread to the ordinary people of the Dragon Ball universe. The entire Dragon Ball universe looks very happy and harmonious. Yichu also brought it out at the party. The Demon Dragon Ball universe got some things. In the Demon Dragon Ball universe, there are also many good things. These things were also given to Yichu by the Demon Lord before. The quantity there were a lot of Yichu, and this time he took out some of them. It contains some precious treasures, delicious divine fruit, and some magic tea, each of which can be said to be the best, so this banquet is also for all the participants to praise. Yichu was the focus of everyone at the banquet. In the banquets he walked through again and again, countless experts raised their glasses to Yichu, and they also respected Yichu very much. Thinking back to the first time they saw Yichu, their hearts were filled with emotion. It didn't seem like much time had passed, but Yichu had already become the ruler of their Dragon Ball universe, and even King Quan couldn't see it. The depths of the clear leaves in autumn have faded. I just feel that Yichu is like a vast ocean now. He is like a small boat in the vast ocean. As long as Yichu gets angry, he can easily overturn him. Up. 277. One night 5/6. This party was held for 10 days and 10 nights, and after the 10 days and 10 nights passed, Yichu and Chi-Chi Bulma once again lived in the same room at the end of the party. Husband, we haven't been intimate for a long time. Chi-Chi opened her mouth and crawled towards Yichu. Chi-Chi was lying on top of Yichu's body, touching Yichu's body with his tender skin. Bulma was also lying beside Yichu. Her clothes were half unbuttoned, and she was full of temptation. Bulma's hands were constantly stroking Yichu's chest. Yichu's strong chest also made Bulma very attractive. The heart is constantly fluctuating. Husband, I haven't seen you for a while, you seem to have added a little more charm. Bulma stroked Yichu's chest with her hand and whispered, 033, in Yichu's ear. Yichu smiled when she heard Bulma say this. In fact, Yichu knew in his heart why this was, because Yichu's strength had increased a lot, and he had experienced so many things, and the field of freedom and extreme intention was getting deeper and deeper, and Yichu gradually formed a temperament. That is a supreme temperament. Therefore, even people who saw Yichu for the first time would be infected by Yichu's temperament, and they wanted to surrender to Yichu. Bulma and Chi-Chi looked at Yichu. Not only did their eyes have spring waves, they stroked Yichu's chest, and their hearts were beating constantly, and they couldn't wait to jump on Yichu's body. Husband, it's not easy for you to meet us again, this time we'll have to linger for a while longer. Bulma opened her mouth, and Bulma rushed towards Yichu the next moment, hanging directly on Yichu's body. Serving Yichu together. Fluttering like a fairy, like a dream, Yichu's presence in such a feeling is also extremely happy in his heart. It's a pity that the spring night dream was short, and the night passed quickly. The next morning light fell on Chi-Chi's room, while Yichu and Chi-Chi Bulma were both lying on the bed. At this time, Chi-Chi was lying on Yichu's body, and Bulma was also lying beside Yichu, and Yichu's hand was on Bulma's chest. Bulma turned her body, her chest pressed Yichu's hand under it, and Yichu slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the boundless scenery, Yichu's mouth showed a satisfied smile. Thinking of what happened last night, his heart was filled with satisfaction. Although Yichu wanted to be like last night, Yichu knew that these things could be done at any time, and he still had more important things to do. Then Yichu sat up silently and put on his clothes. At this time, Chi-Chi and Bulma also woke up. When they looked at Yichu, their eyes were filled with contentment and tenderness. "Husband, are you getting dressed so soon?" Chi-Chi asked Yichu, and Yichu nodded after hearing Chi-Chi like this. "Yeah, Kiki Bulma, I also miss the lingering time with you, but now I also have to put on my own clothes and go out to deal with some other things." Yichu opened his mouth. After hearing Yichu say this, Chi-Chi and Bulma felt a little disappointed in their hearts, but they also understood Yichu. "Okay, if that's the case, let's put some clothes on for you." Chi-Chi Bulma opened her mouth, and then Chi-Chi Bulma picked up Yichu's clothes and helped Yichu wear them a little bit. Yichu also felt extremely comfortable. "Go." When Yichu opened the door, a cool breeze blew on Yichu's body, making Yichu feel that his body and mind were also extremely comfortable. Yichu was walking on his own planet, and there were people coming and going around him. Looking at his prosperous planet, Yichu's heart was filled with extreme happiness, as if he was watching a child born by him grow up. For Yichu, Yi Shaoxin is his own child, and Yichu planet is like Yichu's child. "I've been with my husband for so long this time, should I be pregnant with my own child?" After Yichu left, Bulma looked at her stomach and thought. During this period of time, although Yi Shaoxin was also extremely good and Bulma liked Yi Shaoxin very much, Bulma felt a little regretful in her heart, because Bulma also wanted to have a real child of her own. When Yichu was walking on his planet, all the Saiyans also saw Yichu. Their eyes were full of longing light. Looking at Yichu, even if Yichu didn't say anything, he didn't do anything. What action came out, but their hearts were inexplicably full of motivation, and they began to work very hard on their own affairs. Yichu looked at them, and was extremely satisfied in his heart. He nodded to them from afar, so seeing Yichu nodding, everyone was even more excited, and the entire Yichu planet was filled with vibrant scene. Yichu immediately walked out of his own planet and came to the Dragon Ball universe. After Yichu came to the Dragon Ball universe, you walked a few steps towards the Dragon Ball universe and found that the Dragon Ball universe was also a harmonious scene. Yichu, I was even happier in my heart. Immediately afterwards, Yichu began to walk in the Dragon Ball universe. This time, his first purpose was to visit the Dragon Ball universe, and his second purpose was to find some clues about other universes. Shuttled through the Dragon Ball universe. Many people also saw Yichu's figure. When they saw Yichu's body, their hearts were filled with a kind of feeling. The feeling of stability. It seems that there is no longer any worries in life. Yichu was like a pillar of the sky, holding up the sky in the Dragon Ball universe steadily, giving them a stable home. This is my Dragon Ball universe, this is my home. From now to the future, this place will definitely be stronger. Standing in the starry sky of the Dragon Ball universe, Yichu said lightly, and his heart was full of longing. At this time, Yichu's heart moved slightly, because he felt that the formation in the Dragon Ball universe secret realm seemed to be triggered. And the moment the formation was triggered, the information of the person who came was also passed on to Yichu, and Yichu also knew in his heart who came to the Dragon Ball universe. 278. Extraordinary Dragon Ball Universe, 6/6. It turned out to be the Lord of the Demons who came to the Dragon Ball universe. It seems that he is also very curious about our Dragon Ball universe. Yichu thought in his heart that even though the Demon Lord came to the Dragon Ball universe, Yichu was not too worried, because at this time Yichu's strength had already been dominated by the Demon Lord, and Yichu was in the Dragon Ball universe. This is his home ground again. If he wants to fight, he can easily defeat the Demon Lord. I don't know what happened to him when he came here this time. I'll go and ask him. Yichu thought to himself, and then Yichu walked towards the distance. When the Demon Lord came to the Dragon Ball universe, his heart was full of curiosity. He looked into the Dragon Ball universe and immediately sensed the scene in the Dragon Ball universe. He felt that the Dragon Ball universe was very harmonious. The human ruler's heart is also filled with a little bit of envy. I don't know what Yichu is doing at this time. He probably doesn't know I'm here, right? The Demon Lord thought in his heart, and when he was about to leave as soon as he moved, he suddenly felt a little space fluctuation in the distance, and then the Demon Lord turned to his own head. It was found that Yichu came out of the space. Yichu was arrogant, walked out of the space, and when he saw Yichu walking directly here, the Demon Lord also became a little surprised in his heart. Yichu, do you know that I'm here? The Demon Lord opened his mouth to ask, and he was very surprised in his heart. After hearing the Demon Lord asking this, Yichu nodded slightly, and the Demon Lord was also a little worried in his heart, because he didn't know in his heart. How did Yichu find out that he was in the Dragon Ball universe? But the Demon Lord didn't ask much. Yichu, the reason why I came to the Dragon Ball universe this time is to find clues about other universes with you, shouldn't you mind? The Demon Lord didn't know why he was a little nervous in his heart, then he opened his mouth and asked. Yichu also nodded after hearing the Demon Lord like this, and he didn't mind that much in his heart. If the Demon Lord came to the Dragon Ball universe, and then looked for clues from other universes together, it might be of great help to him, because the strength of the Demon Lord is in the Dragon Ball universe. No one but himself can do it. Comparable. Okay, Lord of the Demons, since you want to come here to find clues in other universes with me, how could I refuse you? It's also very helpful to me, and I'd like to thank you for coming here. Yichu opened his mouth, and after hearing what Yichu said, the Demon Lord also nodded, and he also had a lot of kindness in Yichu's heart. The Demon Lord came here this time. In fact, on the one hand, he wanted to find out clues about other universes with Yichu, but he actually had another thing, and that was about Boo. Boo once calculated in the Dragon Ball universe that he was finally checked by Yichu, but there are a lot of things left in the absence of it. As for Boo, the Demon Lord is also a little curious, because Boo is actually longer than his survival time. It's just because Boo has been sleeping in the Dragon Ball universe, so Boo's strength has not increased too much, so he was easily defeated by Yichu, but I don't know why Majin Buu has been sleeping all the time. Yichu, in fact, I came here for one more thing. I wanted to find some clues about Boo. The Demon Lord opened his mouth, and Yichu was also a little surprised when he heard the Demon Lord say this. Master of the Demons, you should also know that Boo was killed by me. Yichu opened his mouth, and so did the Demon Lord, shaking his head. Yichu, the reason why I am looking for Boo is not to be revenged by Boo, but because Boo has a lot of secrets. He has a very long history, and his origin is even deeper than mine. He's been sleeping in your Dragon Ball universe, so he's not that powerful. The Demon Lord opened his mouth, and Yichu was also slightly surprised after hearing the Demon Lord say this. According to the information I got, Boo should have lost his previous memory, and he doesn't know why he has been sleeping all the time. That's why he is like this. The Demon Lord opened his mouth, Yichu nodded, and then Yichu and the Demon Lord searched for a while in the Dragon Ball universe, but they didn't find too many clues. However, the Demon Lord also discovered something unusual. The Demon Lord frowned, and Yichu also saw the Demon Lord's frown. The Demon Lord, why are you frowning so tightly? Did you find something? Yichu looked at the Demon Lord and asked. After hearing Yichu's words, the Demon Lord also began to explain. Yichu, after I walked in your Dragon Ball universe for a while, I found that your Dragon Ball universe may be more mysterious than we thought. The Demon Lord opened his mouth. These are some of the things he discovered during this period of time, and the reason why Yichu didn't find such a 913 thing is because Yichu has always been in the Dragon Ball universe, just like a fish living in water but feeling it's not like water, so he didn't find such a thing. After hearing the Demon Lord say this, Yichu was also extremely surprised. Oh, Demon Lord, there is such a thing, can you tell me in detail? Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing what Yi Chu said, the Demon Lord was silent for a while, then raised his head and started talking to Yi Chu. Yi Chu, although your Dragon Ball universe looks very weak and simple on the surface, it's not just that. And I learned from the news before that your Dragon Ball universe seems to be created by the Dragon God, but I also discovered some different things during this period of time. Although your Dragon Ball universe seems to be created by the Dragon God, it is not the case. The Dragon God is just based on your universe, and then adds some more. As for the original appearance of your Dragon Ball universe, it seems to be hidden very deeply. It hasn't been revealed yet. The Demon Lord continued to say. After hearing the words of the Demon Lord, waves of waves rose in Yi Chu's heart. 279. The Demon Lord as a guest, 1/6. Yi Chu carefully thought about what the Demon Lord said, and felt a little abnormal in his heart. It seemed that it was what the Demon Lord said, and Yi Chu felt more and more in his heart. I didn't discover these things in the past. Fortunately, you reminded me of the Master of the Devil. Now that I think about it, it seems to be the case. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and his heart was constantly surging. He turned his head and looked into the Dragon Ball universe. He always felt that the Dragon Ball universe seemed a little unfamiliar. There are many secrets hidden in the seemingly ordinary Dragon Ball universe. At this time, Yi Chu also remembered something. When he entered the demon universe, he did not find that he could travel through time and space in the demon universe. Thinking of what happened in the Dragon Ball universe, Yi Chu's heart became even more volatile. After a while, Yi Chu finally calmed down the fluctuations in his heart. Yi Chu, although we haven't found any other clues for the time being, if we look for it, maybe we can find clues from other universes. The Demon Lord opened his mouth, and Yi Chu nodded after hearing what the Demon Lord said. After a while, the two of them still couldn't find any clues about other universes, and then Yi Chu could only bring the Demon Lord to his planet. Yi Chu and the Demon Lord came to his own planet. When Yi Chu and the Demon Lord came to the outside of Yi Chu's planet, the people on Yi Chu's planet also felt these two very large auras in the sky. One of the breaths they were very familiar with was Yi Chu's breath, but the other breath made them very scared. Because they felt that it was a very large devil's breath, because the devil used to be a disaster in the Dragon Ball universe, so the people on Yi Chu planet are also familiar with the devil's breath. What's going on? How can there be the aura of a demon outside, and the aura is so powerful? The people on Yi Chu's planet became a little terrified, and even though Yi Chu didn't enter his planet at this time, he still felt the situation on his planet. The devil dominates, you should hide the breath of your body, the people on my planet are already a little scared. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi Chu's words, the Demon Lord nodded, and then the Demon Lord used a secret technique to cover up his aura. He also looked like an ordinary person, but if you sensed it carefully, if so, you can also feel that there is an incomparably powerful energy in his body. Okay, now you can go to my planet. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and then Yi Chu took the Demon Lord to use space to shuttle to his planet. At this time, Wukong, Quanwang and the others also ran out. What's the matter? Is there a demon attacking? King Quan opened his mouth, and Wukong was also very frightened when he stood beside him. At this time, Yamosi stepped forward. Everyone, don't worry too much, it's just a demon friend of Yi Chu who came here. Yamosi opened his mouth, because Yamosi was also familiar with the aura of the Demon Lord, so at this time he knew that the Demon Lord was coming, and Yamosi also knew the relationship between the Demon Lord and Yi Chu. So at this time he opened his mouth and said. After hearing Yamosi's words, the people around were extremely surprised. At this time, they looked into the air and saw Yi Chu and the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord was standing beside Yi Chu and respected Yi Chu very much. Haha, don't panic, let me introduce to you that this is the Master of the Devil, my friend, he is not hostile to us. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi Chu's words, the Demon Lord nodded as well. After seeing the appearance of the two, the people on Yi Chu's planet also relaxed. King Quan also looked closely at the Demon Lord. At this time, he was still a little surprised, because just now, King Quan felt that the Demon Lord was very powerful, and he couldn't resist it at all. And Yi Chu has been hiding his strength, so King Quan doesn't know what Yi Chu's strength is, but when he saw the aura emerging from the Demon Lord, King Quan also guessed Yi Chu a little bit. Strength, because the Demon Lord also respected Yi Chu very much before, it seemed that Yi Chu's status seemed to be a little higher than that of the Demon Lord. It's unimaginable, has Yi Chu's strength reached this level now? King Quan thought of it, and his heart was also a little admirable. Haha, everyone, don't panic, I don't mean anything, just like what Yi Chu said. At this time, the Demon Lord opened his mouth, and after hearing the words of the Demon Lord, everyone became more relaxed, and the Demon Lord was also another secret method, which made his voice carry a very soft energy, so that all the people my heart also became a little more relaxed. Quote. Since it is Yi Chu's friend, then we will definitely entertain you. At this time, Chi-Chi also came over to speak. Chi-Chi was not so flustered in her heart, because Yi Chu was his husband, and Yi Chu was not so flustered when she saw the Demon Lord, so Chi-Chi was not so flustered in her heart. The Panic Factory. Okay, everyone, just go down and prepare a few dishes, and then come to entertain the Demon Lord. Yi Chu opened his mouth. Chi-Chi and Bulma also went down and prepared the dishes for them. Yi Chu and the Demon Lord also stood there, and the Demon Lord looked at Yi Chu's planet and was somewhat amazed. Good. Yi Chu's planet was not extremely brilliant in the eyes of the Demon Lord, but the Demon Lord also saw the potential of Yi Chu's planet. The Lord of Demons roughly sensed the planet Yi Chu, and immediately sensed the existence of some outstanding talents. Yi Chu, your planet is incredible. In the future, the strength of the people on your planet will be very high. Although your Dragon Ball universe doesn't seem to be very powerful at this time, with your leadership, after a period of time, the strength of your Dragon Ball universe will be very happy, even surpassing ours. The Demon Lord opened his mouth, and Yi Chu also nodded at this time. At this time, after the Demon Lord continued to improve his surroundings, his heart became a little surprised, because at this time, the Demon Lord felt some demon breath. 280. EPUB's disappearance 2/6. Yi Chu, are there still possessed people on your planet? The Demon Lord opened his mouth. After hearing what the Demon Lord said, Yi Chu thought about it and nodded. There was no Demon Lord on his planet, but there was an EPUB. Because EPUB absorbed some of it, he also had some devilish aura on him. The Lord of the Demons, I think you should be talking about EPUB. At this time, I will find EPUB to show you, and you will know. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi Chu say this, the Demon Lord was also surprised in his heart, and then the Demon Lord looked at Yi Chu and wanted Yi Chu to call that EPUB over. Goku, where is EPUB now? You go and call him over and show us. Yi Chu said. He hadn't seen EPUB before, so he was also a little curious. He didn't know what EPUB was doing at this time, and Wukong and EPUB were very good friends, so Yi Chu also let Wukong go find EPUB. After hearing Yi Chu say this, Wukong also nodded. To be honest, he hadn't seen EPUB for a while. He had a good relationship with EPUB before, but at this time he has his own the girl I like, so I haven't stayed with EPUB for too long. Immediately afterwards, Wukong walked down, and after searching Yi Chu's planet for a while, he couldn't find EPUB's figure. Wukong was also a little curious, and walked back with this helplessness. Brother Yi Chu, we didn't find EPUB, and we don't know where EPUB went at this time. When Wukong spoke, he also had some doubts in his heart. After hearing Wukong's words, Yi Chu also became curious in his heart, and then Yi Chu stood up. His strength is incomparably high, and his mental power is also incomparably majestic, covering a large area around him in an instant. After Yi Chu searched the surrounding area for a moment, his heart also became a little surprised, because at this time he realized that EPUB was not on his planet. Where the hell did EPUB go? Yi Chu thought in his heart that he was also very curious, and then Yi Chu went down. He gathered a lot of people, and then searched for a while in the Dragon Ball universe, but still couldn't find any clues for EPUB. EPUB seems to have disappeared from the Dragon Ball universe, without the slightest impression, but also very surprised. Oops, it looks like EPUB may have disappeared and I don't know where. At this time, Yichu finally found out the news, and he became a little surprised in his heart. He didn't expect that EPUB would disappear inexplicably. Goku, how long has it been since you saw EPUB? Yichu opened his mouth and said to Wukong. Hearing Wukong and Yichu's question, Wukong and the others also shook their heads. Then Yichu continued to inquire. He found that no one had seen each other for 3 months. EPUB, because EPUB has always been alone, so they didn't notice it. EPUB has disappeared from the Dragon Ball universe, and I don't know where he went. Yichu opened his mouth, and he was very puzzled. Yichu had a little doubt that EPUB might not be in the Dragon Ball universe, because if he was in the Dragon Ball universe, he couldn't get any news. Sorry for the Master of the Devil, I originally wanted to introduce EPUB to you, but I didn't expect EPUB to disappear, and I don't know where it went. Yichu turned his head and said to the Demon Lord. After the Demon Lord heard Yichu say this, he also became a little puzzled in his heart. What's so special about Yichu's EPUB? Can you tell me, Biff, in detail? The Demon Lord opened his mouth, and he was also very curious about this EPUB in his heart, because he had sensed some demon's breath before, but Yichu was going to find EPUB, so he was also intuitive in his heart, feeling that EPUB may have something to do with the devil. Devil Lord. In fact, EPUB is the reincarnation of Boo, and he also absorbed Boo in the end, and he also has a very strong talent, and his strength is relatively high, but at this time, I don't know why, he disappeared in this Dragon Ball universe. Inside. Yichu opened his mouth. After hearing what Yichu said, the Demon Lord was also extremely surprised. He didn't expect that EPUB was the reincarnation of Boo. Yichu, according to what you said, that EPUB might indeed have disappeared in your Dragon Ball universe, because Boo has many secrets hidden in his body, and EPUB also absorbed Boo. The original secret luck of Boo is also transferred to EPUB, even more than before. We can't predict where he goes, but maybe one day we can see him again. The Demon Lord opened his mouth, and he felt a little regretful in his heart, because when he heard Yichu say this, he became even more curious about EPUB, but EPUB had already disappeared in the Dragon Ball universe at that time, so he was also couldn't find any clues to EPUB. Yichu sighed, and then Yichu could only go down with the Demon Lord, and Yamoshi and King Quan ran over to ask Yichu what clues Yichu was looking for, especially Wukong seemed very worried about the future. I thought something happened to EPUB. Brother Yichu, where did EPUB go? I don't know how he is doing now. Wukong came over with some worry in his eyes, and asked Yichu. After hearing Wukong's question, Yichu also shook his head. Wukong, don't worry, EPUB is impossible to do anything. You have to know that EPUB has a lot of secrets, and his talent is not much inferior to yours. Even if he goes to other universes, I believe he must be doing well too. Quote. Yichu opened his mouth. After hearing Yichu's words, Wukong's heart was inexplicably relaxed. Then Wukong nodded and walked to the side. During this period of time, Yichu took the Demon Lord to familiarize himself with his own Dragon Ball universe, and the Demon Lord was a little nostalgic for it, but they were still looking for clues in other universes, but they haven't been looking for it for a long time. To what clues? Dragon Ball Daily Gift Pack Chapter 281 to 300. 281. Fallen Angel Feather Change. Yichu couldn't help but feel a little disheartened in his heart. When he was searching again in this Dragon Ball universe this day, he suddenly felt a slight movement in his heart, because at this time he felt that something in his storage space seemed to move. There is something in my storage space that seems to react a little bit, and I don't know what it is. Yichu thought in his heart. Then Yichu opened his storage space, and then Yichu saw the thing in the storage space. That thing was a feather, the feather looked black, and it exuded evil breath. Fallen Angel Feather. Yichu was also very surprised, but he didn't expect that it was actually a fallen angel feather that sent out the induction. You must know that he got the fallen 443 angel feathers before, but the fallen angel feathers have never responded. I didn't expect the fallen angel feathers to have a little reaction at this time. Yichu was also very puzzled. He didn't know why the fallen angel feather reacted. Then Yichu took out the fallen angel feather. Yichu put the fallen angel feather tightly on his hand. The fallen angel feather shone with black light, which looked very deep. I don't know why there is such a reaction on the fallen angel's feather. In Yichu's heart, he thought that he would feel the slightest sensation, and found that the reason why the fallen angel feather had a little reaction seemed to be related to the space in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Yichu walked towards the front. When he walked towards the front, Yichu also became extremely surprised, because when he walked towards the front, he felt that there seemed to be some kind of huge force in front of him. Of attraction. Yichu continued to walk forward for a while, and suddenly he found a small white spot in the dark Dragon Ball universe. When he saw this small white spot, Yichu was also very surprised. What do you think? Yichu walked up to this little white dot. This small white spot is like a hole in a piece of paper, emitting an extremely bright light from the inside. There is such a small hole in the starry sky of the Dragon Ball universe, and I don't know what it is and why. Yichu was curious, and then Yichu approached, looking carefully at the small hole. When Yichu stared at this hole, his heart was also very shocked. He felt as if his eyes were attracted by this hole, and he realized that he kept pouring into this hole. After Yichu's eyes were completely attracted by this hole, Yichu also felt that his field of vision became a little wider in an instant. For a moment, Yichu seemed to sense a very strange universe. There were feathers floating in this universe. These feathers were very huge, and each of them even had the size of a planet in the Dragon Ball universe. Yichoxin was a little surprised that there were some creatures living on these feathers, and these creatures looked a bit similar to the angel family. Where the hell is this? Could it be the angel universe? Yichu was very surprised. At this time, he also thought that the fallen angel feathers brought him here, and at this time, he saw that there were feathers inside, so Yichu thought so in his heart. In fact, what Yichu thought in his heart was not bad. What he saw at this time was the angel universe. Yichu's heart instantly became a little excited. Before, Yichu had been walking around in the Dragon Ball universe. What was it for? To find a clue to another universe. I didn't expect the feather to send out a sense at this time. Accidentally led Yichu to find this small hole, and then saw another universe. Great, now that I have discovered the angel universe, maybe I can enter this universe after a while. Yichu thought this in his heart, and was extremely excited. At this time, Yichu carefully looked into the hole and found a little abnormal, although he seemed to be very close to the angel universe at this time, but Yichu also felt that he was actually very far away from the angel universe. There seems to be a white membrane inside this hole. This membrane also separates the Dragon Ball universe and the angel universe from each other, so that Yichu cannot easily enter it. Otherwise, Yichu only needs to shrink his body shape. If you dig into this hole, you might get into it. Yichu carefully watched the film inside the hole and found that although the film looked very thin, it seemed that it could be broken open with a light touch, but there was a very strong and condensed energy hidden in the film. If you really want to break this membrane and enter the angel universe, it will be a little difficult. I'm not in a hurry to go inside now. I'll go find the Demon Lord and Yamozi first, and discuss the method to break this membrane together. Yichu thought this in his heart, and then he marked this place and headed back to his planet. Not long after that, Yichu had already returned to his planet. At this time, the Demon Lord and Yamozi they were also chatting on Yichu's planet. Yamozi's strength is not as strong as that of the Demon Lord, but because Yamozi is Yichu's friend, the Demon Lord is also more polite to Yamozi. While chatting with the Demon Lord, Yamozi also learned a lot of practice experience from the Demon Lord's mouth. He is also somewhat grateful for the 0.1 in the Demon Lord's heart. Although the Demon Lord is the race of the Demon Lord, there is no difference in cultivation. Racial. At this time, the two of them also raised their heads. They saw a black figure walking towards them in the air. The speed of this black figure was also very fast, and this black figure was Yichu. Hey, Yi Chu is back, he seems to be very urgent, and he doesn't know what's going on. At this time, Yamozi also saw Yi Chu's expression, and his heart became a little surprised. He immediately stood up and walked towards Yi Chu. Because the Demon Lord also knew what Yi Chu had done during this period of time, so when he saw Yi Chu's expression, the Demon Lord had a faint guess in his heart that Yi Chu might have discovered some news from other universes. 282. Inform 4/6. Yi Chu, you're back this time, and you look a little anxious. Could it be that you found some news about other universes? At this time, the Demon Lord walked up to Yi Chu's side and asked. Hearing the Demon Lord's words, Yi Chu also nodded. After seeing Yi Chu's nod, the Demon Lord was also delighted in his heart. He didn't expect that Yi Chu seemed to really find news from other universes, and Yamoshi next to him also heard the question of the Master of the Devil. Seeing Yi Chu's nod, his heart became a little excited, and the two of them followed. He took a step forward and stood beside Yi Chu. Yi Chu, have you discovered news from other universes? Hurry up and tell us. Yamozi asked, the excitement in his voice could not be concealed. Yi Chu also nodded after hearing what Yamozi said. After seeing Yi Chu nod, Yamozi and the Demon Lord were even more delighted in their hearts, and then Yamozi and the Demon Lord both arrived. Beside Yi Chu. 18. And Yi Chu also opened his mouth lightly, telling them 2 clues about the angel universe. Amosham Master, it's the way it is. I got a feather before, this feather is a fallen angel's feather, and this time, this fallen angel's feather also had a little reaction, and then directed me to a very remote place in the Dragon Ball universe. I found a starry sky hole in that place, and found that the starry sky hole was leading to the angel universe. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi Chu say this, Yamozi and the Demon Lord were also extremely surprised, accompanied by a lot of joy. Yi Chu, really? If that's the case, hurry up and take us to that place to have a look, let's see if that's right. The Demon Lord opened his mouth and said. After hearing the Demon Lord say this, Yi Chu also nodded. Then he replaced Yi Chu and took the Demon Lord and Yamozi to the distance. At this time, Wukong was also standing there. Next to him, Wukong was slightly surprised when he saw Yi Chu's actions. Brother Yi Chu, where are you going now? What are you doing? Wukong opened his mouth, and after hearing Wukong say this, Yi Chu also turned his head to look at Wukong, and then said to Wukong, Wukong, I may have discovered a clue of another universe, so I'm going to take Yamozi now. Go over and take a look at the Lord of the Demons. Yi Chu opened his mouth. After hearing what Yi Chu said, Wukong was also a little surprised, but he also had some longing in his heart, because he also wanted to go to another universe, and his strength at this time can be said to be because he is relatively powerful. If you enter another universe, you can also protect your heart. Yi Chu looked at Wukong and found that there was a light of longing in Wukong's eyes. It seemed that Wukong also wanted to enter that universe, but Yi Chu felt that Wukong might not be very suitable for entering that universe. Wukong, is it possible that you also want to enter that universe? Yi Chu asked Wukong. If Wukong really wanted to enter another universe, maybe this time he could consider taking Wukong. But Wukong was silent. Wukong thought that he now has a girl he likes, yes, but if he enters that universe, the girl he likes may be lonely. After Wukong was silent for a while, he still shook his head. After seeing Wukong shaking his head, Yi Chu also nodded. Sorry, brother Yi Chu, although I really want to go to that universe, I may not be able to go to that universe this time, because I still have a girl I want to protect. Wukong opened his mouth. After hearing Wukong's words, Yi Chu's heart also felt a little turbulent, and then Yi Chu nodded. Wukong's choice may not be the most correct choice, but it is indeed the one that suits him best. Choose. Okay, since that's the case, no matter what you've decided, I won't embarrass you, so you can stay in this universe and take good care of Suiwa. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and Wukong nodded after hearing what Yi Chu said. Wukong's eyes were very firm, and this hesitation also confirmed Wukong's love for Suiwa in his heart. Okay Yi Chu, let's go there quickly. At this time, the demon lord stood beside Yi Chu and opened his mouth. After hearing what the demon lord said, Yi Chu nodded. Then Yi Chu took Yamozi and the demon lord toward the place he found before. Because when he left that place before, he also made a little mark on that place, so it is very simple for him to go to that place at this time. Not long after, Yi Chu brought Yamozi and the demon lord to the place where he was before. This is a very remote place in the Dragon Ball universe. There are hardly any people in this place, and there are even very few planets. When Yi Chu brought Yamozi and the demon lord here, Yamozi and the demon lord were also a little surprised, because this small place looked very ordinary, and it was very rare, but because of in this way, Yamozi and the demon lord also felt that this place was a little unusual, because this place was too ordinary. Immediately after Yi Chu took 057 Yamozi and the demon lord, and continued to fly forward for a while, Yamozi and the demon lord also felt a little abnormal in their hearts, because at this time, Yamozi and the demon lord also felt there is indeed a starry sky hole in the front. Although the hole in the starry sky was extremely subtle, Yi Chu had already brought Yamozi and the demon lord here. They were also very vigilant, and their strength was extremely powerful, so they found the starry sky in an instant. Hole. The starry sky hole also looked extremely hidden, and then the demon lord pointed to the starry sky hole and said, "Yi Chu, is that the starry sky hole you are talking about?" The demon lord asked. At this time, Yi Chu took the two of them and flew around the starry sky hole. Yi Chu nodded. "Yamozi, the master of the devil, the place I said is this place. You go over, and then carefully sense it to know if what I said is true." Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi Chu say this, Yamozi and the demon lord were also extremely excited, and then the two of them quickly ran to the starry sky hole and let them run to the starry sky. When the hole was by their side, the two of them also hurriedly looked at the hole in the starry sky. 283. The starry sky opposite the starry sky, 5/6. When their eyes looked at this starry sky hole, their eyes seemed to be attracted by this starry sky hole, and then they were just like Yi Chu's before. Their eyes were constantly engulfed, and a grand vision appeared in front of them. Universe. This universe seems to be in front of them. There are many feather-like planets floating in this universe. These feathers are very huge, and there are many creatures on these feathers. When the two of them saw such a scene, they believed what Yi Chu said. After a period of time, the two of them retracted their gaze, and the waves were constantly surging in their hearts, and their hearts were also very shocked. "Yi Chu, you are right, this place does lead to another universe, and this universe is very likely the angel universe you mentioned." At this time, Yamozi opened his mouth and said to Yi Chu. The demon lord also nodded. Both of them were extremely shocked. In the past, they knew that there were other universes, but feeling and real discovery were two different things. This time, they were also shocked and excited in their hearts. "Yi Chu, if that's the case, what are we waiting for? Hurry up and get ready and go inside." The demon lord opened his mouth. After hearing what the demon lord said, Yi Chu shook his head, because he knew in his heart that although this place seemed to be easy to enter, it would still be difficult if he really wanted to enter. The demon lord, look at this place carefully. If you want to enter, you must break a membrane before you can enter it. Yi Chu opened his mouth. After hearing what Yi Chu said, Demon Lord and Yamozi were also a little surprised. Then the two of them moved towards the starry sky hole. After watching for a while, they became a little surprised. Indeed, as Yi Chu said, although this place does not look any different, it seems that you can enter the angel universe in the next moment, but there is a very thin film in that place, and this film is transparent. This film looks very fragile, as if it can be broken lightly, and then the two sensed it, and then they knew in their hearts that to destroy this film, the force required is very huge. Yi Chu, you're right, if we want to enter this angel universe, we need all three of us to gather together, and then the combined strength can destroy this membrane, and then enter this universe, and it must be broken. After this film, the masters in the angel universe will also receive a little bit of induction. When the demon lord opened his mouth, he was also a little afraid in his heart. If they want to do this, they must be prepared, because if they let the membrane break open and let the masters in the angel universe sense it, maybe they will be at that time. There are some dangers. Then the demon lord also told Yamozi and Yichu what he had learned. Yichu and Yamozi frowned after hearing such a thing. Devil Lord, you're right, we really have to be prepared, and sooner or later we can enter the angel universe, so don't be in a hurry. Yichu opened his mouth. The reason why he said this was that he was not fully prepared to enter the angel universe. Because at this time, he also misses Kiki and Bulma very much. If he enters the angel universe, Kiki and Bulma will be alone again, so he has to give Kiki and Bulma an explanation. Yamozi next to him also nodded. In fact, Yamozi became a little hesitant in his heart, because it has not been a long time since they entered the Dragon Ball universe at this time, but they will enter after a period of time. On the face of the angel universe, Yamozi hesitated in his heart. But after thinking about it for a while, Yamozi gradually became firmer in his heart. He still has to enter another universe, because only if his strength is stronger, he can get more of what he wants. At this time, the demon lord seems to have thought of something. And Yichu also saw the expression of the demon lord, and then Yichu asked the demon lord, "The demon lord, did you think of something? If you think of something, tell it to me and the two of you. Listen to the rules." Yichu opened his mouth, and when Yichu said this, even the demon lord began to explain. Indeed, the demon lord had thought of something, and the things he thought of were also found through the books in his universe. Yichu, I may know what this film is. According to legend, there is some protective film between the universe, and the protective film is also the reason for the separation between the universe and the universe. This protective film can be said to gather the power of the entire universe, so if we want to break it, we need a lot of power, and when we attack, we will be counterattacked by some universes. If we can't break the universe, if it is a thin film, maybe it will be attacked by the feedback from this cosmic thin film and die. The demon lord opened his mouth. Yichu was also a little surprised when he heard the demon lord speak, and then he nodded, feeling that they had to be fully prepared. Okay, if that's the case, then we'll go back first, and then make some preparations. After we're ready, we'll come here again, break the membrane, and enter the angel universe. Qian's. Yichu opened his mouth. After hearing what Yichu said, the demon lord and Yamozi also nodded. Then the three of them continued to go back to Yichu's planet. Not long after that, Yichu came to his planet. After Yichu returned to his own planet, Bulma and Chi-Chi also ran over, and some people who were familiar with Yichu also ran over, because they also saw Yichu lead the two of them towards the Dragon Ball universe before. Flying inside, I don't know what I did, but Wukong knows a little bit, so some people also find some things that control through Wukong. Yichu, I heard that you have found a clue to another universe. Are you going to enter another universe after a while? At this time, King Quan came over and spoke. In fact, King Quan actually had some yearning for another universe in his heart. 284. Tenderness before parting, 6/6. After hearing what King Quan said, Yichu fell silent. After some time passed, Yichu nodded his head. Yes, King Quan, you are right, we have indeed found information about another universe, and after a period of time, maybe we will enter another universe, maybe you also want to enter another universe. Yichu opened his mouth. After hearing Yichu say this, King Quan hesitated in his heart. After a while, King Quan thought about it for a while, but he still shook his head. Yichu, although I really wanted to enter another universe, I was already very big, so I won't mess around. King Quan opened his mouth, although his heart was very longing for another universe, because in another universe, his strength might be greatly improved, but King Quan has been staying in this universe, and his heart has not changed. He got a little slack. He was afraid that he would enter another universe and encounter any danger, so King Quan also rejected this matter. But Yichu, if you find other Quanwongs in another universe, please let me know. At this time, King Quan also raised his head and said to 803 Yi Chu. Yi Chu nodded immediately after hearing King Quan say this. Don't worry, King Quan, if I see another King Quan, I will definitely tell you. Yi Chu said. During this period of time, he entered the demon universe, but he did not get any news about King Quan, but Yi Chu felt that there must be a race of King Quan, and the reason why King Quan's race existed in the demon universe, there is no news, probably because the whole king's race may have an extremely high status. After hearing what Yi Chu said, King Quan felt relieved, and then King Quan thanked Yi Chu and walked aside. At this time, Bulma and Chi-Chi also heard Yi Chu's words, and they felt in their hearts. Mian was also very worried, and then they ran towards Yi Chu. Husband, are you going to enter another angel universe in a while? What should we do in this case? Bulma asked Yi Chu. After hearing Kiki and Bulma ask this, Yi Chu also became a little silent. He was also reluctant to bed Kiki and Bulma because he came to the Dragon Ball universe. After all, there is not much time to leave Kiki and Bulma, and my heart is also very reluctant. Bulma, Kiki, I understand your thoughts in my heart and know that you are very reluctant to part with me. In fact, I am very reluctant to part with you, but I still have to leave the Dragon Ball universe. Yi Chu opened his mouth, but he felt a little helpless in his heart. After hearing Yi Chu's words, there were no tears in Chi-Chi and Bulma's eyes. He walked to their side and hugged the two of them tightly in his arms. Kiki, Bulma, the reason why I want to go to another universe is to improve my strength, not only because of my ideals, but also because I want to better protect you. Yi Chu opened his mouth. After hearing what Yi Chu said, the girl and Bulma kept surging in their hearts. They knew that what Yi Chu said was indeed correct. Kiki and Bulma understood Yi Chu in their hearts. Okay, if that's the case, Yi Chu, we won't stop you, you can go. After a while, Chi-Chi nodded his head and said, but at this time Yi Xiaoshan also ran over from a distance. Yi Xiaoshan ran over, and he looked at Yi Chu blankly. Yi Xiaoshan was also very aggrieved, because he did not think that after his father came back, he wanted to leave not long after. Yi Xiaoshan really wanted to keep his father, but at this time, Yi Xiaoshan felt that he had grown up, and he should not be Yi Chu's burden, but Yi Chu's pride. Father, I know what you're thinking. Father, since you want to go to a distant place, then you can go as far as you can. When you come back, I will definitely be stronger and make you proud. At this time, Yi Xiaoshan also stood next to Yi Chu and said. After hearing Yi Xiaoshan's words, Yi Chu felt very relieved. Yi Chu looked at Yi Xiaoshan, walked over and stroked Yi Xiaoshan's head. It seems that my Yi Xiaoshan has really grown up. Yi Xiaoshan, my father believes in you. It will definitely be my greatest pride in the future. Yi Chu opened his mouth. Hearing Yi Chu say this, Yi Xiaoshan also became somewhat satisfied. Immediately after, Yi Chu stayed on his planet for a while, and during this period of time, Yi Chu was also constantly lingering with Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Yi Xiaoshan. Yi Chu also took Yi Xiaoshan to wander around the Dragon Ball universe for a while. During this period of time, Yi Chu was extremely leisurely, because he knew that if he didn't cherish this period of time, he might want to cherish it when he left here. That's too late. During this period of time, Chi-Chi and Bulma were also very happy, and they didn't think about anything else. It seemed that there was Yi Chu in their eyes, and a few people lived like ordinary people. Totally precious. On this day, the sun rose from the west, and the endless rays of light shone on the earth. Yi Chu also opened his eyes. He was still lying on the bed with Kiki and Bulma. Yi Chu put on his clothes silently. This time, he did not ask Chi-Chi and Bulmaki to help him get dressed. When Yi Chu put on his clothes, Chi-Chi and Bulma also slowly woke up. Chi-Chi and Bulma looked at Yi Chu. At this time, they also knew in their hearts that Yi Chu might really want to leave this time. He was going to the angel universe. Husband, you're up, are you leaving now? At this time, Chi-Chi spoke. After hearing Chi-Chi say this, Yi Chu was silent for a while, and then nodded fiercely. Seeing Yi Chu nodding, Chi-Chi felt a touch of disappointment in her heart, but Chi-Chi still managed to build her own body. Then Chi-Chi hugged Yi-Chu, and then Chi-Chi hugged Yi-Chu fiercely in her arms, and the next moment Chi-Chi's mouth was stuck on Yi-Chu's mouth, and then the two of them were together. Start kissing. 285. The three join forces. This kiss was also the longest kiss between Chi-Chi and Yi-Chu. Chi-Chi and Yi-Chu kept kissing. They kissed for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes passed, Chi-Chi retracted her mouth. My heart is also full of reluctance. Okay, alright husband, this time you can leave, hurry up, if you don't leave, I may be a little reluctant. Chi-Chi opened her mouth. After hearing what Chi-Chi said, Yi-Chu's heart was also constantly fluctuating, and she felt a little reluctant to bear Chi-Chi and Bulma, but then he also knew in his heart that what Chi-Chi said was right. Immediately after, Yi-Chu stood up and walked out quickly, because Yi-Chu felt in his heart that if he didn't walk so fast, he might turn around uncontrollably and give up. Yi-Chu quickly walked out, and Chi-Chi also stood there dumbfounded. At this time, some tears also appeared in her eyes, and after all, tears flowed out. Bulma sat next to her and patted Kiki's body. Alright, Chi-Chi, don't be too sad. Although Yi-Chu has already left at this time, there is still Yi Xiaoshan. Yi Xiaoshan can accompany you, so you are not alone. Bulma spoke, and after hearing Bulma say this, Kiki felt a little relieved, and then Kiki nodded. Although Bulma said this, he is actually a little reluctant to give up, but at this time, because she got a piece of news, she and Yi-Chu were constantly lingering before, and now Bulma is also pregnant. To give Yi-Chu a surprise when he came back next time. Bulma, why aren't you how sad? At this time, Chi-Chi was also looking at Bulma, and after hearing Chi-Chi's question, Bulma also fell silent, and then Bulma slowly said to Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi, what's the use of being sad? And I've got a happy event, which is that I'm pregnant. After hearing Bulma's words, Kiki's heart continued to fluctuate, but she didn't expect Bulma to be pregnant. What? Bulma, you're pregnant, when did you happen? Why didn't you tell me? Is it a boy or a girl? Kiki opened her mouth and kept asking Bulma. Hearing you Kiki asked, Bulma also opened her mouth and answered, I am pregnant, and I am pregnant with a girl. Hearing Bulma say this, Kiki was also pleasantly surprised, because he and Bulma were like sisters, so Bulma was pregnant with a girl, which made Kiki feel extremely happy. That's great, Bulma, you are actually pregnant with a girl, so when Yi-Chu comes back next time, he will definitely be very pleasantly surprised. And if you give birth to a girl, then Yi Xiaoshan will have his own sister, so he won't be too lonely. Chi-Chi opened her mouth, because he felt that Yi Xiaoshan was very good, but Yi Xiaoshan felt a little lonely in his heart, because Yi Xiaoshan had never been accompanied by his father, and everyone knew that he was Yi-Chu's child, destined from birth. Excellent, but how to know the hard work he put in? If there is a younger sister, Yi Xiaoshan must be very happy. After Yi-Chu came out, he had already seen Yamozi and the Demon Lord waiting for him outside. The hearts of Yamozi and the Demon Lord were also constantly fluctuating, because Yamozi and the Demon Lord also understood in their hearts that they should be leaving. Yi-Chu looked at Yamozi and the Demon Lord, and the gaze in his eyes gradually became firmer. Yamozi, Lord of the Demons, let's go. Yi-Chu opened his mouth. Now that Yi-Chu said this, Yamozi and the Demon Lord also nodded, and then the three of them walked towards the place where the star hole was found at a very fast speed. Not long after that, they had already arrived at the place where the star hole was found again. This star hole is still floating quietly in the Dragon Ball universe. If someone hadn't come here, they would have found nothing. Even if someone else can discover this place, they must have entered this universe. Yi-Chu, now the three of us have made all the preparations. If that's the case, let's gather all our strengths, and then break through this cosmic barrier and go to the angel universe. Quote katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. When we break this cosmic barrier will also slowly recover, so we must enter it as soon as possible after breaking it, and it cannot last for too long. The demon lord opened his mouth. This is also the news he learned from the ancient books in the demon universe. After hearing the demon lord say this, Yichu also nodded, and Yamozi kept looking forward to it. Immediately after, the three people stood in place. They formed a triangular formation, and Yichu also stood at the front, because he wanted to let the demon lord and Yamozi exert their power on him. And Yichu also mastered a secret technique. This secret technique allowed him to gather the power of Yamozi and the demon lord. This was also a secret technique that Yichu exchanged through the system during this period of time. Yichu, are you ready? I will transfer my power to you now. The demon lord opened his mouth. Yichu nodded when he heard the demon lord say this, and then the demon lord and Yamozi exerted their powers. The momentum of the two of them continued to rise, especially the demon lord. The imposing aura of Manjo has risen to a very terrifying level, while Yichu stood quietly in place. Yamozi's aura was also constantly rising. During this period of time, Yamozi's strength has also been greatly improved, but now Yichu is the strongest among the three. Immediately afterwards, the momentum of the two of them had reached the extreme, and the energy of the two of them gathered towards Yichu, because at this time the three of them had already formed a formation, and this formation could also the strength of the two people converged on Yichu. When the strength of the two Yichu gathered on Yichu's body, Yichu's aura began to explode continuously. Transformed into a super Psy god, free and extremely mindful. Yichu had already activated these two states in an instant, and then his aura began to explode continuously. The demon lord and Yamozi, who were standing behind Yichu, also felt extremely shocked in their hearts. Mouth. 286. Breaking the cosmic barrier. The two of them felt that an incomparably huge power had emerged from Yichu, and Yichu had not displayed all his power within a period of time. During this period of time, Yichu's strength had also gained a lot. Improvement. The demon lord had always thought that Yichu might be a little stronger than himself, but he wasn't very powerful. At this time, he also felt that his previous thoughts were a bit ridiculous, because at this time Yichu's strength was actually seen it was already many times his size. Fortunately, I didn't fight against Yichu. Otherwise, Yichu's current strength would probably be able to defeat me within a few moves. The demon lord thought of this in his heart, and it also strengthened his idea of becoming good friends with Yichu, and Yamozi felt very, 740, shock in his heart. In addition, Yichu still has the power of two people, so Yichu's power is even more terrifying, but Yichu looked at the cosmic barrier in the starry sky, and he felt that such power wanted to break open. If this cosmic separation is concerned, I am afraid that it is still lacking a little. Cut the sword, come out. Yichu opened his mouth, and then the divine sword appeared in Yichu's hand. Yichu also looked very handsome with this divine sword in his hand. Yichu held the divine sharpening sword in his hand, and then stepped forward and gently swung the divine sharpening sword. All the power in Yichu's body was also poured into the divine sharpening sword. Because Yichu had exchanged another weapon enhancement talisman during this period of time, the power of the divine sword was much stronger than before. After all of Yichu's power penetrated into the divine sword, the divine sword was also radiating light, and this light illuminated this space extremely brightly. The divine sword in Yichu's hand exuded incomparably powerful light and energy, and this momentum even caused the space in front to collapse a little bit. Immediately after, Yichu swung the sword and attacked the cosmic barrier of the space ahead. The move Yichu used seemed very simple, but if you look closely, you can see that it also contains a very profound meaning. Mystery. This is really an amazing sword. The demon lord was standing behind, and when he saw Yichu unleash this sword, he felt extremely shocked in his heart. He stared at the sword that Yichu unleashed, and even felt a sense of enlightenment in his heart, and the demon lord felt in his heart that he had underestimated Yichu before. If a sword is used against him, he must not be able to resist this sword at all. Yichu swung his sword on the cosmic diaphragm. The cosmic diaphragm was in contact with Yichu's sword light, and the divine sword was really cut on the cosmic diaphragm. However, when the two things collided, no sound was made. Although there was no sound, both Yamozi and the Demon Lord felt an extremely strong power, surging towards the two of them, and even nearly knocked Yamozi to the ground. The Demon Lord also stepped back, and both of them were extremely shocked, because this was just the aftermath of the collision between the Divine Sword and the Cosmic Diaphragm, and it already had such a powerful power. Have you broken the cosmic barrier? The Demon Lord was extremely shocked, and then the Demon Lord raised his head and looked forward. However, at this time, the Demon Lord was already a little shocked in his heart, and the Divine Sword had already collided with the Cosmic Diaphragm together, but the Cosmic Diaphragm still looks like nothing has changed. Isn't it broken? The Demon Lord didn't think so in his heart. When he thought about it like this, he also became a little scared, because he knew in his heart that if the universe could not be broken open in an instant, a huge force would also be fed back from the universe. And this power is the power of the entire universe. It is extremely huge. Even the three of them are impossible to resist. They may be slaughtered in an instant. Just when the Demon Lord thought so, the cosmic membrane in front of him suddenly made a slight clicking sound. This slight click sound was very subtle, but it was clearly transmitted to the minds of the three people, and then the Demon Lord and Yamozi were a little overjoyed, because the cosmic diaphragm in front of their eyes had already slowly cracked open. There is a small crack on the cosmic diaphragm, and this small crack is gradually spreading. In an instant, the cosmic diaphragm is completely covered with cracks, and the next moment this cosmic diaphragm is completely slammed. It shattered, and the three also felt that at this moment, if they entered the angel universe, there was really no obstacle. That's great, Yi Chu. I didn't expect you to throw away the barrier of the universe with just one strike. The Demon Lord said to Yi Chu in surprise, and Yi Chu also slowly put away the sword. Well, without further ado, let's quickly enter the angel universe. Yi Chu slowly put away the divine sword and said. After hearing what Yi Chu said, Demon Lord and Yamozi became a little excited, and then Demon Lord and Yamozi ordered it. Nodding his head, he followed Yi Chu towards the angel universe. I saw that the three people had shrunk their bodies in an instant, and then they rushed towards the starry sky at an extremely fast speed. After a long time, the figures of the three people had disappeared inside. The next moment, the three of them had already entered the angel universe, and behind them was a transparent hole. This transparent hole was also the hole that Yi Chu had punched in the cosmic diaphragm. Yi Chu turned his head, and at this time, he also saw the cosmic diaphragm, which was slowly recovering at this time, and it would not be long before he would fully recover as before. The three people have already entered the angel universe at this time. After the three people entered the angel universe, they also felt a different power of the universe rules, surging towards the three people. And there are some differences between the power of the rules of the universe and the power of the rules in their universe, so if the three people want to adapt, it will take some time. The three people are affected by the power of the rules of the universe. In this universe the strength is also generally decreased a little bit. 287. Terrifying Cosmic Storm. At this time, the three of them were standing in a void in the angel universe. Yi Chu Yaoyao looked into the angel universe. There were countless huge feathers in his sight, and above these huge feathers, there are also some creatures, and these creatures look exactly the same as the angel family. We are finally in the angel universe. Yi Chu spoke lightly, and his heart was also extremely excited. The Demon Lord and Yamozi also nodded. They were even more excited than Yi Chu, and looking at the unknown angel universe, they were actually also in their hearts. There is a little panic, because they don't know what is welcoming them in their hearts. The angel universe seems to have some similarities with their universe, but it is actually very different. For example, in the void of the angel universe, there are many powerful storms. At this time, Yi Chu looked at the angel universe. In an area of 18 in the void, there was an incomparably huge storm, sweeping towards this place. This storm is extremely huge, and this storm is also sweeping towards a feathered planet. At this moment, there are countless angels on this feather planet, and these angels all look very panicked, watching the cosmic storm swept in front of them. No, it's a star storm. If this star storm swept our feathered planet, maybe we would all die. The countless angels on this feathered planet said that they were also extremely frightened in their hearts, feeling that their death was about to come. There are countless feathered planets in the angel universe. In normal times, these planets will not encounter any danger, but occasionally they will be extremely bad, and they will encounter some star storms. The power of these star storms is extremely huge. If you come here, what awaits these feather planets is only death. Because there are so many feather planets in the angel universe, no one cares about their survival. At this moment, all the creatures on this feather planet are also extremely desperate, and even many angels have given up their resistance and quietly waited for death. Just when the star storm was about to sweep over their planet, everyone on the feather planet saw three figures suddenly appear in the sky above the feather planet. The three people also looked very small, but their figures seemed to occupy the space. The whole sky is the same. Who are these three people? They are standing in front of the starry sky storm. Could it be that the three of them want to fight against the crazy storm? On this feather planet, an angel master said, and his heart became a little surprised, and some hope slowly rose in his heart. And these three people are also Yichu three people. The three of them have just entered the angel universe, so they need to inquire about some information, and then make some forces. So at this time, when Yichu saw that this feathered planet was in danger, Yichu also immediately changed his body shape with the demon lord Yamoshi. Because a long time ago, Yichu obtained a technique that allowed Yichu to transform his body shape into what he wanted to become. So just now, Yichu also instantly transformed himself into three. The human body has changed into the appearance of an angel family. Could it be that the hidden masters in the angel universe want to save us? Some people on this feathered planet said, because there are a lot of angels in the angel universe, so life has become a bit cheap. They did not expect that one day someone will come to save them. Can these three really fight against the star storm? The people on this feathered planet looked at Yichu and the three of them. They had some doubts in their hearts, but more hope rose in their hearts. They hoped that the Yichu Saiyans could block the starry sky storm, although they felt such a possibility in their hearts. Very small. At this time, the starry sky storm was also sweeping towards the feathered planet. Yichu and the three looked up at the starry sky storm in front of them. The starry sky storm was so huge that even the feathered planet that was faintly rolling around shook a little. The incomparably huge wind swept towards the three of them, accompanied by a very huge tearing force. Immediately afterwards, the starry sky storm had already swept towards the three people, and the next starry sky storm had already involved all three of them. When they saw this scene, everyone on the feather planet below became a little terrified, and they were completely desperate in their hearts. They didn't expect these three people to appear in front of the starry sky, and they didn't make any moves. Let them be engulfed by the star storm. It's over, it's over, it seems that we don't have any hope. Could these three people be fools? He even let the starry sky storm engulf them. Don't they know that there will be more terrifying dangers in the interior of the starry sky? Someone on this feathered planet said that they are now in complete despair. At this time, Yichu and the three of them were indeed engulfed by this starry sky storm. They were standing in the center of the starry sky storm, and even more huge tearing towards the three of them, but the three people's figures were not a little bit change, and Yichu 120 actually wanted to enter the interior of the new storm and observe it. Yichu was standing inside the starry sky storm. At this time, countless storms were swept around him, but Yichu's figure didn't change a little bit, and even the corners of his clothes just floated up slightly. Okay, the observation has been completed. I know how this star storm was formed. Now it's time to solve this star storm. Yichu spoke softly, and then slowly raised his palm. After Yichu raised his palm, he also gently stretched out his hand towards the front. The next moment, an incomparably huge attraction emerged from Yichu's palm. The next moment, the energy inside the starry sky storm swept toward Yichu's palm. Since Yichu wanted to use his own power to absorb all the energy in this starry sky storm, The reason why Yi Chu dared to do this is because he now understands how this starry sky storm was formed. This starry sky storm was actually formed by the convergence of various huge energies in the angel universe. Because of the huge amount of free energy, their attributes are also different, so after forming this kind of starry sky storm, this kind of starry sky storm is also extremely violent. 288. The return of the 8 views. But Yi Chu's strength is incomparably huge, and at this time he has already understood the formation of this starry sky storm, so he can use his own power to turn this starry sky storm into the purest energy, and then absorb it into his body. It can also improve his strength a little bit. At this time, the creatures on the feathered planet were already a little desperate in their hearts, but at this time they found that the starry sky storm had stopped in front, and it seemed that it was no longer moving forward, and the momentum on the starry sky storm was also rapidly shrinking. What's the matter? The star storm stopped in front of our feathered planet. Could it be that it couldn't come? Look, the star storm is slowly weakening at this time, and it looks like it will disappear soon. An angel found a little abnormal and said loudly, and his heart became a little surprised. After hearing the angel's voice, all the angels also looked up and found that the angel did say the same, in their hearts. It also became a little surprised. Then after a short time, the starry sky storm has slowly dissipated. They saw 3 people they had seen before standing above their feather planet. The 3 people looked very ordinary, but they seemed to occupy the whole area. Like the world, it was the 3 Yi Chu before. Looking at Yi Chu and the others, all the angels on this feathered planet were very surprised. They didn't expect Yi Chu to be so powerful, much stronger than they thought, and Yi Chu actually entered in the starry sky storm. The solution of this starry sky storm made them feel even more shocked in their hearts. At this time, Yi Chu and the others also solved the starry sky storm, and then slowly turned around. Yi Chu seemed to have some small winds swirling around him, and his whole body seemed to have a higher temperament. Countless angels were watching Yi Chu and the 3 of them, not only the angels on this feather planet, but also the angels on other feather planets. The angels on the other feather planets, when they saw this starry sky storm, thought that the feather planet was about to be destroyed, but they did not expect Yi Chu and the 3 to appear. They also had some doubts in their hearts, thinking that Yi Chu could solve the starry sky storm, but they didn't expect that the 3 of them would be swallowed up by the starry sky storm, so they also thought that Yi Chu would die, but in the end they didn't expect Yi Chu to die. The starry sky storm that Chu actually broke open, and it doesn't seem to have any damage. They were also very shocked. I don't know which adult he is, actually passed by here, and then helped this feather planet to solve the difficulties. In our universe, such kind adults are very rare. An angel said, and the other angels nodded, and they thought so too. At this time, all the angels on the feathered planet that Yi Chu and the 3 had just rescued were kneeling down. My lord, thank you for saving us. Countless angels knelt down to Yi Chu and the others, and then one of the strongest angels flew over and said this to Yi Chu. His eyes were full of gratitude, and his face was also very excited, because this time they finally has survived. Yi Chu looked at them quietly, and found that their eyes and expressions were also very sincere. It's nothing, we just passed by this time and saw that you encountered some danger, so I helped you solve this danger. Yi Chu opened his mouth and said, as if he had done something trivial at any time, but that was actually the case. After hearing what Yi Chu said, the angels on this feather planet felt even more grateful to Yi Chu. My lord, my name is Bajing. Although you did it smoothly this time, you saved all the angels on our feather planet. For us, it can be said that it has the grace of reconstruction. So no matter what, I'm very grateful in my heart. How about bothering the adults to come to our feather planet, and then we give you some thank you gifts. Bajing looked at Yi Chu and the 3 of them and said. After hearing Bajing say this, Yi Chu's heart moved slightly, and Bajing also kept looking at Yi Chu. He thought that Yi Chu would not agree. Have you ever thought that after a while, Yi Chu actually nodded and agreed, and Bajing felt extremely ecstatic in his heart. If the 3 of Yi Chu left directly, maybe he would always have thoughts in his heart, and if Yichu brought them to their feather planet, he could find a chance to repay Yichu, and he would have a clear conscience in his heart. Yamosi, Lord of the Demons, let's enter this feathered planet to rest for a while. Yichu said, the reason why he wants to enter this feather planet is not only because of his kindness, but also to inquire about some news on this feather planet, so at this time Bajing invited them to this feather planet. Yichu naturally did not will refuse. After hearing what Yichu said, Yamosi and the Demon Lord nodded, and then the three of them walked towards the feather planet. The experts on other feather planets in the distance are very envious. Looking at this feather planet was not only saved by Yichu this time, but they even invited Yichu to their feather planet. After one incident passed, maybe Yichu would have some relationship with them, which would also have many benefits for them. In an instant, Yichu and the others had already arrived on this feathered planet. After seeing Yichu and the others on this feathered planet, Bajing was also very excited. Nuo's Zhao. Bajing is the strongest angel on this feather planet, and also the highest ranking angel on this feather planet. Immediately after Bajing waved his hand, he began to mobilize the angel on his feather planet and began to prepare some things to welcome Yichu and the others. Thank you, sir, for coming to our feather planet, and giving us the opportunity to repay you. I know that your time is very precious, but since you came to our feather planet, you will not regret it. Bajing opened his mouth and said that they actually accumulated a lot of treasures on this feather planet, and this time he also decided to give them all to Yichu. Yichu nodded lightly after hearing what he said, and then Bajing took Yichu and the three people down, and arranged a room for the three of them, and then the three of them were on the feather planet. Stay. 289. Records of the Angel Universe. After a while, Bajing prepared some gifts and sent them to Yichu and the others. Yichu felt a little surprised when he saw the treasure in the angel universe. Bajing sent some magical weapons, magical fruits, and some magical medicines. Everything is very precious, and there are some differences from the things in the Dragon Ball universe. The things in the angel universe seem to have relatively mild attributes. Even the divine fruit and other things they brought over have obvious characteristics, and each one is very precious. After seeing these treasures, Yichu accepted them unceremoniously, because these treasures also had some use to him, so Yichu also accepted them. After Yichu planned to go down, he decided to study these treasures for a while. After seeing Yichu harvesting the treasure, Bajing felt even more happy in his heart. Lord Yichu, the three of you should settle down on our feather planet first. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Bajing arranged a room for Yichu and the others, and then stood in the room and said to Yichu and the others. Yichu nodded after hearing Bajing say this. Okay Bajing, don't worry, if you have any questions, I will definitely ask you. By the way, is there any library on your feather planet? Yichu said, if there is a library on this feather planet, he can also get some information more conveniently. After all, if he directly asks other angels, he will inevitably arouse some angels' suspicion. After hearing Yichu say this, Bajing felt a little puzzled and didn't know why Yichu was looking for the library, but Bajing could still tell. Lord Yichu, our feather planet is naturally in a library, and the role of books is also very powerful for us. We will naturally collect some books in it. Master Yichu, do you want to go to the library to read? If so, I'll take you there. Bajing opened his mouth, and not long after, Bajing took Yichu to a library above their feather planet, which also contained many precious books. Normally, apart from Bajing, no angels can read all the books in this place, but this time Bajing also gave the highest authority to Yichu and the others. Lord Yichu, this time you saved our entire feather planet, so you can read all the books in the library on this feather planet. I hope you can find what you want. Bajing opened his mouth, and then walked down. After hearing Bajing say this, Yichu also nodded, and then Yichu walked into the library. The environment in this library also looks very elegant, and it is very quiet inside, and there are a lot of books, but it is much worse than the library dominated by the devil in the devil universe. However, what Yi Chu was looking for here was ordinary news, so it didn't matter too much. When Yi Chu and the others entered the library, some powerful experts in the angel universe also had some feelings, because they felt that the barrier of the universe seemed to be broken, so there was also some feeling inside. Some surprised. And Yi Chu and the others were also in the east direction. There was a holy angel in the east direction. The holy angel was very powerful. His strength could be said to be the most powerful existence in the east direction of the angel universe. And the angel universe will always have 4 directions of southeast and east, and each of the 4 directions is also commanded by a very powerful angel. The fallen angel is also one of the 4 commanders. At this moment, in the depths of the starry sky in the northern angel universe, in a very big, splendid temple, a powerful angel dressed in very evil clothes with some degenerate breath slowly opened his eyes, and his heart there are also some turbulence on the surface. At that time, I felt that the cosmic membrane seemed to be broken by someone, and what surprised me even more was that my own feathers that I had handed to an angel before seemed to appear in this universe. I don't know who brought my feathers here. It seems that I have to do it myself, and then go down and see. The fallen angel opened his mouth, and then the fallen angel walked towards the outside. He also felt that his feathers were actually in the east direction. There were holy angels in the east of the angel universe, and the holy angel was also the one he hated the most. Immediately afterwards, the fallen angels rushed towards the feather planet where Yi Chu and the others were located, but it would take some time if he needed to arrive, because the place where he was located was also some distance away from the place where the holy angel commanded, but presumably you can get here in about a week. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. At this time, Yi Chu was still reading in the library on the feather planet. Yi Chu finally found the information he wanted. And this information was also learned by Yi Chu from a book called A Brief History of the Angelic Universe. When Yi Chu found this book, he found that the book contained a lot of detailed information about the angel universe. It is recorded in this book that the angel universe has always been a very vast universe, and there are many talents in this universe. The angel universe has always been relatively peaceful, and because the number of living beings is relatively large, it is common I don't care much about life. Every year, countless angels are born, and countless angels fall. In the angel universe, the most powerful angel is the leader, and under the angel leader are 4 big brothers of the same age. These 4 leaders lead the angel universe respectively. There are 4 directions in the southeast and east. So, is the place where we are now ruled by the holy angels. At this time, Yi Chu also learned all the information from this book. He opened his mouth and said, after hearing what Yi Chu said, Yamoshi and the demon lord next to him nodded, and their hearts kept tumbling, and this book was also Moshi found it and handed it to Yi Chu, and Yi Chu found out the news. In this case, we can now say that we have saved one of his feathered planets within the sphere of influence of the holy angel. This matter will definitely reach the ears of the holy angel. After a long time, the holy angel will come to us. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi Chu say this, the other 2 also nodded, and at this time, the demon lord's heart moved slightly. 290. The holy angel strikes. Yi Chu, not only will the holy angels notice us, but another angelic commander will also notice us. The demon lord opened his mouth. After hearing what the demon lord said, Yi Chu also nodded. He also knew in his heart who the other angel was. Devil Lord, what you said is correct. Not only holy angels will notice me, but fallen angels will also notice me. This book also tells that there are indeed fallen angels in this universe. Fallen angels, he is the commander of the north in the angel universe, and he must come here after a while. Quote. Because we broke the cosmic barrier when we came over, he sensed it too, and I still held his feathers in my hand. It's too late to throw them away, so he will definitely find us, maybe when the time comes. Tilda, let's go. Yi Chu opened his mouth. These things were all to be expected. After hearing what Yi Chu said, Yamoshi felt a little flustered in his heart, because at this time he knew in his heart that the strength of the creatures in the angel universe was generally very strong. Powerful, even more powerful than the Majin universe. And the strength of the four commanders is also incomparably high. The strength of the fallen angel may be stronger than Yichu. Yichu, since the fallen angel will come to us after a period of time, maybe he will take action against us. Then what should we do if this is the case? The demon lord opened his mouth and asked, and he also had some doubts in his heart, and Yamozi was also standing beside him and looked at Yichu with a worried look. The two of you don't have to worry, there is nothing to worry about. If the fallen angel wants to take action against us, then we must not be able to escape. If this is the case, we might as well wait quietly. If the fallen angel comes here, if he really wants to attack us, then we will join hands to kill him together. Quote. Yichu said, in the past few days, he is also planning to exchange some things at the system exchange store, and then improve their strength. In fact, if it is normal, Yichu's strength is not much lower than that of the Holy Angel and the Fallen Angel. It's just that the three of them came into this universe, and their strength was sealed a little, because they have not completely integrated this universe. The rules inside, so it was a little suppressed. After hearing what Yichu said, the Demon Lord and Yamozi also nodded. Yichu had an idea in his heart, and they became somewhat calmer. Then Yichu discussed it with the two of them. How to deal with the arrival of fallen angels. In the past few days, Yichu and the others have saved all the angels on this feather planet. They all respect Yichu very much, and this feather planet originally belonged to holy angels, but Yichu lived in this period of time. After being here, all the angels seemed to regard Yichu as their leader. Yichu seemed to be the king here, but this was actually what Ba Jing had in mind, because Ba Jing felt that Yichu's strength might not be much worse than that of the holy angel. At that time, Yichu didn't seem to have anything to do with it, but in Ba Jing's view, it was unbelievable, so Ba Jing also made a decision. He decided to rely on Yichu. In this way, he might be able to get more protection. During this period of time, the news also reached the ears of the holy angel, and the holy angel was also very surprised. What? 3 masters appeared within my sphere of influence. One of them, Yichu, entered the interior of the starry sky storm and easily wiped out the entire starry sky storm. The holy angel opened his mouth, and was very surprised in his heart. Although he could do it, if he did it, he would not be as smooth as Yichu, and he didn't know how Yichu did it. There are such interesting people in my sphere of influence, and although the strength of the other two is unclear, they must be very good. I think I must go and see them. The holy angel opened her mouth and walked outside. She wanted to find Yichu and see what Yichu was like. Because Yichu and the others knew that danger was coming, and maybe the danger would come in the next moment, so Yichu also prepared a lot of things during this period of time, and Yichu also exchanged many useful things from his own system store, among which there is a very powerful array. Question mark question mark question mark question mark. When this big formation was exchanged, it was in a gourd, and the most powerful thing about this big formation was not his attack ability, but his restraint and concealment ability. Although Yichu felt that even if he did not have the strength to reach the peak now, if he united the two of Yamozi and the Demon Lord, he could still kill the fallen angel. But if Yichu showed his full strength, maybe some angels would find out that his exercises were not from the angel universe at all. 0. So Yichu also exchanged this treasure. If there is a battle with the fallen angel, he can also absorb the fallen angel into the space inside the gourd, and then kill the fallen angel. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. 2 days later, the holy angel also came to the feather planet where Yichu was located. At this time, when he saw the scene on this planet, the holy angel was somewhat surprised. Because all the angels on this feather planet seem to respect Yichu very much, and even show some surrender, and this feather planet originally belonged to the holy angels, so when Yichu saw this scene, the holy angels felt in their hearts surprised, but also slightly unhappy. At this time, Ba Jing was about to go to meet Yichu, when he suddenly saw the holy angel coming here, and his heart became a little flustered. Ba Jing, you know that this feather planet originally belonged to me, and you can also say that it belongs to me. I didn't expect you to turn to another angel now. The holy angel looked at Bajing coldly, his eyes were extremely calm, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. After hearing what the holy angel said, Bajing felt a little panic in his heart. Although Bajing knew that Yi Chu had saved them, he was a little stubborn, but he was even more afraid of the holy angel. Already. 291. Questions of the Holy Angel. Lord Holy Angel, because Lord Yi Chu saved everyone on our feather planet, we respect him very much in our hearts. At this time, it looks like he is a king. In fact, we have absolutely no such thoughts in our hearts. Bajing opened his mouth, and his heart was also very flustered. After seeing Bajing say this, the holy angel also burst out laughing. Haha, why are you so nervous? I'm not going to punish you. In fact, even if you join Yi Chu, it doesn't matter. After all, I have countless feather planets like you, and Yi Chu is also very good. I may not be far away, and even if he does take possession of this planet, I won't say much. The holy angel opened his mouth, and after hearing the holy angel say this, Bajing was also a little surprised by, May 13 inches. Then Bajing looked at the expression of the holy angel, and found that the expression of the holy angel was very serious and did not seem to be talking nonsense. Bajing also became a little surprised in his heart. The strength of the holy angel may be stronger than Yi Chu, but the holy angel has countless feather planets, so if it is divided equally, it is not the best decision to be the holy angel, so at this time, Bajing's heart is also firm. He wanted to follow Yi Chu's thoughts. By the way, where is Yi Chu? Call him out, I want me to see him. The holy angel opened his mouth, and he became more and more curious about Yi Chu in his heart. At this moment, Yi Chu came out of his room. Because before, Yi Chu had already felt the holy angel when the holy angel came to this feathered planet, because Yi Chu is very sensitive. It's better to see it after a long time. I must have heard that this person is Lord Holy Angel. I have long heard that you are very perfect. I am even more surprised when I see it this time. Lord Holy Angel is even more beautiful than after the legend. Looks good. I wish the Holy Angel's eternal youth and splendor. Quote. At this time, Yi Chu also came out of his room. When he came out, his eyes were fixed on the Holy Angel, and he said. Yi Chu also followed Yamozi and the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord looks imposing, and he has no fear at all, because his strength and status are not weak, and he also has a noble temperament, and Yi Chu is not afraid of holy angels. Only Yamozi sees he was a little flustered, but when Yamozi looked at Yi Chu and the Demon Lord, he became a little relieved. The holy angel also heard Yi Chu's voice all at once. When he heard Yi Chu's voice, the holy angel turned his head and looked at Yi Chu. When they saw Yi Chu, the holy angel's eyes also lit up. They didn't expect Yi Chu to look younger than he imagined, and what Yi Chu said made the angel very happy. Haha, Yi Chu, you are also very good. In fact, with your strength, if you want this feather planet, I can give you this feather planet, but now I still have some questions to ask you. The holy angel opened his mouth, because he felt a little fluctuation in the angel universe before, and it felt like a hole had been poked out in the whole sky. In fact, it wasn't that the sky was poked out of a hole, it was just because the cosmic barrier gave Yi Chu's man punches a hole. For some reason, the holy angel faintly felt that this matter might have something to do with Yi Chu and the three, and he had never heard of any information about Yi Chu and the three before. After hearing the holy angel say this, Yi Chu was slightly silent, and then he nodded ruthlessly. Because if he didn't agree to the holy angel, maybe the holy angel would be even more suspicious of Yi Chu, so Yi Chu agreed quickly. After seeing Yi Chu agree, the holy angel also had a little surprise in his heart. Okay, then, Yi Chu, let's go and sit in the room, and then I have some questions to ask you. The holy angel opened his mouth. He looked at Yi Chu at this time, and he was actually very surprised, because when he saw the document before, it was written that Yi Chu had completely absorbed the entire starry sky storm with one move, so he thought that Yi Chu had completely absorbed it. Chu's strength is incomparably high. For some reason, when he saw Yi Chu now, he sensed that Yi Chu's strength was not very strong, which made the holy angel a little puzzled. How could the holy angel know in his heart that Yi Chu didn't look very strong at this time, and it was because he was affected by the power of the rules in the angel universe that his strength seemed a little ordinary. Immediately after, the holy angel brought Yi Chu and the three into the room. When the holy angel and Yi Chu sat down, they also stared at Yi Chu closely. The holy angel didn't open his mouth when he first started, he just stared at Yi Chu with his own eyes, and Yi Chu also felt an aggressive gaze swept towards him, as if he wanted to take everything from Yi Chu. The secrets are clearly seen. Yi Chu frowned slightly when he felt the holy angel's action, and then Yi Chu gently released some of his original aura. At this time, the holy angel also felt an incomparably majestic aura. The energy seemed to be hidden in Yi Chu's body. If this energy burst out, it would even make him feel a little bit startled. Holy angel, if you have any questions, just ask me, and come directly to explore the secrets of my body. Is this really okay? Yi Chu opened his mouth and said to the holy angel. After the holy angel heard Yi Chu say this, he also nodded apologetically. Sorry, if that's the case, let me ask you some questions directly. The holy angel opened his mouth, and then he began to ask Yi Chu and the others. Yi Chu, where did you come from? Where were you and what did you do before? Why are you so powerful? But before, there was no news of you in the angel universe. The holy angel asked Yi Chu. Behind him there were also 6 pairs of wings, and the 6 pairs of wings were flapping gently, with an incomparably sacred aura. Holy angels, in fact, we already existed in the long past, but at that time we slept in a very mysterious place in the angel universe, and only came out during this period of time. 292. Facing the fallen angels. Yi Chu opened his mouth, because he knew in his heart that there are some powerful masters hidden in each universe. These masters may be sealed, or they may be sealed by themselves. They don't seem to have any information, but their strength it is also very large, so Yi Chu used this to answer at this time. After hearing Yi Chu say this, the holy angel was stunned for a moment, and then he nodded. Although Yi Chu's words seemed a little unbelievable, the holy angel did know that although there were few things like this in the angel universe, it was also true. There is a lot going on. Oh, is that so? Thank you, Yi Chu, for telling me. Yi Chu, your strength is also incomparably high. This time I came to this feather planet, and I decided to give this feather planet to you. I hope we will be friends in the future. The holy angel spoke. Although he didn't fully believe Yi Chu's words in his heart, it was not suitable for him to ask too many words at this time, so he said this. Yi Chu also nodded after hearing the words of the 18 holy angel, and his expression seemed very serious. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chu and the holy angel chatted for a while. Just as Yi Chu and the holy angel continued to chat, suddenly an angel came running in, looking very hastily. The holy angel turned his head to look, and found that the angel who came was one of his cronies. Lord Holy Angel, no, Lord Fallen Angel has come to our sphere of influence. The holy angel said, if you listen to it on the surface, this matter seems to be nothing, but the holy angels also know in their hearts that the holy angels and the fallen angels can be said to be very different. So this time the fallen angels came to the holy angels. If the sphere of influence is too large, I am afraid that there may be a war between the two masters, and if they fight, I am afraid that countless creatures will suffer. After hearing his subordinates say this, the holy angel was also extremely surprised, and after hearing the name of the fallen angel, the holy angel involuntarily felt some disgust in his heart. What? The fallen angel actually came to my sphere of influence, and I don't know what happened to him this time. The holy angel said that although he was a little unhappy in his heart, he was also ready to go out to meet the fallen angels. At this time, Yi Chu and the others were also sitting beside the holy angel, and they also heard the conversation between the holy angel and his subordinates. The fallen angel has actually come to the divine angel's sphere of influence, and Yi Chu's heart is very clear about the reason why the fallen angel came here this time. At this time, not far from this planet, the fallen angel was flying fast in the starry sky. After a while, the fallen angel had already approached Yichu's planet. That's right, the feathers on my body are indeed on this planet, and I can sense now that the person with my feathers is not the one I gave them to the feathers before, and he still has that person on his body. Some bloody smells, that is to say, the person he might kill. The fallen angel didn't expect that, because he and the great priest had a very deep connection, so after thinking that Yichu might have killed the great priest, the fallen angel became extremely angry. Damn, even if I don't kill him this time, I will arrest him and imprison him for a while, and ask what happened. The fallen angel thought of this in his heart, and then the fallen angel had already arrived outside the planet where Yichu was, and at this time the holy angel also flew towards the surface of the planet. Yichu and the others also accompanied the holy angel. When the holy angel flew out, his eyes were fixed on the fallen angel, and at this time, the fallen angel did notice Yichu and the three beside the holy angel at a glance. Although there is a very big hatred between the fallen angel and the holy angel, at this moment, the fallen angel seems to have forgotten this hatred, and has been staring at Yichu and the three, and the holy angel saw that the fallen angel turned out to be this one. After the expression, the heart also became a little surprised. Yichu, do you know fallen angels? The holy angel turned his head and asked Yichu and the others. Yichu also shook his head after hearing the holy angel's question. Holy angel, we don't know the fallen angel, and we don't know what he is here for this time. Yichu spoke softly, and his expression was also very calm. After hearing Yichu say this, the holy angel's heart also fluctuated. Although the holy angel felt that it was impossible for the fallen angel to stare at Yichu for no reason, but the holy angel could say that they had formed an alliance with Yichu. At this time, the fallen angel seemed to have a murderous look in his eyes. Seeing Yichu, the holy angel was also a little unhappy. Fallen angel, what are you doing here with me this time? If you have nothing to do, get out of here. I don't welcome you here. The holy angel stood above the planet and said to the fallen angel. The fallen angel also noticed the holy angel at this time. He turned his head and looked at the holy angel coldly. Holy angel 760, I'm not here this time for you, but for the three people around you. Please step aside, otherwise don't blame my men for being merciless. The fallen angel said, because Yichu and the others were also hiding their auras at this time, so the holy angel also felt that Yichu and the three were not powerful. This time I am for these three people. These three people may have a lot of secrets, so I am going to arrest them. The fallen angel said, and then the fallen angel slowly took out his weapon, and there was a gloomy light flashing in his eyes. The reason why the fallen angel didn't say it and why he wanted to arrest Yichu was because there was a lot of cause and effect involved, so he didn't plan to say it accurately, otherwise, it would probably cause some unnecessary things. After hearing the fallen angel say this, the holy angel also understood in his heart that the fallen angel really wanted to attack Yichu and the others. Hee, fallen angel, you are so outspoken. I didn't expect that after you came to my sphere of influence, since you wanted to capture my friend. The holy angel spoke, because at this time he also saw the potential of the three Yichu, so he directly called the three of Yichu his friends. 293. Real people. The holy angel was also preparing to protect Yichu and the three. After hearing the holy angel say this, the fallen angel also became a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the holy angel actually called the three Yichu friends. Although they didn't know how the three Yichu killed the great priest and then got their own feather, the new fallen angels didn't plan to let the three Yichu go. Hee, holy angel, I never thought that you would make friends with these three weak beings. Since you want to block me, try it. The fallen angel said mercilessly, and after hearing the fallen angel say this, he hesitated in his heart. Although the hatred between him and the fallen angel is deep, the strength of the fallen angel is indeed not to be underestimated, and even the strength of the fallen angel is stronger than him. Getting seriously injured, is it really worth it? Holy angel thought to himself. At this time, Yichu also saw the expressions of the holy angel and the fallen angel while standing beside him, and he understood what they were thinking. Yi Chu sneered inwardly, then Yi Chu stepped forward and looked at the fallen angel. You are a fallen angel. I didn't expect that the fallen angels in the dignified universe would actually want to shoot at me. Yi Chu opened his mouth and said, although he said so, he didn't panic at all. After hearing Yi Chu say this, the fallen angel also had some hideous expressions on his face. What if I shot you? Don't pretend that you don't know why I shot you. You should understand why I shot you, and this time I'm going to crush you with strength. What can you do to me? The fallen angel said, and his words were also very shameless. After hearing the fallen angel say this, Yi Chu felt a little bit of anger in his heart. At this time, the holy angel was standing next to him. He hesitated constantly, and finally made a decision in his heart. The holy angel felt that because of Yi Chu and the three of them, and then fighting the fallen angel thoroughly, it would not be worth it for him now. Holy angel, do you want to help Yi Chu and the three? If so, prepare to bear my attack diaresis. At this time, the fallen angel also turned his head, looked at the holy angel and said, after hearing the fallen angel say this, the holy angel also fell silent. Yi Chu and the others also saw the silence of the holy angel in their eyes. But at this time, Yi Chu didn't care much in his heart, because they had decided to kill the fallen angels themselves. At this moment, the holy angel opened his mouth as if he was about to say something, but Yi Chu raised his hand and waved, blocking the holy angel's words back. Holy angel, the matter this time is between me and the fallen angel. You don't need to worry about it, just let me handle it myself. Yi Chu opened his mouth. After hearing what Yi Chu said, the holy angel felt a little relieved in his heart, but he was also a little worried because he felt that Yi Chu and the three would be unable to defeat the fallen angel no matter what. But the holy angel finally sighed and did not intervene. When seeing this scene, the fallen angel's face also burst into some bright smiles, and his heart also became a little proud. Haha, Yi Chu, you are really outrageous. If that's the case, then let me see how you play against me. The holy angel opened his mouth and looked down on Yi Chu very much in his heart. At this time, the angels on this planet were all looking at Yi Chu, the holy angel and others. Because Yi Chu saved everyone on their planet before, so when they saw Yi Chu encountering danger at this time, they were also very worried about Yi Chu, but because their strength was very low, they were also very worried about Yi Chu. Autumn rises for less than a little assistance. Ba Jing stood in the distance and clenched his fists. Although he really wanted to go forward and help Yi Chu, he knew that if he stepped forward, not only would he not be able to help Yi Chu, but he would also sacrifice his own life in vain. In the end, Ba Jing let go of his fists, sighed, and then turned his head and walked into the distance. Yi Chu looked at everything in his eyes, but Yi Chu's heart was calm, because he was just a passerby here, so he didn't care much. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chu's figure flew towards the sky continuously, and his voice also came down. Fallen angel, since you want to fight with me, come and fight in the starry sky, don't affect the life on this planet. Yi Chu opened his mouth. At this time, his figure had already flown to the outside of this planet. After hearing what Yi Chu said, the fallen angel also smiled coldly. Hee hee, it's ridiculously kind, but I can satisfy you too, just let you bury you in the starry sky. The fallen angel said, although he wanted to capture Yi Chu at this time in his heart, but after they captured Yi Chu, they would forcibly search out Yi Chu's memory, and then immediately beheaded Yi Chu, without intending to keep Yi Chu how long as autumn. At this time, the fallen angel was also flying, and immediately followed Yi Chu and flew out. The holy angel stopped in place for a while, then sighed and walked towards the distance, because at this time, the holy angel felt that Yi Chu was dead this time, so he did not plan to watch all this. Otherwise, he felt that if he saw Yi Chu being beheaded, he might have some guilt in his heart. Yi Chu quickly flew to a very remote place in the starry sky, and at this time, the fallen angels followed closely, not far from Yi Chu. Just as the fallen angel flew here, his face suddenly changed slightly, because at this time the fallen angel felt a sudden attraction from all around him. For a moment, the fallen angel felt that his surroundings seemed to have changed, and then the holy angel looked around, and his heart became a little surprised. At this time, the surroundings still looked as usual, but the fallen angel knew in his heart that he had actually stepped into a formation. And this formation was also the gourd formation that Yi Chu had set up here in advance, so after he brought the holy angel here, the gourd formation instantly activated and enveloped the fallen angel. The reason why it went so smoothly was also because the fallen angel was a little careless. Reason: rape. 294. Battle fallen angels. At this time, although everything seemed to be normal all around, as if they were still in the starry sky, but the two were actually in the space inside the gourd formation. Looking around, there were only two people, Yi Chu and the fallen angel. Yi Chu, do you need our help? At this time, Yamozi and the demon lord also walked in from the outside and said, but Yi Chu shook his head after hearing what Yamozi and the demon lord said. It's okay, the fallen angels are extremely powerful, but this is my home court, you two can just watch by the side. Yi Chu opened his mouth and said, because the fallen angels are relatively strong, so Yi Chu also intends to use the fallen angels to hone his own strength, and then let the two of them help when he encounters danger. Hearing Yi Chu's words, Yamozi and the demon lord nodded. Yi Chu's own strength is not much worse than that of the fallen angel, not to mention that the fallen angel has stepped into Yi Chu's formation at this time, and Yi Chu's own strength is not much worse than that of the fallen angel. Chu also has a lot of backing hands. The fallen angels had already fallen into Yi Chu's formation at this time. Although the fallen angels had fallen into Yi Chu's formations, the fallen angels didn't seem to be flustered at all, because from the fallen angel's point of view, Yi Chu and the others were strong. Very weak, not to mention Yi Chu now said that he wanted to fight him alone. U033 introduced me into this formation, but from my point of view, this formation does not have much attacking ability, it just binds me here, and then makes outsiders unaware of the situation here. The fallen angel opened his mouth. This is what he saw just now. After the fallen angel saw this, he felt a little more relaxed. Yi Chu also heard the fallen angel's words, but he didn't say anything more. Come on. Yi Chu spoke softly, and then the divine slicing sword appeared in Yi Chu's hand. When Yi Chu held the divine slicing sword in his hand, he became more confident in his heart. When the fallen angel saw the divine sword in Yi Chu's hand, he didn't know why, and felt a little flustered, because the divine sword in Yi Chu's hand looked extremely terrifying. For so long, Yi Chu had strengthened the divine sword many times, so the aura on the divine sword was even more powerful. When the fallen angels felt the power of Yi Chu's divine sword, they already knew it in their hearts. Some trepidation. I didn't expect you, BIDC, to have such a treasure. In that case, I will kill you, and then I can grab this treasure and use it as my treasure. The fallen angel opened his mouth. He actually had such an idea in his heart. After hearing the fallen angel say this, Yi Chu sneered. Fallen angel, do you want to cut the sword? If you want to cut the sword, come and get it, but I don't know if you have this life to enjoy. Yi Chu's words were also very rude. After hearing Yi Chu say this, the fallen angel became even more angry in his heart, and then the fallen angel didn't say much and charged towards Yi Chu. Since you are so confident, let me see what you are capable of, and don't be killed by me all at once. The fallen angels attacked Yi Chu. When Yi Chu saw the fallen angels attacking, their expressions became solemn. Although Yi Chu didn't seem to care much about the fallen angels before, Yi Chu also knew the strength of the fallen angels in his heart. At this time, they are indeed stronger than himself, because they are suppressed in this universe. A little bit of strength. However, Yi Chu didn't have much worry in his heart. After entering this formation not only has the ability to block a little bit of trapping and prevent outsiders from seeing what's inside the formation, but also has the ability to protect itself. A little addition. Moreover, Yi Chu himself has a lot of backhands and a lot of props, but this time, he didn't intend to use a lot of props, because Yi Chu wanted to sharpen himself. Fallen angel, I admit that your strength is very strong. It is really suitable to be my opponent to hone me. Yi Chu spoke softly, and when he saw the fallen angel car rushing over, his expression didn't change at all, and then Yi Chu's aura began to explode. There are two kinds of intention. The momentum on Yi Chu's body continued to rise, and in a short period of time, it had reached a very terrifying level. Even the fallen angels had some fear in their hearts. When the fallen angels saw Yi Chu like this, they finally thought of it in their hearts. What the same? You are from Dragon Ball universe. And you are a Saiyan, which really surprised me. When the fallen angel opened his mouth, he was also very surprised. He had let the Great Priest be in the Dragon Ball universe before, and he also had some connections with the Great Priest. He wanted to rely on the Great Priest to let the Great Priest rule the Dragon Ball universe. In this way, he would be able to rule the Dragon Ball universe in the future, but he did not expect that the Great Priest would be beheaded by Yi Chu in the end. And Yi Chu also came into this universe. The fallen angel also knew some Saiyans in his heart, because he heard that Saiyans are the race with the lowest status in the Dragon Ball universe. He didn't expect Yi Chu to be a Saiyan race, and his strength was so huge. I didn't expect you to be a Saiyan race. It seems that you are indeed from the Dragon Ball universe. My curiosity about you is getting heavier and heavier. I can't wait to catch you and study it. The fallen angel opened his mouth, his eyes glowed with scarlet light, his heart was beating fast, and he couldn't help but want to hold Yi Chu in his hand and study it carefully. Go and live your spring and autumn dream. The momentum on Yi Chu's body had reached a peak, and then Yi Chu swung the divine sword in his hand, and the divine sword lifted up the sword shadows in the air and attacked the fallen angel's attack at once. The instant Yi Chu's divine sword and the fallen angel's attack collided, a fierce light erupted, and Yi Chu also felt a powerful energy, surging along the divine sword. Yi Chu took a few steps back, but the fallen angel's complexion also changed a bit, because the fallen angel felt that although the power transmitted from Yi Chu's divine sword was not huge, its attack power was stronger than his attack. Some 295. Beheading the fallen angels. The fallen angel also felt a great danger, and took a few steps back after the fallen angel, but although the fallen angel took a few steps back, he also suffered a little scar on his body. The fallen angel stood in the distance, his face was uncertain, the fallen angel looked at his body, and he found that there was some blood flowing around his arm, and there was a relatively long opening. He was actually slashed a little by Yi Chu's sword when he fought against Yi Chu just now. Looking at the wound on his body, the pupils of the fallen angel kept shrinking. He did not expect Yi Chu's strength to be so strong. Although Yi Chu's combat power did not appear to be so strong, his actual combat power was much stronger than it looked, because Yi Chu's skills and moves were very profound. The fallen angel once again raised his head to look at Yi Chu. When he raised his head to look at Yi Chu again, his expression was no longer contemptuous, but his eyes were very solemn. It seems that I really underestimate it. I didn't expect that your strength is so strong that you have already hurt me all at once. The fallen angel said softly, although he said so softly, but there was no complete despair in his heart, because just now he had some underestimated enemies of Yi Chu and wanted to capture Yi Chu, so he did not use all his power. As a fallen angel, he has several unique tricks of his own, each of which is extremely powerful, and he hadn't used it before. Let you see my true strength, Tilda. The fallen angel spoke softly. The fallen angel stood in the distance. His momentum began to change continuously, and then the figure of the fallen angel also changed a little bit. There were originally 2 wings behind him. These 2 wings were originally black. Then at this time, his wings became darker, as if there were a lot of ink flowing on them. The wings behind the fallen angel exudes a very evil aura, and his entire face looks even more evil. There are many magic lines on his body, and the whole face looks a little more evil, but the fallen angel's aura was much larger. And Yi Chu watched the fallen angel look like this from a distance, and was a little surprised, because at this time Yi Chu also felt a very evil aura from the fallen angel. This very evil aura, before he has seen it many times. I didn't expect you to have such a very evil aura. No wonder your name is Fallen Angel. Yi Chu spoke softly. He could see that the fallen angel's strength was so powerful. There were also some reasons for these evil auras. Many evil auras were entangled in the fallen angel's body, making the fallen angel's strength look even stronger. A little, but it is also the nature of fallen angels that has become more cruel. Fallen angel, do you think these evil breaths give you energy? No, they just controlled you. Yi Chu looked at the fallen angel standing in the distance and said. After hearing what Yi Chu said, the fallen angel's pupils also shrank sharply, but the fallen angel did not believe Yi Chu's words in front of his heart, thinking that Yi Chu is trying to influence his mind. Yi Chu, stop talking nonsense, you are just trying to influence my mind, do you think I will let you do as you wish? The fallen angel was silent for a moment, and then said softly, although the fallen angel said so, he was also a little flustered at this time, because Yi Chu's words did go directly into his heart. Over the years, he feels that his character has become more and more cruel. Sometimes he feels that he doesn't even have feelings, just like a puppet, but because his strength is getting stronger and stronger, the fallen angel did not have too much at that time. Care about these things. Although Yi Chu's words were slight, it seemed like a seed had settled in the heart of a fallen angel at this time. Even if the fallen angel beheaded Yi Chu this time, he will definitely study this evil aura well after he goes down, and there are many reasons why he is so powerful. If he goes down to decipher this evil aura, if so, then his strength might stagnate. I still want my mind when death is imminent, so I'll send you to the west first. At this time, the fallen angel quickly raised his head and said. After hearing the fallen angel say this, Yi Chu didn't feel much panic, and then the fallen angel attacked Duke Yi Chu. Question mark 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 question mark. Although the strength of the fallen angel has indeed improved, the fallen angel still has this evil aura, and Yi Chu has also seen this evil aura several times. Maybe for others, this evil aura is very difficult for them, but for Yi Chu, he does have a solution, and this is the solution he came up with recently. Sword of the Holy Light. Looking at the fallen angel attacking, Yi Chu opened his mouth, and then Yi Chu gently raised the divine sword. When Yi Chu gently lifted the divine sword, the energy in his body also rushed towards the divine sword, and after the energy entered the divine sword also radiated majestic light. This majestic light shines very brightly, illuminating this space, and with some very sacred attributes. This is the power of holy light, and this holy light is not only dazzling, but also has some purification power. When those black chi encountered the holy light emanating from Yi Chu's divine sword, it was like a mouse encountering a cat, and it became a little chaotic, making the fallen angel's aura a little unstable. It's now. Yi Chu's eyes narrowed, and then Yi Chu took up the sharp sword and charged towards the fallen angel. Yi Chu's attack gathered all the strength of his body, and the speed was also very fast. In an instant, Yi Chu has already attacked the front of the fallen angel. Whoosh! With a swish, it was like a shooting star passing by, and then Yi Chu shuttled past the fallen angel. When Yi Chu shuttled past the fallen angel, the figure of the fallen angel was still flying forward. Also very hideous. But gradually the fallen angel's face became a little flustered. At this time, the fallen angel suddenly lowered his head and looked at his body, and his heart kept panicking. The figure of the fallen angel gradually slowed down, and then a bloodline appeared on the chest of the fallen angel, and then the body of the fallen angel suddenly broke in two. With 296. The shock of the holy angel. Yi Chu turned out to use the fallen angel's energy when it was unstable, and then unleashed the strongest blow, severing the fallen angel's body with one sword. And Yi Chu's sword not only cut off the fallen angel's body, but also cut off all the vitality in the fallen angel's body. The divine sword in Yi Chu's hand was still exuding holy light, and these holy lights were constantly covering the fallen angel, and the energy of the fallen angel was even more chaotic at this time. Bang bang bang. Immediately afterwards, the pores on the fallen angel also began to spurt blood continuously. For a moment, the fallen angel felt as tight as losing all the blood in his body, and his pupils became a little absent-minded, and the next moment the fallen angel fell to the ground, completely losing his vitality. Oh wait though. Yi-Chu, you really used your ability to kill a fallen angel by yourself. At this time, Yamozi and the Lord of the Demons walked by. Yamozi said in his mouth that he was also very shocked in his heart, while the Lord of the Demons stood beside him and looked at Yi-Chu silently, and found that he was more and more towards Yi-Chu. It became more and more difficult to see that Yi-Chu's strength had now reached this level. Previously, although he believed in his heart that Yi-Chu could defeat the fallen angel, it must have been a hard battle, but he never thought that Yi-Chu would defeat the fallen angel so easily. It seems that I have a high opinion of the fallen angel. I thought it was a very difficult battle, but I didn't expect him to be so fragile. There was some disdain in Yi-Chu's voice. After hearing Yi-Chu's words, the demon lord also burst out laughing. Yi-Chu, why is the strength of the fallen angels too weak? Obviously you are too strong, okay. Looking all over the universe, people like you probably only exist in legends. The demon lord spoke in his own voice, and his voice also contained admiration for Yi-Chu. After Yi-Chu heard the demon lord say this, he smiled humbly. Okay, now that we've killed the fallen angel, we can go out. Yi-Chu spoke lightly. After hearing what Yi-Chu said, Demon Lord and Yamozi also nodded. They knew in their hearts that at this moment, maybe someone outside was watching this battle. Yi-Chu had a good idea in his heart. Although the holy angel did not keep up with him before, the holy angel was also paying attention to this battle. In the past, he saw that Yi-Chu had set up a formation there in advance, and then shrouded the fallen heaven with the formation, so that he could not see what happened in the formation, let the holy angel's heart inside also a little surprised. Could it be that the reason why Yi-Chu was so arrogant before was that he really had the ability to compete with fallen angels? The holy angel couldn't help thinking like this. When he thought of this, the holy angel was also a little curious. So after a while, the holy angel flew here. He stood outside Yi-Chu's formation and watched the formation. It was found that this formation was extremely esoteric, much more esoteric than he expected, and there was no way to see what was happening in the formation. So the holy angel could only wait quietly. If the fallen angel really checked Yi-Chu and the others, he would have nothing to do. If Yi-Chu really killed the fallen angel, maybe he would feel incomparable in his heart. Shock. The holy angel felt that there might be such a possibility in his heart, but at this time he was also a little skeptical in his heart, and he still stood here and waited quietly. Whoa! At this moment, a small voice came from the side, and then the holy angel raised his head, and he found that the formation was slowly opening. When this formation was opened, the holy angel also became a little anticipation in his heart, and he didn't know what was going on inside. This formation has now been opened. Could it be that the fallen angels have already killed Yi-Chu and the others? The holy angel thought in his heart, but then he overturned his speculation, because this formation could appear to be opened naturally, which means it was lifted by Yi-Chu. Could it be that Yi-Chu and the others killed the fallen angel? The holy angel thought so in his heart, but when he thought of this, the holy angel also became a little unbelievable in his heart, and he doubted his own thoughts. At this time, the holy angel suddenly saw a few figures walking through the formation. Because the formation has just dissipated, and the surrounding vitality is still a little unstable, these people seem a little misty. Immediately after, the holy angel saw who these people were. Yi-Chu, Yamozi, you guys really came out. The holy angel looked at Yi-Chu and the three who came out of this formation, and said, and was extremely shocked in his heart. He didn't even know how to speak. Yi-Chu and the others have already come out. The holy angels were chasing Yi-Chu and the others and entered this formation, so what happened to the fallen angels? The heart of the holy angel can be guessed. Yi-Chu, are you really beheading fallen angels? The holy angel asked, and there was still some disbelief in his heart, but Yi-Chu looked at the holy angel standing outside. His heart was very calm, and then Yi-Chu nodded at the holy angel. After Yi-Chu nodded to the holy angel, he ignored the holy angel, and then led Yamozi and the demon lord towards the distance. The holy angel also saw Yi Chu's nodding, and his heart was also turbulent, because the strength of the fallen angel was stronger than him, and Yi Chu killed the fallen angel in 3.8, which means that their strength may be stronger than himself. Even more powerful. At this time, there was also a bloody smell in the air. The holy angel looked up and looked into the distance. He saw a bloody corpse where the previous formation was. When he saw the corpse, the pupils of the holy angel also shrank sharply, and then the holy angel flew towards the corpse. He turned the corpse over and saw that the corpse was the fallen angel. When he saw this corpse, the holy angel's heart also kept surging, because the holy angel found that the fallen angel seemed to be killed by Yi Chu and the others. There is a sword mark on the body of the fallen angel, which looks like it was cut in half by a sword, and then died of blood loss inside the body. 297. 8 Kings Regrets. It looks like I really made a bad decision this time around. When he saw this scene, the holy angel also sighed in his heart as he thought so. In the past, he could have made good friends with Yi Chu, but because he thought that Yi Chu and the others were unable to defeat the fallen angels, he gave up making good friends with Yi Chu. At this time, Yi Chu and the others killed the fallen angels. After that, the holy angel also felt some regrets in his heart. Because the holy angel can see that Yi Chu's age is extremely young, and Yi Chu has such a powerful strength now, then his future is also infinitely bright. Before, he could be said to have given up on Yi Chu, or it could be said to have offended Yi Chu a little bit, because Yi Chu just nodded at him when he left, and his face looked very indifferent. If Yi Chu remembers this matter, if he becomes stronger in the future and takes revenge on the holy angel, bad things will happen to the holy angel. Hey, I didn't expect him to kill the fallen angel. It seems that I have to find some way to make amends. Holy Angel 18 thought so in his heart, and then walked down. At this time, Yi Chu and the others also flew towards the planet where the 8 angels were located. It didn't take long before Yi Chu and the others came to the planet where the 8 angels were located. At this time, Angel Bajing was sitting on a rock, and his expression seemed to be depressed, because before, he felt that he was very rubbish and could not help Yi Chu a little bit, and Yi Chu had rescued them. Of all life on the entire planet. Angel Bajing sat on the rock and clenched his fists. He felt like a piece of trash. In fact, Angel Bajing had some regrets in his heart at this time. In the past, Yi Chu had saved all the people on his planet. Not only achieved his life, but also saved the lives of his family, his friends, his subordinates, and so on. Lord Yi Chu saved everyone's life on our planet before, and at that time, I gave up going to help Lord Yi Chu because of a little danger and because of my own life. I'm really a coward. Angel Bajing sat on the stone and clenched his fists, very regretful in his heart, and said softly. Angel Bajing, you did nothing wrong. In that case, if you went forward, it would only be death. So I don't blame you so much, I'm just a little disappointed. At this time, a voice suddenly came from behind Angel Bajing. After hearing this voice, Angel Bajing's complexion also began to change greatly, because Angel Bajing felt that this was Yi Chu's voice. Angel Bajing held a huge surprise in his heart, and suddenly turned his head to Titan. This Angel Bajing saw Yi Chu and the 3 standing behind him. Master Yi Chu, are you really back? Angel Bajing stared blankly at Yi Chu and the others. Looking at Yi Chu, he felt that Yi Chu was so real and illusory. He didn't expect Yi Chu to come back so quickly after being hunted down by fallen angels. How is it possible, Lord Yi Chu? I saw you being chased by fallen angels before, but this time you came back so quickly. Is it possible that I had hallucinations at this time? Angel Bajing opened his mouth and said. Yi Chu also burst into a smile after hearing Angel Bajing say this. Okay, you didn't have any hallucinations. The fallen angel was indeed chasing and killing me before, but I have already killed him. Yi Chu opened his mouth. After hearing Yi Chu's words, Angel Bajing's heart began to be infinitely shocked. He looked at Yi Chu blankly, and found that Yi Chu's face did not appear to be lying. Angel Bajing thought about it carefully. found only this possibility. Lord Yichu, has your strength reached this level? Angel Bajing stared blankly at Yichu and the three standing in front of him and said softly. After hearing Angel Bajing say this, Yichu also nodded lightly. Lord Yichu, I'm sorry. At this moment, Angel Bajing suddenly stepped forward and knelt down to Yichu. His profile was very serious, and tears were flashing in his eyes. Yichu was also a little surprised when he saw the Angel 8 sceneries like this. He didn't expect that the Angel 8 sceneries suddenly knelt down in front of him at this time. Lord Yichu, you saved all the people on our planet before, but I gave up helping you because of my own life and cowardice. I'm really a waste. At the moment, I feel very guilty in my heart. I despise myself very much for my previous actions. I hope that Lord Yichu can forgive me for these things I have done. I hope that I can sincerely say sorry to you. Angel Bajing knelt in front of Yichu and said this. His voice reached Yichu's three people's ears, making Yichu feel some waves in his heart. Yichu stepped forward and gently helped Angel Bajing up. Angel Bajing, in fact, you are not wrong. In that case, I believe that everyone will make the same choice as you. After all, going to 927 will have no effect on me. Yichu looked at Angel Bajing tightly and said. After hearing Yichu say this, Angel Bajing's heart kept fluctuating. Although Angel Bajing still had some guilt in his heart, it was much better than before. Lord Yichu, it's fortunate that you are back. If you didn't come back, I don't know how long I will feel guilty for this matter. Angel Bajing said softly, and he was very grateful to Yichu in his heart. He didn't expect that Yichu would forgive him for what he had done before. Lord Yichu, no matter where you go in the future, I will follow you thoroughly. If you are in danger in the future, even if I can't help you, I will go forward and shed blood for you. Angel Bajing looked at Yichu tightly and said, his voice was also very firm. After hearing Angel Bajing say this, Yichu also waved his hand and shook his head. Alright, Angel Bajing, don't say more. I'm here to see you for the time being, and I just want you to take good care of this planet. Yichu opened his mouth, because at this moment he already regarded this planet as his own. After hearing what Yichu said, Angel 8 Kings nodded tightly. 298. Mysterious Left and Right Guardians. Angel Bajing, I'll go down and rest for a while, and you can take care of this planet for me. Yichu spoke softly, and then Yichu also walked down. Yichu walked into his own house, and Yamoshi and the Lord of Demons followed him. Yichu, this time we killed the fallen angel. You must know the fallen angel, but he is one of the 4 commanders in the angel universe, and his strength is incomparably high, and this time, after you want to kill the fallen angel, you will definitely kill the fallen angel. The universe has a very significant impact. What are you going to do after that? After the 3 people came in, Yichu closed the door, and then the demon lord walked over to Yichu and said, and there was no soundproofing that could be cut around. After hearing the demon lord say this, Yichu was silent for a while. Master of Demons, according to the news we got before, isn't there an angel leader in the angel universe? The strength of the angel leader is incomparable, and this time after we killed the fallen angel, presumably this matter will also spread to the angels. At the chief's place, after a while, maybe the chief angel will want to see us. And after the holy angel saw us behead the fallen angel this time, maybe he will come to please us. We just need to be polite to him, because the holy angel is very realistic and not suitable for being friends. Yichu opened his mouth, and after hearing what Yichu said, Demon Lord and Yamoshi also nodded, and they also felt that what Yichu said was reasonable. Immediately afterwards, they continued to discuss. At this time, the holy angel also came to Yichu's planet again. When the holy angel came over, the Angel 8 sceneries also saw the holy angel at a glance. Angel Bajing, come here. Did anything happen when Yichu returned to this planet? The holy angel asked the Angel Bajing. After hearing the holy angel ask this, the Angel Bajing fell silent, and then began to speak. Lord Holy Angel, Lord Yichu didn't say anything else after he came back, and his expression didn't look very angry, he looked very calm. Angel Bajing opened his mouth, and after hearing Angel Bajing say this, the holy angel not only did not relax, but also became a little worried. Because Yichu's expression didn't seem to fluctuate a little at this time, it showed that Yichu's mind was extremely deep, and it was extremely difficult for such a person to please him, because he couldn't figure out what he wanted. But even so, the holy angel still wanted to please Yichu, and now he also wanted to help Yichu and give Yichu some substantial help. It seems that after a few days, I have to find the leader, and then tell the leader about Yichu, and ask the leader to give Yichu some rewards. The holy angel thought in his heart, because after Yichu beheaded the fallen angel this time, the leader will definitely know about this matter, and the leader will not know what to think after knowing this. Maybe the leader will be a little angry, but if the words that the holy angels go to say may be changed. Yichu beheaded the fallen angel this time, and the Eastern Star Territory also has no leader, and Yichu's strength is so strong. Maybe I can make Yichu the leader in the past, and Yichu will remember me in his heart. Doing such a favor to him may have some good feelings for me in my heart. Quote. The holy angel thought so in his heart, and then the holy angel walked down, and the holy angel also planned to do the same. Yichu rested in his room for a day, and although Yichu seemed very calm during this day, the outside world had actually caused an uproar. There are only 4 commanders in the angel universe, and Yichu killed one of these 4 commanders this time. This matter is constantly spreading in the angel universe, and even the leader has heard some news. Especially the Eastern Star Territory of the angel universe has become a little chaotic, because their commander has died, and many beings within the sphere of influence are somewhat unstable in their hearts and begin to create chaos. Interesting, I didn't expect that there are still people in the angel universe who can kill fallen angels. In the angel universe, in a very huge temple in the deepest part, the leader of the angels is sitting in it, and a throne above said softly, and there are some masters standing below, and 2 of these masters are not weaker than the 4 dominated. At that time, they did not become the 4 major commanders, but became the masters of the angel leader, and these 2 people are also the left and right guardians of the angel leader. The strength of these 2 people is extremely high, and they are also the true cronies of the angel leader. Left and right guardians, what do you 2 think? At this time, the angel leader lowered his head, looked at the left and right guardians, and asked the left and right guardians. Quote. The leader, I think Yichu's strength is extremely high, but their origins are also somewhat unclear, so we should arrest him, press him for a period of time, find out his origin, and then deal with it. And after he killed the fallen angel this time, the Eastern Star Territory became very chaotic. There are no dragons in the Eastern Star Territory. I don't know how many creatures will die. All this is because of Yichu. Quote. At this time, Protector Zuo stood up and said. After hearing Protector Zuo say this, the angel leader fell silent and did not speak. At this time, Protector Right also stepped forward. Lord Chief, in my opinion, Yichu's strength is extremely strong. Although he beheaded the fallen angel this time, the fallen angel was originally very evil. He also did a lot of bad things before, and he also has a lot of huge ambition. After Yichu beheaded the fallen angel this time, actually Qian Nuohao is also good news for us. Quote. Although the Eastern Star Territory is very chaotic, in this case, Yichu can be the commander of the Eastern Star Territory. After all, Yichu's strength is at the level of a fallen angel. The right guardian said, his meaning is actually opposite to the left guardian. In fact, although the left and right guardians are all under the angel leader, there are some gaps between the left and right guardians. The angel leader also fell silent after hearing the right protector say this. At this time, the angel leader thought for a while, and finally raised his head to look at the left and right protectors. Left and right guardians, both of you are right, but after thinking about it in the end, I think the right way is better. The angel leader opened his mouth, and after hearing the angel leader say this, the left protector also fell silent, and the right protector also had some surprised expressions on his face. Tool. 299. The decision of the chief angel. I am also very happy to be able to give advice to the leader. When the right protector spoke, his expression also looked very happy. After seeing the right protector speaking, the angel leader also nodded. At this time, there was also a subordinate running over from the angel leader's palace. Report to the leader of the angels, the holy angels ask to see you. The angel leader said to the angel leader. The angel leader was a little surprised when he heard his subordinates say this, and then he said, "Oh, the holy angel came to see me this time, perhaps because of Yi Chu's business. In that case, let the holy angels come in." After listening to the angel leader say this, his men also retreated, and not long after that, the holy angel walked in. When the holy angel came in, he looked at the left and right guardians looking at each other. For these two people, the holy angel also had some fears in his heart, because the strength of these two people is not weaker than their four commanders, but they have been hidden in the angel. The leader's side, and even many people outside, do not know the existence of the left and right guardians. Holy angel, what is the matter with you this time? When he saw the holy angel walking in, the angel leader asked the holy angel. When the angel leader asked this question, the holy angel 977 also began to answer. Master angel, this time I'm here for Yi Chu's business. The holy angel opened his mouth, and after hearing the holy angel say this, the angel leader also understood in his heart, the holy angel really came for Yi Chu's business. Okay, holy angel, you came just in time. The right and left Dharma protectors are arguing with each other because of this matter. If that's the case, then tell me your opinion. The angel leader opened his mouth. He also looked at the holy angel with great interest. After hearing the angel leader say this, the holy angel was also a little surprised. He glanced at the left and right guardians and actually stood beside him. Master Chief, I also have different opinions on this matter, and my opinion is that Yi Chu's strength is extremely strong. His talent is also very strong, and now he is very young, so he has such a strong strength. There is also huge potential in the future, and it is the talent we need. Quote. At this time, the Eastern Star territory is very chaotic. There must be a very powerful person to suppress the chaos. I think Yi Chu can be the commander of the Eastern Star territory to suppress the chaos there. The holy angel opened his mouth and said, after hearing the holy angel say this, the left guardian's face became even more ugly. He did not expect the holy angel to be opposite to his thoughts. The angel leader has been watching the holy angel quietly, and the holy angel doesn't know what the angel leader thinks in his heart. After seeing the holy angel finish speaking, the angel leader was also silent for a moment, and then the angel leader began to laugh. Ha ha, holy angel, in fact, your thoughts are not wrong with what I think. Yi Chu's identity is indeed a little bit. It's not clear, but his potential is huge. If I don't dare to use such a talent, then how can I rule the angel universe? After hearing the angel leader say this, the holy angel also changed a little joy in his heart. Hearing the angel leader's words, he wanted to do something according to the meaning of the holy angel. Okay, if that's the case, then do it according to my instructions. Come. Go down and send out my order to appoint Yi Chu as the new commander of the Eastern Star Territory, and let him suppress the chaos in the Eastern Star Territory. At this time, the angel leader also said with a big hand. After hearing the words of the angel leader, the left and right guardians took a step forward. Although the left guardian felt some discomfort in his heart, the left guardian would not disobey the secret of the angel leader. Follow the orders of the leader of the angels. The left and right guardians said in unison. The angel leader also nodded, and his face looked extremely satisfied. At this time, the angel leader also turned his gaze to the right guardian. Right protector, this time it's up to you to tell Yi Chu, and let Yi Chu leave as soon as possible to deal with this matter. The angel leader opened his mouth, and after hearing the angel leader say this, the right guardian also stepped forward and nodded fiercely. In fact, the right protector also has some good feelings for Yi Chu in his heart, because long ago, he was actually a very low-strength civilian in the angel universe, but because his talent was very strong, if not because of the presence of the angel leader, maybe he has been killed. In fact, there are many secrets in the right protector, and the right protector also knows that Yi Chu's strength is so strong. Yi Chu must have many secrets in his body. If it was done according to the things of the guardian left, even if Yi Chu didn't have any bad intentions, if the secrets in Yi Chu's body were found out, it would be a very serious crisis for Yi Chu. The right protector sympathized with Yi Chu in his heart, and there were also some reasons for wanting to be hostile to the left protector, so it was also the previous thought. At this time, the holy angel also walked towards the right protector. Haha, it looks like we can walk together this time. The holy angel opened his mouth and said, and he was a little happy in his heart. He didn't expect things to be so smooth this time. He originally thought that he would have to say more words. Holy angel, why do you think the leader of the angels agreed to you so quickly? It's because I have said the same thing as you before, and the leader of the angels is inclined towards our decision. The right guardian said, if the angel leader does not agree with their decision, no matter what they say, the angel leader must insist on his own ideas. After all, the angel leader, as the leader of the angel universe, has a big idea and a big idea. Persistent people. And at this time, Yi Chu was sitting in his own room on the 8th view planet of angels. He didn't know what had happened, but Yi Chu had some expectations in his heart. Yi Chu raised his head and looked at the starry sky in the angel universe. The holy angel has been away from here for a few days. I heard that he is looking for the leader of the angel. Maybe if the holy angel comes back this time, he may bring some very important news. Yi Chu thought to himself, no matter if the holy angel brings good news or bad news, he won't be so worried in his heart. The wind will block the water and the earth, so I will naturally stand still and let the outside world be filled with all kinds of things. 300. The message of the right protector. The holy angel and the right protector were flying very fast in the angel universe at a very fast speed, and they arrived at Yi Chu's planet not long after. At this time, Yi Chu's heart also received a sense, and he felt that there were two very powerful experts outside this planet. Yi Chu is very familiar with the breath of one of the masters, because this breath is the breath of a holy angel, but there is another aura that makes Yi Chu feel a little puzzled, because this aura seems to be stronger than that of a holy angel. The breath is even stronger. It seems that two masters have come, one of them seems to be a holy angel, and the other is another commander. Yi Chu thought in his heart, and then Yi Chu walked out of his house. At this time, Ba Jing also saw the two people in the sky, and Ba Jing's heart became a little panic. A long time ago, Ba Jing had heard that there were two very powerful masters beside the angel leader. The strength of these two masters was not inferior to any angel leader, but they were not leaders. Lord Holy Angel, who is this one? The angel Ba Jing walked over and said to the holy angel, and the holy angel also looked at the angel Ba Jing coldly. At this time, the holy angel also saw Yi Chu walking over. Just when Yi Chu came over, the right protector also saw Yi Chu, and he was always a little surprised, because Yi Chu seemed to be more excellent than he imagined. Yi Chu always had an air about him. This aura made Yi Chu look like the protagonist of the universe. When Protector Right looked at Yi Chu, he always felt that Yi Chu might not be so simple. It must be Yi Chu. It's better to be famous than to meet. It really is the hero who came out of Yi Chu. The right protector looked at Yi Chu who was approaching and said, after hearing the right protector say this, Yi Chu was also slightly surprised. May I ask who you are? Yi Chu looked at the right protector and said, and the right protector heard Yi Chu's question, so he also began to explain. Yi Chu, don't be outside. I am one of the left and right guardians around the angel leader, called the right guardian, not any commander. Right protector said. After hearing right protector say this, Yi Chu was also a little surprised. In the previous time, they found that there are only these 4 commanders in the angel universe. They didn't expect that there are such a master of law enforcement. Haha, Yi Chu, the right guardian is right. He is indeed a master under the angel leader. The two of them are usually hidden, but their strength is not inferior to any of our leaders. The holy angel said, but he felt in his heart that the strength of the angel leaders' left and right guardians may not be inferior to any of their leaders, or even a little higher than them. After all, the left and right guardians have always been by the angel leader's side. Perhaps the angel leader also taught them some other different techniques. It turned out to be a master by the side of the angel leader. I really admired it for a long time. Yi Chu opened his mouth with a very respectful expression on his face. After hearing what Yi Chu said, the right protector also became a little overjoyed. It's just that at this time, Yi Chu also had some doubts in his heart. After the right guardian and the holy angel came here this time, what exactly did they want to tell him? But Yi Chu faintly felt that when they came here this time, what they must tell themselves was about the angel leader. Maybe the angel leader made a decision for him. Although Yi Chu didn't know what decision the angel leader had made at this time, he just let it go in his heart. Since the two of you are here, please go inside the room and talk about it in detail. Yi Chu opened his mouth. Hearing that the holy angel and Yi Chu were like this, the right guardian nodded, and then the three of them walked towards Yi Chu's house. It didn't take long before the three of them found their way there. Yi Chu's house. After walking into Yi Chu's house, the three of them also sat down together, and Yi Chu was also looking at the two of them at this time, and there was some doubt in his eyes. The right protector also saw the doubt in Yi Chu's eyes, smiled slightly, and then opened his mouth to explain. Yi Chu, what exactly are we here for this time? You must have some guesses now. Right protector said to Yi Chu. After hearing right protector say this, Yi Chu also nodded. He did have some guesses now. This time, you should come because of the angel leader's affairs, because my affairs were passed to the angel's leader's ears before, so the angel leader must have made a decision for me, but I don't know what this decision is. What? Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi Chu say this, the right protector also smiled, and the holy angel also looked at the right protector, because this matter still had to be told by the right protector. 0. Okay, if that's the case, Yi Chu, I'll tell you. In fact, your angel leader has indeed made a decision for you this time, and the angel leader's decision is to let you be the new commander of the Eastern Heaven Territory and then govern. Eastern Heaven. Because the Eastern Sky Territory is very chaotic at this time, you still need to suppress the chaos in the Eastern Sky Territory, and with the help of this matter, you can see your abilities clearly. Yi Chu, you must know that in this incident, I also said a lot of good things for you, so I hope you can perform very well, so I can feel more at ease in my heart. The right protector opened his mouth and said, and his eyes were also fixed on Yi Chu. Hearing the right protector say this, Yi Chu was a little surprised, but Yi Chu nodded. Brother right protector, we didn't know each other before, but I didn't expect you to say good things to me. If that's the case, then this time I will definitely finish this thing very well, so that you don't fall into other people's hands. Gossip. Yi Chu opened his mouth. Hearing Yi Chu say this, the right protector also smiled slightly, and he felt a little happy in his heart. The more he talked to Yi Chu, the right protector felt that Yi Chu had an appetite for him. Haha, well, since that's the case, I've already told you about this, and I can also prepare to go back. The right protector opened his mouth to hear it, and Yi Chu also smiled after hearing the right protector say this. Big Dragon Ball Daily Gift Pack Chapter 301 to 320. 301. Please drink tea. The right protector, holy angel, you two don't have to rush back for now. You are here this time, and you have helped me so much. I should treat you well too. Yi Chu opened his mouth. Hearing Yi Chu say this, the right protector and the holy angel were a little surprised in their hearts, not knowing how Yi Chu wanted to entertain him. The right protector was also very grateful for Yi Chu's kindness, but the holy angel was also a little surprised, because the holy angel was still a little clear about Yi Chu, and felt that Yi Chu might not have any treasures. But this is still his guessing wrong. Although Yi Chu doesn't seem to have any treasures on the surface, in fact, he has a lot of treasures. Yi Chu has obtained many treasures in the system, as well as in the Dragon Ball universe and Majin universe. Some treasures are very precious. Oh, Right, Yi Chu, since you want to entertain us, then I can't refuse your kindness, so let me see what you have to entertain us. When Protector Right spoke, he was also a little curious. He didn't know what Yi Chu would bring out. After hearing Protector Right say this, the Holy Angel was also a little curious in his heart, and then the two of them looked at Yi Chu tightly. Autumn. When Yi Chu looked at the two people looking at him, he also put his hand into his arms, and then took out a box. When he took out the box, neither of them could see what was inside the box. Something, but they also became a little surprised in their hearts. The box contains some magic tea that Yi Chu got in the demon universe. The taste of this magic tea is very beautiful, and it can improve some of his talents and strengths. Although Yi Chu hadn't opened the box at this time, there was already a very wonderful fragrance inside the box, and the smell of this scent made people feel a little refreshed. When he felt this situation, the Holy Angel was also surprised in his heart, and the right protector next to him was also very curious in his heart. In the past, Dharma Protector Right and the Holy Angel didn't think Yi Chu could take out anything in their hearts, but this time, when Yi Chu took out this thing, both the Dharma Protector Right and the Dharma Protector were very surprised in their hearts. They also have some expectations in their hearts. Yi Chu didn't think that you really have some good things. If that's the case, then quickly open this box and let the two of us take a look. When Protector Right opened his mouth, he was also very much looking forward to it. He stared at the box in Yi Chu's hand. After hearing Protector Right say this, Yi Chu also looked at the two of them, and found that the two of them belonged to each other. His eyes were full of anticipation, and then Yi Chu opened the box well. When Yi Chu opened the box, the two of them also saw what was inside the box. It turned out to be some tea leaves. These tea leaves looked very dark, but they exuded a very fresh fragrance. It turned out to be some tea leaves, and I don't know what magic tea it is. Protector Right was also very surprised in his heart. He felt that these tea leaves were definitely not simple tea leaves, so he opened his mouth and asked. Hearing Protector Right asking this, Yi Chu also began to answer. Guardian Right, Holy Angel, the name of this tea is magic tea. The taste of magic tea is different from other teas, and after drinking it, you can improve your talent and strength a little bit. Yi Chu opened his mouth and heard what Yi Chu said. The Holy Angel and the Right Protector were extremely surprised in their hearts. They didn't expect such tea to exist in the world. Yi Chu, what you said is true. The Right Protector said, even if he has never tasted such magic tea, you must know that such magic tea is very rare even in the magic universe. I'm absolutely right, let's give you two a taste now. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and then Yi Chu smiled and picked up the magic tea, poured some tea into several cups, and then soaked in clear spring water, and then a very wonderful fragrance emanated from the cups. Smelling when this scent came out, the two of them felt that they had become a little flirtatious. Quickly let the two of us taste it. The Right Protector said, when he saw this magic tea, he couldn't wait to taste it, and then the Right Protector picked up my teacup and drank the magic tea in one sip. When the Right Protector drank the magic tea, he felt that his soul seemed to be sublimated, and his body seemed to be baptized. He felt that his strength had indeed improved a little bit. After a long time, the Right Protector slowly he opened his eyes, his expression full of admiration. At this time, the fallen angel also drank the magic tea that Yi Chu took out. When the Holy Angel drank it, his heart kept surging. He seemed to experience the feeling of being the happiest when he was young. Both of them drank the magic tea. At this time, the two of them hadn't said anything yet, but Yi Chu looked at the expressions on their faces when they drank the tea, and already knew that they were very satisfied with the tea. Yi Chu, I really didn't expect you to have such a treasure. I didn't know you could give me a drink before. The Holy Angel looked at Yi Chu and said, although he said so, but he didn't mean to blame Yi Chu at all, because Yi Chu could bring out such a precious treasure for them to drink this time. They were already very much in their hearts. Thanks. Yi Chu, after I drank this 11 magic tea, I felt refreshed, and my strength increased a little after a long time. This is simply unbelievable. Right Protector opened his mouth, and this Yi Chu also smiled when he heard the right protector say 5.5. Since the two of you can satisfy me, this is the baby that I took out, which makes me very happy in my heart. Yi Chu opened his mouth. This time he really wanted to thank the two of them. Although the holy angels were not very kind to him before, this time the holy angels did help him a little bit, so it would be nice to give the holy angels a cup of tea. There is nothing. After hearing Yi Chu say this, the two of them nodded, and the right protector looked at Yi Chu closely. Yi Chu, in the future, I owe you a favor. If you need any help in the future, feel free to come to me, and I can do you a favor unconditionally. The right protector opened his mouth, and Yi Chu nodded when he heard the right protector say so. 302. The first arrival in the eastern sky. Okay, this time we're really leaving. Yi Chu, please organize your things, and then leave as soon as possible to go to the Eastern Sky Territory to suppress the chaos in the Eastern Sky Territory. At this time, the right protector stood up and spoke. After hearing the right protector say this, Yi Chu did not stop him this time. The right protector, holy angel, the two of you should go first. After I have sorted it out for a while, I will go to the Eastern Sky Territory and then suppress the chaos. I will never disappoint you in the angel leader. Yi Chu said lightly, with a smile on his face. After hearing what Yi Chu said, the right protector and the holy angel were both satisfied in their hearts, and then the two left Yi Chu's room. Not long after that, the right protector and the holy angel had already left Yi Chu's planet. At this time, Yamoshi and the demon lord also came to Yi Chu's side. Yi Chu, I heard them say before, it seems that you have been named the new commander of the Eastern Heaven Territory. 18 Yamoshi came over and said that he was also a little happy in his heart, because since Yi Chu could get along better in the angel universe, it would also have a lot of benefits for him. Hearing Yamoshi like this when he said that, Yi Chu nodded. After seeing Yi Chu nod, the demon lord next to him also became a little excited. Okay, if that's the case, Yi Chu, let's set off as soon as possible. I can't wait to go to the Eastern Sky Territory to show my talents. When Yamoshi spoke, he was also very excited. The demon lord was standing next to him. Although his expression was not as excited as Yamoshi's, he was actually a little happy in his heart. Immediately afterwards, a few people began to rest on this planet, and they were ready to leave for the Eastern Sky Territory in 2 days. In the past 2 days, Yi Chu has also sorted out some information about the Eastern Sky Territory, including the map to go to the Eastern Sky Territory and other things. Before the Eastern Sky Territory, it has been managed by fallen angels, and that place is also the most chaotic place among the 4 major regions. Yi Chu called Angel Bajing. Angel Bajing said to Yi Chu, Lord Yi Chu, this is the map to go to the Eastern Sky Territory, you can take a look at it. Bajing took out a map and handed it to Yi Chu. Yi Chu also nodded when he saw the map handed over by Angel Bajing, and there was some joy in his heart. Okay, if that's the case, I plan to go to the Eastern Sky Territory in 2 days. Yi Chu opened his mouth. After hearing what Yi Chu said, the 8 angels also took a step forward. When he saw the 8 angels taking a step forward, Yi Chu also became a little surprised in his heart. What's the matter, Angel Bajing, do you have anything else to say? Yi Chu looked at Angel Bajing and asked, thinking that Angel Bajing must have something to say. Lord Yi Chu, if you want to go to the Eastern Sky Territory, please take me with you. At this moment, Angel Bajing was half kneeling to his body and said to Yi Chu very sincerely. Hearing Angel Bajing say this, Yi Chu's heart moved slightly. Angel Bajing looked very much looking forward to going to the Eastern Heavenly Domain. Lord Yi Chu, I have taken refuge with you in the past. If you follow you to the Eastern Heavenly Region, it is the best choice for me. I hope you can take me to the Eastern Heavenly Region, otherwise I will be left alone. It won't be particularly reassuring here either. Quote. Angel Bajing looked at Yi Chu in silence, so he continued to talk to Yi Chu with more fuel. Hearing Angel Bajing say this, Yi Chu finally nodded. Okay, if that's the case, Bajing, you can go down and organize your things, and then follow us to the Eastern Sky Territory after a while. Yichu opened his mouth, and when he heard Yichu say this, Angel Bajing also became a little excited, and then Angel Bajing nodded ruthlessly, and then walked aside. Angel Bajing was very excited, and then the time passed quickly, and soon 2 days passed. On this day, the earth was covered with a layer of gold, and the entire planet looked warm. When Yichu opened the door, he found that Bajing was already waiting for him outside. Lord Yichu, 2 days have passed quickly, and I have made all the preparations. Please take me to the Eastern Sky Territory immediately. Angel Bajing opened his mouth, and his tone was also very pious. Yichu's heart also fluctuated slightly, and then Yichu nodded. Okay, if that's the case, Angel Bajing, bring everything with you, and now follow me to the Eastern Sky Territory. Yichu opened his mouth and heard Yichu say this, Angel Bajing also nodded. At this time, Angel Bajing walked to Yichu's side, and Yamoshi and Demon Lord also walked over from a distance. Yichu, we have already come here and can't wait to go to the Eastern Sky Territory. Hey, are the 8 angels going to follow us to the Eastern Sky Territory this time? Yamoshi and the Demon Lord came over. Yamoshi also looked at Yichu and asked, and Yamoshi also noticed the 8 angels next to Yichu. Yamoshi, the master of the devil, the 8 angels, this time, we will also follow us to the Eastern Sky Territory, because the Eastern Sky Territory is really far away from us. If you want to go to the Eastern Sky Territory 527, if there is any with Bajing's help, maybe we can save a lot of trouble. Yichu opened his mouth. After hearing what Yichu said, Yamoshi and the Demon Lord nodded. Although they were a little surprised at the beginning, they didn't care much. Okay, not much to say, let's go to the Eastern Sky Territory quickly. Yichu opened his mouth, and then Yichu led the 3 of them towards the Eastern Sky Territory. At this time, there was a lot of fighting within the Eastern Sky Territory. There are many planets within the scope of the Eastern Sky Territory. At this time, many planets are full of wars. Even those places where the wars are not particularly obvious seem to be very chaotic and undercurrents are surging. Because there was a map prepared by the Angel 8 Scenes, Yichu and the others arrived at the Eastern Sky Territory not long after. After Yichu came to the Eastern Sky Territory, he looked into the Eastern Sky Territory universe. At this time, he was standing in the starry sky of the Eastern Sky Territory. Although the Eastern Sky Territory seemed to be very calm at this time, Yichu could feel that the Eastern Sky Territory was actually very chaotic, and there were even some ghosts floating in the starry sky. These are probably the remnants of some angels who died in the Eastern Sky Territory during this period of time. 303. Morgana Angel Star. It seems that during this period of time, the Eastern Sky Territory is also devastated. I don't know how many people died. Yichu opened his mouth, and when Yichu said this, the Demon Lord nodded, because both Yamoshi and the Demon Lord saw such a scene at this time. Yichu, what you said is correct. We must quickly resolve the chaos here, so that more people can be saved. The Demon Lord opened his mouth. In the past, he was a very indifferent person, but during this period of time, the Demon Lord stayed with Yichu and was influenced a little by Yichu, and he became a little kinder. After hearing the Demon Lord say this, Yichu also nodded, and then Yichu once again took out the map the Angel 8 Scenes gave him. They came here based on this map before. 8 angels, which planet is the largest planet in the Eastern Sky Territory? At this time, Yichu looked at Angel Bajing and asked. Angel Bajing heard Yichu's question, so he began to tell. Lord Yichu, the name of the largest planet in the Eastern Sky Territory is called Mona Angel Star. There are a lot of masters on Mona's Angel Star. It was also the headquarters of the fallen angels. Should we go to Mona's Angel Star at this time? Angel Bajing opened his mouth, and he also had some concerns in his heart, because the Angel Star of Mona was always ruled by the fallen angels, so there were many fallen angels on the Angel Star of Mona, and Yichu killed the fallen angel. Angels, if they go to Mona Angel, they must encounter some dangers. Oh, is that right? It turned out to be a place ruled by fallen angels before Mona's angel star. If so, we'll go to Mona's angel star. 8 kings of angels, please take us to Mona's angel star. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and his voice was a little impatient. After hearing Yi Chu say this, Angel Bajing's heart moved slightly. He didn't expect Yi Chu to be so bold. But at this time, Angel Bajing looked at Yi Chu and the others, and there was some agreement in his heart, because Angel Bajing knew at this time that Yi Chu and the others were stronger than he thought. The 8 angels, hurry up and take us there. We have already beheaded fallen angels. Do you still fear the fallen angels? Since this place used to be the base of the fallen angels' subordinates, I must be the most chaotic here, and I can also clean up the chaos here. Yi Chu opened his mouth, so Angel Bajing no longer hesitated, and then Angel Bajing took Yi Chu and the others to the Moana Angel Star. After a while, he brought Yi Chu and the 3 to Moana Angel. Outside of the star. When Yi Chu came to the outside of Moana's Angel Star, he also became a little surprised, because at this time, it seemed that the outside of Mo's Angel Star was actually full of war, and the flames kept flashing. Such a scene is obviously due to the fact that there was a great war at this time above the Angel of Mona, and life was ruined. Seeing this scene, Angel Bajing was also a little surprised, and this Angel Bajing looked at Yi Chu. I didn't expect that the Angel Star of Mona would be so chaotic at this time. Let's go, we will go to the Angel Star of Mona immediately. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and then the 4 of them walked towards Moana Angel Star, and at this time, there was indeed a lot of chaos on Moana Angel Star. Because there are many masters on Mona Angel Star, these masters have been led by fallen angels in the past, but there are actually some contradictions between them. There were some contradictions, but they didn't break out. After the fallen angels died, the contradictions and ambitions in their hearts gradually emerged, and the biggest battle began to erupt on the Mona Angel Star. Now the forces fighting on the Angel Star of Mona are mainly divided into 2 sides. One is mainly the former fallen angels headed by the angel Caesar. Another aspect of the war is the original creatures on this planet. This planet was originally very powerful, but it was forcibly occupied by the fallen angels before, so this became the stronghold of the fallen angels. The original creatures on this planet, although they have been oppressed by the fallen angels, are actually extremely proud in their hearts, so at this time when the fallen angels died, war broke out between them and the fallen angels. However, compared to the most powerful forces on the planet, their battles are only petty. At this time, the 2 forces were fighting, and then they suddenly felt an incomparably vast aura coming from above. This incomparably vast aura made them feel like they were just duckweed floating in the sea, as if they would be knocked over in the next moment. Then, who is that? Angel Caesar raised his head and said, and he was very shocked. At this time, he saw 4 figures walking in the air. These 4 people, especially one of them who looked relatively young, seemed to be like the ruler of heaven and earth, coming towards the battlefield with an incomparably huge momentum. At this time, everyone on the battlefield no longer had any intention of fighting. They watched Yi Chu come over in a daze, and their hearts were also very shocked. At this time, there were still some people who wanted to fight, and Yi Chu also noticed that they wanted to fight. Yi Chu was standing in the air, and the next moment his figure was very close to these people. Stop me. I've already come here, yet you dare to be presumptuous. Good. Yi Chu opened his mouth, his voice rolled like a thunder, and it continued to spread from the sky into the ears of these people. Yi Chu gently raised his palm swept downwards like a sky, with an incomparably huge coercion, and under this coercion, those fighting below couldn't help bending. He got up from his waist, and then they were so shocked that they knelt on the ground. Even if there are a few masters who are not kneeling on the ground, their legs are constantly shaking. I see, that's Lord Yi Chu. Claw. At this time, someone spoke, and when it comes to his expression, he looked very shocked, because he had understood some things before. I heard that the angel leader made Yi Chu the commander of the eastern heaven. Chu didn't come here, so they didn't know the truth when facing these things in their hearts. 304. The plot of the fallen angel's cronies. I didn't expect Yichu to really come here, and he came so quickly. His strength is even stronger than he said. At this time, Angel Caesar thought to himself, and became a little terrified, looking at Yichu's complexion with bitterness. Yichu also saw the expressions of these people at this time, and also heard the words of some people. My name is Yichu. In the past, the fallen angel may have been your commander, but this time I am here, so I will be your new commander from now on. Now I order you to stop your fighting immediately. Anyone who dares to violate my order will be killed. Yichu opened his mouth, and some very large vitality bombs emanated from his hands, bombarding several places. Boom boom. Yichu's vitality bomb bombed the past, leaving behind the bones of several people in those places. The reason why Yichu did this was because these people seemed to have something else in their hearts. Thoughtful. If you dare to defy me, this is the end. 890 things coldly. After hearing Yichu say this, the hearts of the surrounding people also became extremely frightened. Because Yichu killed the few people they knew in their hearts, the strength of those few people was incomparably strong in their eyes, and they were considered to be some very powerful masters in this war, but no thinking of the vitality bomb released by Yichu's wave, it was easily smashed to the bone. When they saw Yichu doing this, the others became even more terrified, especially Angel Caesar. At this time, Yichu also looked at Angel Caesar, because Yichu found out that Angel Caesar was present. The most powerful master among all of them. When Yichu saw Angel Caesar also began to panic. Although Yichu's eyes were very calm, Angel Caesar seemed to feel that Yichu had seen through everything he had. Then grilled and swallowed. At this time, the Angel Caesar also shivered. What is your name, Biad? Yichu opened his mouth and asked Angel Caesar. Angel Caesar heard Yichu's question, and then began to explain. Lord Yichu, my name is Angel Caesar. I've heard about you before. When I saw you this time, I admired you even more in my heart. Angel Caesar was very panicked, so he started to flatter Yichu. After hearing Angel Caesar say this, a subtle smile appeared on Yichu's face. When he saw the smile on Yichu's face, Angel Caesar was not only not happy in his heart, but even more frightened. I see that among all the people present, it seems that you are the most powerful, and you must be considered a master on this planet. In that case, come to me and tell me about the recent Dongfang Tianyu things. Yichu opened his mouth and said that after he came to the Eastern Sky Territory, he must find a local expert from the Eastern Sky Territory, and then learn about the Eastern Sky Territory. Angel Caesar is a good choice. After hearing Yichu's words, Angel Caesar also became overjoyed. He didn't expect that Yichu not only didn't kill him, but also reused him. Immediately after, the Angel Caesar quickly got up and came to Yichu's side. Lord Yichu, if you have any questions, just ask me, I will tell you what I know. Angel Caesar opened his mouth. Yichu also smiled when he heard Angel Caesar say so. Now tell me what's going on Mona Angel now. Yichu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yichu's question, Angel Caesar also began to answer. Lord Yichu, didn't you kill the fallen angel before? But the fallen angel still has a lot of subordinates, and among his subordinates, there are also many masters who are stronger than me, and they are at this time also very hostile to you. Although they also got the news that you would come to the Eastern Sky Territory before, they also prepared a way to deal with it, and they decided that when you come here, they will definitely kill you, for the sake of corruption. Angel's Avenge. Angel Caesar opened his mouth. After hearing Angel Caesar say this, Yichu was also a little surprised. He didn't expect these people to be so courageous. Hee, revenge. Yichu sneered, his expression also seemed very calm. Angel Caesar admired Yichu even more when he saw that Yichu's expression didn't seem a little timid. Because this not only means that Yichu's strength is very high, but also means that Yichu's courage is also very big. If they want revenge on me, that's fine, so I don't waste my time looking for it. Yi Chu spoke softly, and there seemed to be a chill in his voice, which made Angel Caesar even more afraid. Angel Caesar, aren't the men of the fallen angels preparing for Angel Caesar to gather together to deal with me? So where are they now? Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi Chu say this, Angel Caesar's heart moved slightly, and then Angel Caesar began to explain to Yi Chu. Master Yi Chu, under the fallen angels, there are actually two masters whose strength is not far from the fallen angels, and they are the most powerful cronies of the fallen angels. The two masters are also hostile, but if they know that you are here, they will definitely join forces immediately. Quote. Angel Caesar opened his mouth. Yi Chu was also a little surprised when he heard Angel Caesar say this. Where the hell are they now? Yi Chu asked. After hearing Yi Chu's question, Angel Caesar was silent for a while, and then he answered. Lord Yi Chu, before, I knew where a master was, but now the two masters must have gathered together, and they will find a way to deal with you. I can take you there. Angel Caesar said. This time he also made a gamble, because he had seen that Yi Chu's strength was even stronger than expected, so Angel Caesar felt that even if the two masters joined hands, Lai is not Yi Chu's opponent. 305. Go straight to the palace of fallen angels. So if he brought Yi Chu over, he would do some credit to Yi Chu. Perhaps after Yi Chu ruled the Eastern Heaven territory, it would also be beneficial to him. Hearing Angel Caesar say this, Yi Chu's heart also became a little overjoyed. Then Yi Chu nodded and looked at Angel Caesar. Okay, if that's the case, you can take me to the place where the master is. Bar. After hearing what Yi Chu said, Angel Caesar also nodded, and then Angel Caesar led Yi Chu and the others towards the distance, and Angel Caesar felt that the place where the two masters were located was before the fallen angels' palace. Although the fallen angel was beheaded, there are also many treasures in the fallen angel palace. After the fallen angel was killed, the two masters also took out the fallen angel's treasure, and they used these treasures to improve their own strength. How far away from the strength of the fallen angel is now? Lord Yi Chu, I know that your strength is very strong. You even killed fallen angels before, but when you killed fallen angels before, you relied on some formations. And you have to know that the strength of those two masters is not weak, and they still obtained the treasure of the fallen angel, so their strength has also been greatly improved, and there are some in the palace of the fallen angel. It's a very powerful trap, so you have to be careful when you get there. Angel Caesar spoke. After hearing Angel Caesar say this, Yi Chu didn't say much because Angel Caesar didn't know much about Yi Chu's strength. How could he know that before Yi Chu, even without the words of that formation, he could easily kill a fallen angel? Moreover, during this period of time, because Yi Chu was already familiar with the power of the rules in the angel world, Yi Chu's strength gradually recovered. Even if the two masters obtained the fallen angel's treasure and their strength increased a lot, they still couldn't surpass the fallen angel. Even if they were hiding in that palace, Yi Chu didn't have any fear. Not much time passed. Angel Caesar took Yi Chu and the others far away, and then a huge palace appeared in their sight. The whole palace is black, and the whole palace is also depicted with some very evil-looking totems, and the most common of these totems is the totem of the crow. The entire palace looked very evil. When Yi Chu saw this place, he didn't like it very much in his heart. There is still such a palace in the angel world. Such a palace looks so evil, and it is definitely not a good place. Today I will level this place. Yi Chu opened his mouth and said, although it sounded like his words were just a moment of anger, but Yi Chu really planned to do this in his heart, because he had such willful capital. Hearing Yi Chu say this, Angel Caesar also became a little flustered. Lord Yi Chu, have you forgotten what I told you before? We have to do it slowly. Angel Caesar opened his mouth, and Yi Chu continued to remain silent after hearing Angel Caesar say this. Angel Caesar was a little relieved, thinking that Yi Chu agreed with his point of view, but at this time Angel Caesar found that Yi Chu was not far from the palace, and then slowly took out a sword. What Yi Chu was holding in his hand was the divine sword, and this time Yi Chu was going to take the divine sword and enter the palace directly. Lord Yi Chu, are you planning to go straight into this palace? At this time, Angel Bajing also saw Yi Chu's actions, and was a little panicked, because Angel Bajing also understood Yi Chu's temperament, so at this time, he had already guessed a little in his heart. Yi Chu nodded lightly after hearing what Angel Eight Kings said. After seeing Yi Chu's nodding, Angel Caesar also became extremely flustered in his heart. Lord Yi Chu, how can you do this? I have analyzed the danger with you before, can't you listen? Angel Caesar opened his mouth and felt a little panic in his heart, because this time he brought Yi Chu here, so if Yi Chu was beheaded, he would also be liquidated by others, maybe he would not survive. Opportunity. Angel Caesar also had some regrets in his heart and brought Yi Chu here. Angel Caesar, Yi Chu doesn't need you to take care of things, you just need to be by your side and watch quietly. Otherwise, even if the two masters in the palace don't kill you, I will slap you to death. At this time, the Demon Lord also gave Angel Caesar a cold look, and said, the words of the Demon Lord also contain some killing intent, because the Demon Lord feels that this Angel Caesar is not a good thing, and the Demon Lord is not a good thing. Dominating yourself is not a good person either. After hearing the Demon Lord say this, Angel Caesar obediently closed his mouth, feeling a little scared in his heart. At this time, he could only pray that Yi Chu could really do what he wanted to do. Lord Yi Chu is so powerful, he should not be a fool. Since he is like this, he must have his own trump card, which means that his strength may be even stronger than I imagined. Quote ellipsis. Angel Caesar thought this way, and his heart became a little more stable, and then Angel Caesar had given up thinking, because no matter what he thought, it would be useless. Angel Caesar could only be quiet. Looking at Yi Chu. Yi Chu slowly walked towards the palace of the fallen angels. At this time, there were many masters in the palace of the fallen angels. The two masters headed by them are very terrifying, and they are already very close to the strength of fallen angels. Is he Yi Chu? I didn't expect that he really came to the angel star of Mona this time, and even walked directly towards the palace of fallen angels. Doesn't he know that there are two of us in the palace? When the two masters spoke, they also had some doubts in their hearts, but because their strength has also been greatly improved in this period of time, they also have a lot of self-confidence in their hearts. Okay, don't think about it. Since Yi Chu is here, then we will kill him. After killing Yi Chu, we will absorb the energy in his body, maybe we can really be promoted to commander level. Quote. If this is the case, after a period of time, the commander of the Eastern Sky Territory will be us. A master said. After hearing the master say this, the other master also agreed in his heart, and the flame of ambition in his heart was burning continuously. Leveraging the blood of the enemy, step on the road of my command. The two masters also thought so. 306. Strolling in the courtyard. Yi Chu walked slowly towards the palace of the fallen angel. Yi Chu's figure was very slow, but he carried an invisible aura. When Yi Chu came over, for some reason, the two fallen angels' relatives became a little flustered. Can we really defeat Yi Chu? They thought so in their hearts, but they also despised themselves. You must know that their strength is incomparably high now, and they are still in the palace of the fallen angels. If they can't defeat Yi Chu in this way, then Yi Chu's strength will be so high. They didn't feel that Yi Chu's strength was very high in their hearts, because what they got from their information was that the last time Yi Chu fought the fallen angel, the reason why he could kill the fallen angel was also made 13 inches but by means of an array. Yi Chu walked towards the palace with the divine sword in his hand. Just as Yi Chu was walking towards the palace, the surroundings of the palace began to shine brightly, and then some light bullets appeared from the palace and attacked Yi Chu. Come over. Yi Chu saw these light bullets attacking him. There was no fear in his eyes, and then Yi Chu waved the divine sword in his hand. Yi Chu quickly swung the divine sword in his hand, and sword shadows appeared beside Yi Chu. And when the light bomb Yi Chu attacked, Yi Chu skillfully used the sharpening sword in his hand to hit these light bombs, and then these light bombs would disintegrate. Seeing such a scene, the relatives of the two fallen angels were also a little surprised, but they were not particularly surprised, because this was just the beginning. What they didn't know was that Yichu didn't even use 1/10 of the strength of these light bullets. The reason why these two fallen angels' cronies didn't launch a strong attack from the very beginning was because they wanted Yichu to enter this palace, and then use the traps in this palace to deal with Yichu. In this case, Yichu would underestimate the enemy now, and there would be a greater chance of victory in the future. How could Yichu's heart not know their plan? But Yichu's heart didn't care much. He had experienced no less battles than them, even though Yichu's age was not that old. Yichu didn't have the slightest fear in his heart, and then Yichu walked into the palace. When Yichu walked into the palace, the Demon Lord and Yamozi in the back were also worried. Because at this time, they also saw the thoughts of the fallen angels' cronies. This Yichu had already lost its taste. When Yichu entered the palace of the fallen angels, the entire palace suddenly began to be blocked. Immediately afterwards, the inside of the palace began to vibrate, and then huge traps appeared in the palace, and then two cronies of fallen angels also appeared in the palace in front of Yichu. Haha, Yichu, you are really bold. I didn't expect you to dare to break in here knowing that there are many traps. Are you not afraid of death? The two fallen angels' cronies looked at Yichu and said, their words were also very arrogant, because Yichu had already entered the palace of the fallen angel at this time, so they felt that Yichu had no way to escape. Yichu looked at them quietly. Yichu's expression didn't seem to be wavered at all, and when they saw Yichu's expression, they also had some doubts in their hearts, and they didn't know why Yichu didn't panic at all. Is it possible that Yichu has acquiesced in your destiny and knows that you are about to die, so you seem very calm? At this time, one of the fallen angels' cronies spoke up. After hearing the words of the fallen angels' cronies, Yichu didn't say anything, but just lightly picked up the divine severing sword in his hand. At this time, Yichu couldn't use the super race god to transform, but he could use Zizai Extreme Will. Even if Yichu didn't use the Super Saiyan transformation, he could still defeat these two people if he just used Zizai Ji Gong. Because although the strength of these two fallen angel cronies is incomparably high, they are still a long way from the fallen angel, and Yichu's strength has been greatly improved during this period of time. Yichu had already activated the ultimate free will power, and when Yichu had activated the ultimate free will power, his figure also looked a little deeper for no reason. For some unknown reason, the two fallen angels' cronies saw Yichu in front. Although Yichu still looked the same, they always felt that Yichu had changed a lot. It was as if Yichu looked like a commoner before, but now Yichu looked like an emperor. At this moment, Yichu had already activated the ultimate intentional art of freedom, and a field of ultimate intentional art of freedom had also formed beside him. Yichu had an inexplicable aura about him, as if he was the ruler of this world. This temperament in Yichu even made the two fallen angels' cronies have the idea of wanting to surrender to Yichu, but they deeply suppressed this feeling in their hearts. Knowing that Yichu is now their biggest rival, how could they surrender to Yichu? Yichu, it seems that you killed the fallen angel before, so it makes you a little swollen. Do you think we are going to avenge the fallen angel? You are wrong, we just want to kill you and then serve as the leader of the East. Quote. The two fallen angels' henchmen opened their mouths. After hearing the fallen angels' cronies say this, Yichu smiled coldly, and then Yichu started walking towards the two fallen angels' cronies. When Yi 0.8 Chu came over, he was in this palace and there were many traps. They emerged from Yichu's side, some attacks came out, and they attacked. These were also some traps in the palace of fallen angels. But when these attacks came, Yichu's figure only flickered slightly, and it didn't even seem to have changed much, so he had already avoided all these attacks. Seeing Yichu like this, the two fallen angels were extremely surprised in their relatives. They never thought that Yichu could do this. No wonder you can kill fallen angels, there are indeed some ways. The pupils of the two fallen angels' henchmen shrank, and one of the fallen angels' henchmen said, and there was some fear in Yichu's words. 307. Tianyuan Umbrella and Camera Bell. He finally knew that Yichu was not as simple as they thought, but even so, they didn't have much panic in their hearts, because their cards weren't all revealed. Yichu didn't say anything after hearing their words, but Yichu's face became even colder. Then Yichu quickly dodged the surrounding traps that were attacking him, and then Yichu stepped on the ground of the palace. The cronies of two fallen angels attacked. Yichu rushed towards the two fallen angels' cronies like a shooting star. Seeing Yichu's speed, the pupils of the two fallen angels' cronies also shrank again. Yichu really kept surprising them. This time Yichu's speed was much faster than before. At this time, when the two fallen angel cronies saw Yichu like this, they could only activate all the traps in the palace, but after all the traps in the palace were activated, they were still easily avoided by Yichu. The kinship of the two fallen angels finally became a little flustered. No, it seems that Yichu's strength is a bit stronger than we thought. It seems that we can only use our own cards. Maybe this time there will be some trouble. One of the cronies of a fallen angel said, and after hearing the cronies of the fallen angels say so, the complexion of the cronies of the other fallen angels also became a little ugly. Even so, they want to give it a try. The two fallen angels' cronies each took out a treasure. One of the treasures looked like an umbrella, called Tianyuan umbrella, and the other one looked like a bell, called a camera bell. Immediately afterward, the confidant of the fallen angel, who held the bell in his hand, began to sway with the bell in his hand. When the confidant of the fallen angel picked up the sound recording bell, a sound wave also came from the sound recording bell. The sound wave spread into the surrounding space, causing the space to tremble. When Yichu saw the sound wave, his pupils contracted like a prison, and he was a little surprised. Because this sound wave actually has some attacks on the soul, if the soul is really affected by this sound wave, I am afraid that his attack will have a little loophole, and then his free extreme will power field will not be like before. It was so perfect at the time, maybe it would suffer a little injury. But at this time, Yichu already knew the attack method of the camera ring, so Yichu also had a way to deal with it. Yichu had blocked his ears in an instant, but Yichu had not finished blocking his ears, because the sound of the camera bell not only came from the ears, it came from the soul to the heart. What the cronies of the two fallen angels didn't know was that Yichu's constant practice during this period of time also meant that he had practiced Zizai Jigong to a very advanced level. At times, it is like an independent world that can resist anything from the outside world. In this way, you can resist the sound of the sound recording bell to the soul, and then Yichu becomes one body, as if it is independent of this world, and the sound of the sound recording bell cannot reach Yichu's ears. Middle. Haha, Yichu, the sound wave attack of this sound recording bell is not only powerful, but can also attack your soul. At that time, your attack and body shape will be affected by this sound recording bell, and then we can kill you. Kill you. The confidant of the fallen angel, who was still holding the sounding bell in his hand, said, and he was also a little proud in his heart. You must know that in the battle, it is not the one who is strong, who will definitely win, and sometimes looks at the treasure of the other party. Treasures are also matched. The cronies of these two fallen angels also took out these two treasures this time. Not only are they very precious, but they can be added and matched with each other. After hearing the words of this fallen angel's crony, Yichu didn't care much in his heart. Immediately afterwards, the sound wave emitted from the sound recording bell had already oscillated on Yichu's body. When the sound wave reached Yichu's body, the two fallen angels became very surprised because they saw Yichu. Chu's figure didn't seem to be affected at all. Oops, the sonic attack from this camera bell didn't even affect him at all. A fallen angel's henchman opened his mouth and said that the two fallen angels' relatives were extremely flustered. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. You must know that this sound recording bell can be used even for fallen angels. Some effects on fallen angels. Although the relatives of the two fallen angels were a little flustered, there was no complete despair in their hearts. It doesn't matter, I still have a Tianyuan umbrella in my hand. This Tianyuan umbrella can resist his attacks, and it can also attack him. At this time, a fallen angel's henchman calmly said that although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually very flustered inside. This fallen angel's confidant could only pin all his hopes on him and hold the Tianyuan umbrella in his hand. Tianyuan umbrella 590, open. The fallen angel's henchman said, and then he opened the Tianyuan umbrella. When the fallen angel's relative opened the Tianyuan umbrella became so huge that it appeared like a city wall in front of Yi Chu. It seemed that he could resist all Yi Chu's attacks. Yi Choksan was also a little surprised, because now he found that this Tianyuan umbrella is indeed a relatively precious treasure. This Tianyuan umbrella not only has the characteristics of blocking the enemy's attack, but also can bounce other people's attacks. And these two fallen angels' cronies also have this idea. They just want to let Yi Chu attack this one when Yi Chu attacks, and then the attack from above can bounce back to Yi Chu, and even attack him. It was a little more powerful than Yi Chu's attack. However, Yi Chu sneered when he saw the two fallen angels' cronies like this. The heavenly primordial umbrella could rebound the enemy's attack, but there was a limit. I don't know it until I die, thinking I can resist my attack. Yi Chu sneered and said in a low voice, although Yi Chu's voice was very subtle, because everyone was in a state of high tension at this time, the two of them also heard Yi Chu's words. 308. Broken Tianyuan umbrella. I am not ashamed to know this treasure, but it is the most precious of the fallen angel treasures. Even if the fallen angel wants to break through, it will take a long time and require other skills. A fallen angel crony also sneered and said, the reason why he said this was to comfort himself. After hearing the fallen angel say this, Yi Chu didn't explain much, and then he started to spin with the divine sword in his hand. It also began to spin together, and it was like a spinning top, attacking the Tianyuan umbrella. The huge Tianyuan umbrella was like an ancient city wall, laying across in front of Yi Chu. Yi Chu didn't seem to have any way to break through the past. However, when Yi Chu was spinning with the divine sword in his hand, his figure was still spinning constantly, and the speed was very fast, like a spinning top, spinning constantly, and even the airflow around the air began to be rotated by him. Stand up. Around Yi Chu, there seemed to be ripples in the shape of a spinning top, as if they were constantly flipping. Yi Chu attacked the Tianyuan umbrella at a very fast speed. Bang! Yi Chu kept spinning the spear in his hand, and attacked the Tianyuan umbrella fiercely, making a loud sound, followed by a constant buzzing sound. Soon, if you don't break through this Tianyuan umbrella, you will be seriously injured this time even if you don't die. A fallen angel's henchman said, because he saw that Yi Chu hadn't breached the Tianyuan umbrella, and the Tianyuan umbrella could rebound the attacker's attack. This time Yi Chu's attack was also very powerful, so the rebound attack must also be even more powerful. It must be able to seriously injure Yi Chu all at once. At this time, an energy began to gather on the Tianyuan umbrella. This energy was the energy that Yi Chu had applied to the Tianyuan umbrella before. Yi Chu even felt that this force seemed to be a little stronger. However, Yi Chu didn't feel much panic in his heart, because it wasn't over yet. Immediately after that, Yi Chu's speed began to spin even faster. His body continued to spin, and it seemed that there were even fewer phantoms. There were even fewer phantoms, not because Yi Chu's speed was not so fast, but because Yi Chu's speed was much faster than before, so there were a lot fewer phantoms, because many phantoms overlapped together. So it looks like some places don't even have phantoms. When Yi Chu did this, the divine slicing sword he held in his hand had even more powerful power, and it swept towards the Tianyuan umbrella. The cronies of the two fallen angels also frowned, because at this time, they let go of their senses and felt some shocking feeling in their hearts after sensing the power that Yi Chu displayed. I think he is the power he has displayed, and it seems to be far beyond the power of the commander level. At this time, a fallen angel's relatives thought, in fact, he had a good idea. Yi Chu's power at this time is indeed beyond the level of a fallen angel. This is because of the recent strength improvement and the reason for the suppression and recovery of the strength of the angel world. The Tianyuan umbrella began to gather a huge amount of energy on it. This huge energy seemed to attack Yi Chu at any time, but Yi Chu didn't seem to panic at all. Powerful energies converged on the top of the Tianyuan umbrella, and a very strong white light emerged from the center of the Tianyuan umbrella, as if it was about to burst out. The two fallen angels also became a little happy inside, because when this energy erupted, Yi Chu would definitely be severely injured. They sensed the breath in this white light, and their bodies seemed to have a little bit of aura. Trembling. Crack, kick. However, at this time, a very subtle voice reached the ears of the two fallen angels' cronies. When hearing this voice, the two fallen angel cronies also became a little surprised. What's that sound? The confidant of the fallen angel with the Tianyuan umbrella in his hand said, and he also had some doubts in his heart. Just at this time, the confidant of the fallen angel with the sounding bell in his hand began to panic. Seeing this fallen angel, the confidant of the other fallen angel looked flustered, and the confidant of the other fallen angel was a little flustered for some reason. What's the matter? What's going on? Tell me quickly, why is your expression so flustered? The fallen angel's confidant, who was holding the Tianyuan umbrella in his hand to resist Yi Chu, said, and after hearing the fallen angel's confidant say this, another fallen angel's confidant also slowly opened his mouth. Tianyuan umbrella is about to be broken. The cronies of the fallen angel spoke, and after hearing the words of the cronies of the fallen angels, the cronies of the other fallen angels also became extremely flustered. Immediately afterwards, he turned his head slowly, and his pupils began to shrink violently, because at this time he found that there were indeed a few cracks on the Tianyuan umbrella, and the cracks were like a prairie fire. Although it was very subtle at the beginning, but it began to spread at a very rapid speed, and in just a short while, all the cracks on the top of the Tianyuan umbrella. This is impossible, even the strength of a fallen angel can't break through this Tianyuan umbrella, how is it possible? The confidant of the fallen angel with the Tianyuan umbrella in his hand said, the confidant of the fallen angel with Li Haojiao, the camera bell in his hand, has turned his head and flew back. He wants to leave here immediately. Maybe he just needs to. If he escaped from this palace, he still had a chance to survive, but if he stayed where he was, he might be about to be beheaded by Yi Chu. Just as the fallen angel's henchman with the sounding bell fled towards the back, the Tianyuan umbrella was completely shattered, and Yi Chu was holding the divine sword in his hand, and the divine sword had already passed through in an instant. Now, the chest of the fallen angel's henchman who held the Tianyuan umbrella in his hand. Yi Chu's figure passed by the side of this fallen angel's henchman, and immediately the body of this fallen angel's henchman began to explode. And at this time, another close confidant of the fallen angel who was running away turned around and saw this scene, and his heart also became extremely panic. 309. No one slips through the net. The speed of his escape became even faster, and Yi Chu sneered in his heart when he saw him like this. At this time, there were still many masters in the palace, and those masters were also the subordinates of these two fallen angels. They watched the two fallen angels' cronies and Yi Chu fight, and they were full of confidence in their hearts, but the more they watched, the more and more panicked in their hearts, and at this time, they also began to fly away. Want to escape from this palace. In fact, what they think in their hearts is good, but if they do it, it is absolutely wrong. Because if they are in this palace, because there are many traps in this palace, and maybe there are some restrictions, they can protect them a little bit. But if they go out into the palace, there are still possessed Lord and Yamozi outside the palace, and Yi Chu can kill them more quickly after they come out, so if they stay in the palace, they may be able to live longer. After a while, if you leave the palace, you will only die faster. At this time, one of the remaining fallen angel cronies had already flown out of the fallen angel's palace, and soon he had already flown outside the palace, and he was relieved. His heart, he felt that if he wanted to escape, there might be a possibility of 540, and the most important thing was that he would not be able to see Yi Chu in front of him, because as long as he saw Yi Chu, he would have endless thoughts in his heart. Panic. Someone came out. This is what Yamozi said. After listening to Yamozi, the Lord of Demons also turned his head, and then the Lord of Demons saw the fallen angel's cronies. When the Demon Lord saw this fallen angel's henchman, his pupils also began to shrink, and the angel Caesar next to him felt a little bit of fear in his heart. Angel Caesar, is this person a fallen angel's henchman you said earlier? At this time, the demon lord turned his head and asked the angel Caesar. After the angel Caesar heard the demon lord asking this question, he nodded twice. After seeing the angel Caesar nod, the demon lord also had a killing intent in his heart. I didn't expect that a fallen angel's henchman has escaped by now. If this fallen angel's henchman escaped, it means that Yi Chu has already caused a lot of damage inside. Maybe Yi Chu has already beheaded another fallen angel's henchman. The demon lord opened his mouth, and after hearing the words of the demon lord, Yamozi nodded, and the angel Caesar next to him also began to be shocked. He didn't expect that not long after Yi Chu entered, the fallen angel's cronies had already left. Escaped inside. At this time, after the fallen angel's cronies escaped, he originally wanted to flee to the distance, because there is a huge teleportation array in a distant place. If he escapes into the teleportation array, he may be able to leave this place. However, at this time, the hearts of the fallen angel cronies were a little flustered, because at this time the fallen angel cronies saw a few masters standing in the sky in the distance, and these masters seemed to be very strong. The most important thing is that these masters seem to have a little bit of hostility towards him. Yamozi, join me in blocking this fallen angel's henchman, and then wait for Yi Chu to come out. The demon lord opened his mouth, and Yamozi nodded, and then the two flew towards the sky. In fact, the demon lord is stronger than this fallen angel crony, but the demon lord wants to kill the fallen angel cron. It will take some hands and feet, so the demon lord does not want to do this in his heart. The lord of demons and Yamozi attacked the fallen angel cronies, and the two of them also prevented the fallen angel cronies from leaving quickly. Where did the blocking dog come from? Dare to block me, do you know who I am? Looking at the demon lord and Yamozi flying over, the fallen angel's henchman opened his mouth and heard him say this, but the demon lord and Yamozi did not stop their bodies at all. BIBG. Fallen angel's cronies, the backhand is a shockwave attacking the demon lord and Yamozi, but the demon lord seems to be very easy to block the attack of the fallen angel cronies, and the fallen angel cronies also become a little surprised. Stand up. When did you have a master like you here? The fallen angel cronies spoke in surprise, and at this time he also thought of something in his heart. You must have guessed it by now. That's right, I'm Yi Chu's friend. I'm waiting for you outside, so don't try to escape. The demon lord opened his mouth, and then he attacked the fallen angel cronies, and the two were evenly matched. The fallen angel's confidant was also shocked. At this moment, he felt as if a very powerful aura emerged from behind him. The fallen angel's confidant turned his head and saw Yi Chu walking out of the palace. Yi Chu walked out of the palace slowly, although Yi Chu's figure was very slow, but the fallen angel's personal confidence was also extremely panic, and he could no longer suppress his panic, and his body even trembled. Moreover, because Yi Chu came out, the fallen angels did not have the heart to fight against the master of the devil. Bang! In an instant, the demon lord raised his slap and slapped the body of the fallen angel cronies, causing the fallen angel cronies to be injured a little in an instant. At this time, Yi Chu also walked towards the fallen angel's cronies. Yi Chu even took back the divine sword in his hand at this time. To deal with the fallen angel cronies who had been slightly injured, Yi Chu didn't need any weapons. Even Yi Chu's bonus status was not turned on. The fallen angel's cronies were slapped towards Yi Chu by the demon lord, and he seemed to have given up all resistance. Just as the fallen angel cronies came over, Yi Chu raised his feet and kicked the fallen angel cronies fiercely. Yi Chu's feet also gathered all the energy in his body. If he was kicked, even a fallen angel's henchman would not die and would be seriously injured. The fallen angel cronies didn't seem to have any resistance at this time. Just when Yi Chu was about to kick the fallen angel cronies, the eyes of the fallen angel cronies suddenly became fierce. Immediately after that, the eyes of the fallen angel's cronies were fierce, and then he suddenly took out a small knife in his arms. This knife was very sharp, and it turned out to be a treasure close to the previous Tianyuan umbrella. 310. End the battle. The attack power of this knife was so terrifying that it even cut through the air a little bit. Yi Chu's pupils shrank violently when he saw the knife. The attack power of this knife was terrifying, but Yi Chu was not so panicked, because as long as he dodged the knife's attack, if the knife couldn't hit him, there would be no danger. What you think in your heart is very good, but your strength is too weak compared to me. Yi Chu ruthlessly continued to kick Yu, a fallen angel's henchman, and said without mercy. The fallen angel cronies also trembled slightly, and then he stabbed this Yi Chu even more fiercely. The next moment Yi Chu's legs began to sway rapidly, and there was a constant explosion in the air. Yi Chu kicked the fallen angel's confidant's chest fiercely. Because Yi Chu's feet were very fast, the knife that the fallen angel's confidant was holding did not stab Yi Chu, and Yi Chu took the lead. And when Yi Chu kicked the fallen angel's confidant couldn't hold the knife any longer, and then let go of the knife and dropped it. This was what Yi Chu had expected before. After Yi Chu ruthlessly kicked the fallen angel cronies into the air, Yi Chu's speed also increased rapidly. The next moment, Yi Chu was in the air and quickly followed up with the fallen angel cronies, punched hard, and continued. Smashed into the chest of a fallen angel's cronies. The place where Yi Chu's punch hit was exactly where the fallen angel cronies had been kicked by him just now, so the injury was getting worse, and the fallen angel cronies' chest became even more painful. Yi Chu punched him, and the blood in the body of the fallen angel's cronies even sprayed out from the capillaries in his body. In an instant, this fallen angel crony was seriously injured, and he no longer had the strength to resist. Immediately after that, Yi Chu lifted the dying fallen angel's confidant in his hands. The fallen angel's confidant looked like a dead dog being lifted by Yi Chu's hands, without any movement at all. His face looked very depressed, and his eyes lost a little bit of expression, and he had given up all resistance. And Yi Chu's battle was actually being watched by many experts on the Angel Star of Mona, so many people were now seeing Yi Chu holding the fallen angel's cronies in their hands. In fact, when Yi Chu entered the palace of the fallen angels before, they all felt that Yi Chu might be at a loss this time, but they never thought that Yi Chu had already defeated the two fallen angels so quickly. Yi Chu's strength seems to be much stronger than what was recorded in the previous information. If Yi Chu is so powerful, what should we do next? There are masters on the Angel Star of Mona, and they are also very frightened in their hearts, accompanied by a little bit of entanglement. Because the situation is still very chaotic, if they leave this place, maybe they can become kings and live freely. Let's surrender to Yi Chu. At this time, an old man came over and spoke. This old man was also a famous expert on Mona's Angel Star, and his name was Jicheng. There's nothing wrong with what Jicheng said. If we surrender to Yi Chu, maybe the benefits will be even greater, because Yi Chu is not like the fallen angel before. His temperament is very gentle. If we surrender with his words, he will definitely treat us well, and maybe we will have a better life than if we were to be kings ourselves. Quote. Someone said, and after hearing this person say this, others also agreed in their hearts. Yi Chu was carrying this fallen angel's crony in his hand. He was standing above the Moana Angel Star, and all the masters on the Moana Angel Star were watching Yi Chu. At this time, Yi Chu held the divine slicing sword in his hand, and then slashed the head of this fallen angel's henchman. In an instant, the head of this fallen angel's crony was cut off by Yi Chu, and the majestic blood splattered into the sky. After Yi Chu beheaded the fallen angel's cronies, he stood in the air, his figure seemed to grow taller, and a majestic aura swept towards Mona's Angel Star, causing the stars on Mona's Angel Star to swept away. Yi Chu, who could not help the masters, surrendered, and at this moment, there was no resistance in their hearts. Because Yi Chu had already powerfully killed the fallen angel's cronies, he was even stronger than they thought, and Yi Chu's personality was extremely gentle, so it would be good to be their leader. Meet the new commander of the Eastern Sky Territory. Jicheng took the lead and knelt down. There were also countless Mona angel masters behind him. Yi Chu also saw such a scene. He stood in the sky of Mona Angel and looked around, and saw Mona Angel. In all directions on the star, experts knelt down to him, and they looked very pious. Yi Chu, in this battle, you have powerfully killed 2 of the fallen angel's cronies, and you have entered the eyes of the masters of the angel star of Mona. At this time, they have all surrendered to you in their hearts. Quote ellipsis. This is my demon lord who came over and said, Yi Chu, who is also a little happy in his heart, this kind of words will also have some benefits for him. Yi Chu nodded lightly when he heard the lord of the demons. At this time, Yamozi also captured the remaining masters in the palace of fallen angels. At this time, Ba Jing and Angel Caesar stood in the distance and looked at Yi Chu. Their eyes were full of shock and admiration. Angel Caesar no longer had the slightest remorse in his heart. He only felt that it was an extremely important decision for him to bring Yi Chu here. This time Yi Chu also beheaded the 2 fallen angel cronies by Lei Ting, and let Mona Angel star all the people above surrender. At this moment, Angel Caesar's ears seemed to hear the voices of everyone on the angel star of Mona surrendering to Yi Chu. I led Yi Chu to come here this time. Yi Chu's achievement of such a thing has something to do with me. If this is the case, I will also have great benefits in the future. Angel Caesar thought, and there was some joy. From today onwards, I am the new commander of the Eastern Sky Territory, and everyone must listen to my words, otherwise they will end up like this fallen angel's henchman. At this time, Yi Chu's eyes swept the 4 directions, and then said. Yi Chu's voice reverberated loudly, reaching the ears of everyone on the angel star Moana. Already. 311. The surrendered eastern sky. Moreover, Yi Chu said these words not only to everyone on Moana Angel Star, because at this time there are many planets around Moana Angel Star, and some experts on this planet have noticed such a scene. There were also some masters on those stars who knelt down and bowed to Yi Chu, and they also began to surrender to Yi Chu. Yi Chu walked towards the starry sky. Not long after that, Yi Chu had already entered the starry sky. At this time, Yi Chu also saw 10 masters approaching from the top 10 planets next to the Angel of Mona. The strength of these 10 masters is also very strong, and some people are not much weaker than the previous 2 fallen angel cronies. Lord Yi Chu, you broke into the fallen angel's palace forcefully before, and beheaded the great fallen angel's henchman, 907, which makes me admire you in my heart. After we discussed it for a period of time, we also decided to identify you as the true leader of the Eastern Heaven Territory from today. Some of the top 10 experts said that when they looked at Yi Chu, their heads were slightly lowered. At this time, many creatures on their planet were also kneeling and worshipping Yi Chu. Yi Chu looked around and nodded. Okay, since you let me be the new commander, then I will definitely not refuse. After I become the commander, as long as you don't do some very excessive things, then I can guarantee that you will live a lot better than before. Quote. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi Chu say this, the top 10 masters also became a little overjoyed. Thank you, Lord Yi Chu. The top 10 experts said, and then Yi Chu continued to communicate with them for a while, and then asked them to return to their own planet. Yi Chu returned to the angel star of Mona, and then asked Yamozi to kill all the previous masters in the palace, because those masters had also acted against Yi Chu before. When Yi Chu brought Yamozi and the demon lord to stand in front of the fallen angel's palace again, there were waves in Yi Chu's eyes. I don't like this palace, so let's tear it down. Yi Chu suddenly spoke softly, and after hearing what Yi Chu said, the demon lord and Yamozi also moved slightly in their hearts. The demon lord knew in his heart why Yi Chu didn't like this palace, because there was a very evil aura around the palace, and Yi Chu was a very righteous person, so it was understandable that he didn't like this palace. Okay, if that's the case, Yi Chu, how are you going to destroy this palace? Would you like me to call someone over and tear him down slowly? The demon lord said to Yi Chu, because he felt that it would be difficult to tear down this palace. After hearing what the demon lord said, Yi Chu shook his head. Without such trouble, I can destroy him now. Yi Chu spoke softly. After hearing what Yi Chu said, the Demon Lord was also a little surprised. He didn't know why Yi Chu said that. The reason why Yi Chu said this was because he had also entered this palace before, and had been attacked by many traps in this palace, so Yi Chu also knew a little about the palace. Yamosi, have everything in the palace been cleaned out? Yi Chu turned his head and asked Yamosi. Yamosi was also responsible for taking out all the remaining treasures in Xiao's palace before. After hearing what Yi Chu said, Yamosi also nodded. Yi Chu, don't worry, there are no treasures in this palace anymore, it's just an empty shell, not even a chicken feather is left. Yamosi spoke, and there was some excitement in his voice, because this time their harvest was also very big. After hearing Yamosi say this, Yi Chu also nodded, feeling relieved, and then Yi Chu took out the divine sword. When Yi Chu took out the divine sword, he also stood above the palace. Then Yi Chu held the divine sword in his hand and started waving it. Yi Chu poured all the vitality in his body into the divine sword. Inside the sword, there was a brilliant light on the divine sword, but Yi Chu did not attack immediately, but kept adding energy to the divine sword, and the power on the divine sword became more and more terrifying. A full 10 seconds passed, and the power on the divine sword seemed to be like a huge sun. Even some masters standing in the distance became a little panic in their hearts, and they felt that even if it was before. If the fallen angel commander faces a blow, I am afraid there is no vitality. Destruction. Yi Chu spoke softly, and immediately after he had accumulated all his attacks, he attacked the palace. From the divine slicing sword in Yi Chu's hand, a pair of huge sword chi waved out. The sword chi was not only very huge, like waves like mountains and seas, but also very sharp, as if even the space was cut a little bit. A little black crack appeared where this sword energy swept past. These black cracks are the space cracks that were cut by this sword energy. Immediately afterwards, the huge sword energy that Yi Chu displayed had already collided with the palace of the fallen angels, and the next moment the palace dominated by demons began to vibrate violently. At this moment, above and outside Moana Angel Star, there are not many experts who are watching Yi Chu's movements. They also know in their hearts that this devil dominates the palace. It took a long time for the fallen angels to build this palace, and a lot of treasures were wasted, so 1.9 in their hearts, they felt that this palace would not be destroyed so easily. Dropped. And when Yi Chu's huge sword energy hit the palace, it didn't make a harsh sound, just slowly wrapped the palace, and then the light began to flourish, which lasted for more than 10 seconds. The light began to slowly dissipate. After the light dissipated, everyone also saw the scene in place, and in their hearts, they panicked. The huge palace that had been standing there before seemed to have been released, but at this time it seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. The palace of the fallen angels was wiped out by Lord Yi Chu's sword, and not even the scum remains. Countless masters watched this scene, and their hearts were incomparably shocked, as if their faces were a little dull, and murmured. 312. Famous. Yi Chu had already wiped out the palace of the fallen angels with a single sword, which made no one think that, although some people thought that Yi Chu could wipe out this palace, they did not think that Yi Chu could do it with one move. To this matter, countless people watched this scene, and some of the people who had surrendered to Yi Chu before felt a little rejoicing, and they felt that they might have made a good choice. Even the Demon Lord and Yamosi were extremely shocked. Although they knew Yi Chu very well, and even they were always by Yi Chu's side, but seeing such a powerful Yi Chu at this time, they still had feelings in their hearts. Some strange feeling, Yi Chu can unleash such a powerful attack. The ones who were most surprised were Hake and Angel Caesar. Bajing and Angel Caesar had not seen Yi Chu unleash all of their strength before, so when they saw Yi Chu unleash this blow this time, their surprise surged like a surging river. They didn't expect Yi Chu's strength to be so high, but how could they know that Yi Chu didn't show all his strength this time? At this time, Yi Chu had already wiped out the fallen angel's palace, and there was only a large pit left in the place. The pit was unknown how deep it was, and there was a dark and deep aura coming from it. Yi Chu slowly turned his head and glanced at the surroundings on Mo Na's angel star, and the corners of his eyes seemed to have swept across the starry sky. There were countless masters in the starry sky. Looking at this scene, his heart became some panicked. Well, I have erased this fallen angel's palace as I said, and now I can rebuild a palace in the fallen angel's palace as a place for me to live in the future. Yichu opened his mouth because he found that the place occupied by the fallen angel's palace was not casual. This place is very precious. There is a huge amount of energy flowing around this place, and the energy is very strong. If you cultivate here, you must be able to improve your strength. After hearing Yichu say this, the demon lord nodded quickly, and his heart gradually began to calm down. He tried hard to calm himself down, but he was still very shocked. You can rest assured, Yichu. After the past, we will rebuild a very splendid hall here. It will definitely suit your temperament and will definitely make you very satisfied. The demon lord opened his mouth. After hearing the demon lord say this, Yichu also nodded. At this time, Yichu's figure also flew again, and he soon left the Mona Angel Star. After Yichu left Moana Angel Star, the masters of the 10 surrounding planets outside Moana Angel Star were still waiting outside. At this time, their faces seemed to respect Yichu even more, and they also stepped forward. Lord Yichu, the picture of you erasing the palace has been recorded by us before. We are going to spread this picture to the cosmos of the Eastern Heaven and then increase your prestige. Presumably, people on other planets will see your strength after they can't wait to surrender to you. At this time, Chiyu-chung stepped forward and said. After hearing what Chiyu-chung said, Yichu also nodded. Chiyu-chung seemed to be very reliable, and Yichu also knew a little about Chiyu-chung before. Oh, is it? Chi-chung, you did a good job this time. As long as you spread these images of me, those who have not surrendered to me now will not hesitate anymore. They may choose to surrender to me. In this case, you can conquer the eastern sky in the shortest time. Yichu opened his mouth and said, because the angel leader told him a task to conquer the eastern heaven territory. If Yichu followed the normal method, it might take a long time. And after Yichu had done such a thing this time, he was going to let such a battle scene spread out, and everyone would fear him and surrender to him. Because although there are many other stars in the eastern sky territory, most of those stars are not as good as these 10 planets, and even less than Mona's angel star. Yichu has now conquered Mona's angel star. It can be said that he has halfway through. After hearing Yichu say this, Kai-cheng also nodded his head, and there was something to please in his smile. Chu-cheng has a daughter. His daughter is extremely beautiful, and she is an unreachable fairy in one area. In fact, Chu-cheng wanted to marry his daughter to Yichu before, but now he has to give up. The thoughts in his heart were cleared up, because Yichu was just too good. Even if he married his daughter, he felt that even if his daughter was a concubine, she would not be worthy of Yichu. Lord Yichu, just wait for the good news. Chi-chun said, and at this time Yichu wiped out the fallen angel palace, and the video of beheading the fallen angel's cronies was recorded, and then moved towards the eastern heaven territory at a fast speed to prevent it from spreading. And these scenes were not only circulated in the eastern sky territory, but also spread to other places. The holy angel also heard the news very quickly. After the holy angel heard the news, he also became shocked in his heart. He did not expect that Yi-562 his strength is much stronger than he imagined, but the holy angel's heart also became a little joyful. That's great, Yichu's strength is so powerful. It seems that my choice to please him was indeed a very good move. It's just a pity that I didn't stand with Yichu at the beginning. Although it's a little late now, it's not too late. The holy angel thought in your heart that after learning this news, you also made up your mind that he wanted to be an ally with Yichu. Not long after the news spread in the Eastern Heaven Territory, everyone in the Eastern Heaven Territory began to become a little terrified, and those who had not surrendered to Yichu before even had some regrets in their hearts. Because they felt that if they surrendered to Yichu in advance, they might be able to get more benefits from Yichu. At this time, Yichu's strength, no doubt, must be much stronger than the fallen angel, and it is said that Yichu's temper is also very strong. Yes, so if they surrendered to Yi Chu, they might get a lot of benefits. Yi Chu stayed on the Mona Angel Star for 2 days, and after 2 days Yi Chu began to swim in the Eastern Sky Territory. 313. Surprised Angel Chief. Yi Chu was wandering in the Eastern Sky Territory, but every time he passed a certain place, 1 or 2 masters would fly up from the surrounding planets. These masters were usually the most powerful people on these planets. They all expressed their right. Yi Chu surrendered. And after Yi Chu walked through many planets, all the planets showed the meaning of surrender. Yi Chu seemed to be about to rule the Eastern Heaven Territory. After a period of time, Yi Chu finally traveled all over the Eastern Sky Territory. At this time, almost 95% of the forces had turned to Yi Chu. This could be said to be a proud achievement. The reason for this was first because Yi Chu's strength was very strong, because Yi Chu's personality was also very good, so if they followed Yi Chu, they could get a lot of things. At this time, Yi Chu also had some expectations in his heart. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. Perhaps it won't be long before the Angel Chief will get the news. I don't know what decision he will make at that time. Yi Chu thought to himself that at this time, Yi Chu's deeds in the Eastern Sky Territory not only spread in the Eastern Sky Territory, but even spread to other universes. Except for the Holy Angel, other leaders generally have some in their hearts. Surprised. At this time, what Yi Chu didn't know was that a person suddenly appeared in a very remote place in the Eastern Sky Territory. This person seemed to appear out of thin air, but he concealed a very powerful aura. And this figure is actually the Right Guardian. The Right Guardian came here again because he heard about Yi Chu, so he wanted to come here to check. If this is the case, if Yi Chu did not cheat, maybe he will go back and tell the Angel Chief. Immediately afterwards, the Right Protector had already learned about the latest news from the Eastern Sky region, and also looked at the place where Yi Chu had fought with those masters before. The Right Protector also became a little surprised in his heart. He felt that Yi Chu's strength was higher than that of Yi Chu. He needs to be stronger. You must know that his strength is a little higher than the average angel commander. Yi Chu actually showed such strength at this time, which shows that his strength is indeed so strong. I really didn't expect that in a short period of time, Yi Chu's strength has increased to such a level, and he has already rectified the Eastern Sky Territory. If this is the case, maybe I can go back now and tell the angel leader this news. After receiving this news, he will be a little surprised and shocked in his heart. Quote. In fact, in the past, the Right Protector had been hiding in a relatively close area of the Eastern Sky Territory, just to be able to understand what happened in the Eastern Sky Territory as soon as possible, and even if Yi Chu encountered a little danger, the Right Protector was ready to help but never imagined that Yi Chu seemed to have rectified the Eastern Heaven Territory in such a short period of time. Okay, now that I understand what Yi Chu did, it's time to go back and report the matter to the Chief Angel. The Right Protector thought in his heart, and then the Right Protector's body began to fly, and he also quickly walked towards the palace of the Angel Chief. The Right Protector was sent to monitor what Yi Chu was doing. It was also because the Right Protector was very fast. Although they were also from the Angel family, they had different abilities, and the Right Protector was very rare. Space teleportation capability. His space teleportation ability upgrade was a bit stronger than Yi Chu's. Not long after that, the Right Protector had come to the surrounding of the Angel Leader's palace, and at this time, the Angel Leader also felt the Right Protector coming here. Because the Right Guardian is very fast, the Angel Leader is still in retreat at this time, so the Angel Leader does not know what is happening outside, but at this time, when the Angel Leader feels the Right Guardian, he also becomes a little surprised. Before, didn't I ask the Right Protector to see Yi Chu's rule over the Eastern Heavenly region? I don't know how the Right Protector handled this matter. The Angel Leader thought to himself, and then the Angel Leader moved slightly, and then he disappeared where he was and went outside. The Angel Leader also saw the Right Guardian outside his palace at a glance. Guardian Right, why did you come back so quickly? Didn't I ask you to inquire about Yi Chu's rule over the Eastern Heavenly region? Could it be that Yi Chu has already ruled the eastern heavenly region so soon? The angel leader opened his mouth. In fact, he didn't believe the words he asked in his heart. He thought it might be the right protector who encountered some difficulties. Master Angel, I didn't expect you to know it so quickly. You were right. Yi Chu has indeed ruled the Eastern Heaven territory in such a short period of time, much faster than we expected. The right guardian spoke, because the angel leader had been sleeping for a long time, and at this time the angel leader also seemed to have just come out of his deep sleep, so Yi Chu opened his mouth and said. After hearing Yi Chu say this, the face of the angel leader also began to change. He was only tentatively speaking before, but he did not expect it to be true. What? How can it be? Has Yi Chu rectified the Eastern Heaven territory in such a short period of time? The angel leader opened his mouth and was very shocked in his heart, because no one had achieved such a fast speed before. Protection right. Yi Chu is very talented. His strength and potential may be stronger than I imagined. You go to Mona Angel Star now, and then find Yi Chu again, because this time his mission is also it's done perfectly, so I want to meet Yi Chu in person. The angel leader opened his mouth. After hearing what the angel leader said, the right guardian was also a little surprised. He also knew the angel leader in his heart, so he said this, it means that the angel leader was facing Yi Chu at this time. Also really appreciate it. Okay, Lord Angel, I'll go and call Yi Chu again now. The right protector didn't think much about it at this time. He stepped forward and lowered his head, and then said to the angel leader. The angel leader began to feel relieved after hearing the right protector say this. At this time, there is a left guardian not far away. At this time, the left guardian also heard the right guardian's words. Seeing the movement between the right guardian and the angel leader, the left guardian also became a little jealous in his heart. I really didn't expect this Yi Chu to be so powerful. It seems that I really underestimated him this time. Protector Zuo thought in his heart that because Yi Chu could do something like this, he was not happy at all, and because of the reasons related to Protector Right, he became more disgusted with Yi Chu in his heart. 314. New Oriental Tianyu Command Palace. It's useless even if I'm angry now. I'll take a good look when he comes. Protector Zuo thought in his heart, and then he softened his face and walked away, and when he went down, Protector Right also caught a glimpse of Protector Zuo at this time, and he felt a little happy in his heart. This time, he can say that he slapped the left guardian perfectly on the cheek, and such a thing has not happened for a long time. So after the right protector rested for a while in the Angel Chief's palace, the right protector sorted out his whole body, and then went to Mona Angel Star again. At this time, Yi Chu was on the Angel Star of Mona, and it could be said that he ruled the entire Eastern Heaven territory. 90% of the forces and planets in the Eastern Sky territory have surrendered to Yi Chu. Every time Yi Chu walked in the Eastern Sky territory, there would be countless mobikes. And Yi Chu's image has also begun to circulate in the Eastern Sky territory, and even some statues of Yi Chu have begun to be built on many planets in the Eastern Sky territory. These statues look lifelike and lifelike. Statue. And after Yi Chu became the commander of the Eastern Heavenly Domain, Yamoshi, Angel Caesar and others also lived very comfortably, because the blow that Yi Chu showed in the past was very powerful, so there are not many people now. Provoke Yi Chu. At this time, a palace that looked very huge appeared in the place where the fallen angel's palace was originally located. This palace was different from the previous fallen angel's palace, because before, the fallen angel's palace was not only very huge, but also carried the evil breath, but this palace is not only very luxurious, but also bright and generous. New Oriental Tianyu Commanding Palace. Taking a closer look, there was a sign hanging in front of the palace with these words written on it. It turned out to be Yi Chu's palace. Because before, Yi Chu asked Yamoshi and the Demon Lord to build a palace on the spot, and after more than 10 days, this palace was also initially built, and it was built in a very short time, but it looks like it is extremely sophisticated and can't be seen clearly at all. It was made in the past 10 days. At this time, Yi Chu once again walked in the void of the Eastern Sky Territory. When he was parading in the Eastern Sky Territory, there were also countless stars, as if emitting a faint light. When Yi Chu passed a certain place, biddy, the masters of this place will give Yi Chu the highest salute. Yi Chu stood in the starry sky of the Eastern Sky Territory. At this time, he had officially become the new commander of the Eastern Sky Territory, and everyone surrendered to him, so he also attracted the attention of many people when he traveled. Yi Chu's figure looked very lonely, but it didn't mean that no one wanted to contact him. It was just that Yi Chu's status and strength were too high, so they were a little afraid of Yi Chu in their hearts. At this moment, a slight fluctuation suddenly appeared in the distant starry sky, and Yi Chu became a little surprised. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chu saw a figure suddenly appear in the distant starry sky, and this figure was also very familiar to Yi Chu, and it was the Right Protector. The Right Protector appeared not far from Yi Chu in an instant, and then walked towards Yi Chu. After a long time, the Right Protector had already arrived at Yi Chu's side, and the Right Protector also seemed to be dedicated to Yi Chu this time. Come. There are many masters on the surrounding planets. When they saw the Right Protector, they also became a little puzzled. Some powerful masters did not know where the Right Protector came from, but they could feel the Right Protector's breath. The depth of it seems to be stronger than the general commander. Because who is that person? His strength seems to be very high, but he doesn't seem to be the commander in the angel universe. Some people said that there were some doubts in their hearts, while others were full of curiosity in their hearts. It is said that there are several hidden guardians who are very powerful by the side of the angel leader, so this person is one of them. At this time, Jicheng also saw such a scene. Jicheng slowly looked at such a scene and said, his voice was a little trembling. After hearing Jicheng say this, other people also became a little surprised. Qicheng, is what you said true? There is such a thing. Someone asked Chu Cheng, and Chu Cheng nodded after hearing it. I learned about this from an old book. When I learned about this, I wasn't very sure whether it really existed. After all, it felt a little unbelievable. But now I can roughly confirm that this person is one of the left and right guardians around the angel chief. Qicheng opened his mouth, and he was also a little surprised. At this time, in the starry sky, Yi Chu looked at the Right Protector who was walking towards him, and became a little curious. Father Right, it hasn't been long since you left last time. Why are you here again? Do you have anything to tell me this time? Yi Chu opened his mouth, and now he also felt that the Right Protector came to him this time, and it was probably also about the angel leader, and the Right Protector also nodded after hearing the legend of Yi Chu. Yi Chu, what you said is not wrong. When I came to you this time, I did have something to tell you. This matter is about the chief angel, but it's also a good thing for you. Right Protector opened his mouth. Yi Chu also fell silent after hearing Right Protector say this. Although Right Protector said this was a good thing for him, but Yi Chu felt in his heart that after no real experience had passed, it was hard to say. Clear a thing is good or bad. Oh, is it? If so, then tell me what the hell is going on here this time. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and when he heard Yi Chu's question, Right Protector also began to answer. Yi Chu, I also recorded everything about you before, and even took some images and took them back. The angel leader also saw such a thing, and after showing him these things, he also admired you very much. So he decided in his heart that I would take you to his palace and talk to you for some time. Right Protector said. He also opened his eyes to look at Yi Chu. In Right Protector's view, this matter could be a very rare opportunity for Yi Chu. 315. The Worries of the Demon Lord. I don't know how many masters exist in the angel universe. Each of these masters is so eager to see the angel leader, but they have no chance. This time Yi Chu was invited by the angel leader. It can be said that it is a very precious honor. Yi Chu's expression didn't seem to fluctuate at all after hearing Protector Right say this. He seemed to have already expected such a thing. If that's the case, then the Right Protector, you can take me there, but you need to wait for a while. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi Chu say this, The right protector nodded hurriedly. Yi Chu, if you don't have anything to do, then leave as soon as possible. It's best to leave now. Maybe the leader is already waiting for you in the palace. Right protector opened his mouth, then Yi Chu raised his head, looked at right protector and said, Right protector, it's already tonight, how about we set off to meet the angel chief tomorrow morning? I'm here too. Take care of your own affairs in half a day. Quote. After hearing Yi Chu say this, the right protector hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Although Yi Chu said that he was going to see the angel leader after the first half of the day, Protector Right felt that there was nothing in his heart. After all, the angel leader was extremely strong. After a long time, half a day was not even a long time for the angel leader. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chu took the right protector and walked towards the Moana angel star. Not long after that, Yi Chu brought the right protector to the Moana angel star. At this time, he came to the Moana angel star. After that, Yamozi and the people dominated by the demons also saw Yi Chu. During these days, the demon lord and others also lived extremely leisurely, because Yi Chu had become the new commander of the Eastern Sky Territory, and there were many planets in the Eastern Sky Territory, and there were some experts on these planets. Even these masters are not very strong, but they still have some very precious resources and treasures in their hands, so they have been sending treasures to Yi Chu for a while, and these were all used by Yamozi and the devil. Overlord closed, passed. During this period of time, they received a lot of gifts, and they lived a good life. Those masters also respected them very much. At this time, the demon lord suddenly saw that Yi Chu was back, and there was a right guardian beside Yi Chu, which made the demon lord sneer slightly in his heart. Yi Chu is back, and he has the right protector by his side, and this time, the right protector must have brought Yi Chu a mission. The demon lord thought to himself, and then the demon lord followed Yamozi and walked outside. And Yi Chu also placed the right protector, and then Yi Chu walked towards his room with the demon lord and Yamozi. After a few people walked into the room, Yi Chu waved his hand and set up a soundproof barrier, so that no one could listen to the words between them. Yi Chu, I saw the right protector beside you before, what's the matter with him this time? The demon lord opened his mouth, and after hearing the demon lord say this, Yi Chu also opened his mouth to explain. The Lord of Demons, you were right. This time, the right protector did come here, and this time he came here because of the angel leader. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing what Yi Chu said, the demon lord and Yamozi were a little surprised in their hearts. What the hell is going on with Yi Chu? Just tell us quickly. Yamozi took a step forward and asked Yi Chu urgently. Yi Chu nodded, and then spoke very calmly. According to the right protector, it is said that the angel leader admires me very much, so he also wants to call over and meet me in person. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and Yamozi became a little overjoyed, but the demon lord frowned. Yi Chu, if the angel leader wants to see you, this is actually quite normal, but there are also many dangers in it. After all, the angel leader is now the strongest expert we know, and his strength is definitely stronger than you are now. Gao Cheng, so if you meet you might encounter some danger, so you have to be careful when that happens. Quote. The demon lord opened his mouth, because Yi Chu's transformation technique, although very powerful, may be exposed after facing a master who is much stronger than him. At that time, if the angel leader finds out that Yi Chu and the others are not from the angel universe people, presumably they will also encounter great danger. Question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark. The demon lord, you were right. Although this time there is a little danger, there are also some opportunities, and I have to go. If I don't go, it will be exposed more quickly. Yi Chu said, because there is no choice in this matter, so he also decided to follow the right guardian to see the angel leader tomorrow, but although there is this risk, it is more likely that there will be good things. After hearing what Yi Chu said, the demon lord and Yamozi also nodded. Yi Chu, I'll go with you when the time comes. The demon lord opened his mouth, but Yi Chu shook his head after hearing what the demon lord said. 0. Just a few of you staying here, I'll be back soon, and the angel leader didn't ask you a few people to go over this time. I'll take you over. Not only will it affect our speed, but also make the devil the ruler is a little unhappy. Yi Chu opened his mouth. After hearing what Yi Chu said, Demon Lord and Yamozi could only nod their heads. They could only begin to bless Yi Chu in their hearts. I hope Yi Chu will have smooth sailing when he gets there. So they continued to talk for a while, and then Yi Chu left. Soon the time for the next day came, and Yi Chu made all the preparations. He pushed open the door of his room and found that the right protector was already waiting for him at the door. Yi Chu, half a day has passed, and now it's a new day. Let's go to the Angel Chief's palace immediately. If you don't go again, the angel leader must be a little unhappy. When the right protector spoke, Yi Chu also nodded, but Yi Chu was not worried that he would be late, because Yi Chu was flying very fast, and the right protector probably didn't know. The sun is scorching the earth, and the two of them are also ready for everything. Let's go, Protector Right, let's go together to meet the Angel Chief. Yi Chu raised his head and said. The right guardian nodded too. He had been waiting outside Yi Chu's room for a long time. Enter. 316. Speed Competition. At this time, in the far distance outside Yi Chu's room, the Demon Lord, Yamozi and the others were also standing. The Demon Lord, Yamozi and the others looked at Yi Chu. They now knew in their hearts that Yi Chu was going to the Angel Chief. There. Yi Chu, after you go this time, you will definitely have a great opportunity. Seeing that Yi Chu was about to leave, the Demon Lord said to Yi Chu. After hearing what the Demon Lord said, Yi Chu also turned his head and showed a bright smile at the Demon Lord. After seeing Yi Chu's smile, the Demon Lord felt a little more at ease. Although the Lord of Demons did not know what would happen to Yi Chu after he went this time, the Lord of Demons had to say this. Okay, Yi Chu, let's not waste time here, let's go. Right next to the Guardian, 290, FA said. After hearing the words of the right Guardian, Yi Chu also nodded, and then Yi Chu and the right Guardian began to fly, and the two of them quickly moved towards the Angel Mona. The star flew outside, and it didn't take long before he left the Mona Angel Star. After the two left the Angel Star of Moana, the Demon Lord, Yamozi and others were still standing on the Angel Star of Moana. He could watch Yi Chu leave here, and he didn't know what Yi Chu would have after leaving this time. What an opportunity, but without Yi Chu, the Eastern Sky Territory seems to be a little lacking. Yi Chu and the right protector were flying constantly. Because the right protector was very fast, he was afraid that Yi Chu would not be able to keep up with him, so he also slowed down his speed a little bit, but what surprised the right protector in his palm was, Yi Chu has been following him closely. Yi Chu, is your speed so fast? The right protector turned around and asked Yi Chu. After hearing the right protector asking, Yi Chu also smiled slightly, and his speed could be even faster. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll speed up a little bit and see if you can keep up. The right protector opened his mouth, and then the right protector accelerated his speed and flew forward. After seeing the right protector speeding up his speed, Yi Chu followed the right protector's figure and also accelerated his speed. What surprised the right guardian in his palm was that no matter how he increased his speed, Yi Chu always followed closely behind him, and it seemed that his speed did not decrease at all. The right guardian was also very surprised. He did not expect Yi Chu's speed to be so fast. It was ridiculous that he felt that Yi Chu would be left behind, and he did not dare to use his highest speed. I didn't expect you, Yi Chu, to be so fast. If that's the case, then I'll use my fastest speed to see if you can catch up. The right protector also hadn't met someone who could compete with him in terms of speed for a long time. So the right protector opened his mouth and said. I saw the power of space flickering next to the body of the right protector. The next moment his figure began to explode, and the speed was very fast. His figure was not short while traveling through space. It looked like it was still ahead, and the next moment his figure was already far away. After feeling the speed of the right protector, Yi Chu's heart also had the idea of competition. Teleportation. Yi Chu said in a low voice. Although the Right Guardian has the ability to teleport in space, Yi Chu also has the ability to teleport. Little preparation time is required. According to the long distance, perhaps the speed of the Right Guardian can surpass Yi Chu, because Yi Chu's teleportation consumes a lot of energy, but his burst speed is also faster in the short term, so if Yi Chu is in the short term, the speed can surpass the Right Protector. Yi Chu was constantly teleporting, and when Yi Chu moved, his figure was constantly changing, and he had teleported countless times in a short period of time. In an instant, it has exceeded the distance that the Right Protector flew. The Right Guardian stared blankly at Yi Chu next to him, and his heart was also extremely shocked. He did not expect Yi Chu's speed to be so fast. Yi Chu, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect your speed to be so fast. I didn't dare to improve my speed before, but now it really makes me ashamed. The Right Protector said, and there was some shame in his heart. Yi Chu also smiled slightly after hearing Protector Right say this. Right Protector, it's nothing, because I'm good at teleportation, and you're good at space shuttle, so if it's a long distance, your speed is actually a little faster than me. So I didn't actually beat you. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and the Right Guardian also knew the reason. The Right Guardian nodded, but he also admired Yi Chu very much. Haha, Yi Chu wins if he wins, and I'm not a person who cares about things like that. The Right Protector laughed and said. After Yi Chu saw the Right Protector doing this, he also appreciated the Right Protector. The Right Protector was extremely powerful, and he was also a good person. There is something in common between space travel and teleportation. If we can learn from each other a little bit, maybe we can gain some new insights. After Yi Chu opened his mouth and heard what Yi Chu said, the Right Protector also moved slightly in his heart. In fact, when he saw Yi Chu's teleportation, he felt a little excited in his heart. When Yi Chu said this now, the Protector's heart became even more excited. 4.2 inches Yi Chu, what you said is not wrong. I also feel the same way. If so, can you use teleportation a few more times, but don't fly too far, let me observe it carefully. Right Protector opened his mouth, Yi Chu also nodded, and then Yi Chu began to show his teleportation. When he saw Yi Chu's figure moving, Right Protector also fell into contemplation. After a while, Right Protector felt inside his heart. Also suddenly enlightened. Thank you, Yi Chu. This time you showed me the mystery of teleportation. Maybe after I go down and retreat for a while, I can improve my ability to travel in that space even more. The Right Protector opened his mouth, and he was very grateful to Yi Chu in his heart. 317. Advancement of teleportation. Yi Chu, you have already shown me your teleportation ability. Let me show you your space teleportation ability as well. The Right Protector opened his mouth, and after hearing the Right Protector say this, Yi Chu also had some expectations in his heart, and then Yi Chu looked at the Right Protector closely. The Right Protector began to cast the space shuttle in front of Yi Chu. When the Right Protector used the space shuttle this time, his speed was also very slow, and he focused on some more complicated parts, and Yi Chu also watched it. To most of the mysteries. In Yi Chu's heart, there was also a feeling of enlightenment. During this period of time, Yi Chu was no longer reliant on the system, because when his strength gradually increased, he faintly felt that the system also seemed to have its own boundaries. If he relies too much on the system, perhaps in the later stage, his development will be limited, but because of the existence of the system, Yi Chu has developed to a very powerful level. His vision, strength, knowledge comprehension ability and other aspects have been greatly improved. Yi Chu watched the Right Guard's ability to move through space using the 18 spells. Yi Chu also slowly closed his eyes. He didn't want to see with his own eyes, but felt with his own heart. When Yi Chu closed himself after his eyes, he felt that there were subtle spatial fluctuations surging around him. It was like a wave, slapping Yi Chu's soul of inspiration. Inspiration kept appearing in Yi Chu's mind, and Yi Chu also felt a sense of sudden relief. Yi Chu slowly closed his eyes, and after realizing the space exploration ability of the Right Guardian, Yi Chu felt his own space mobility has also been greatly improved. Whoosh! Yi Chu opened his eyes, and immediately his figure began to shoot towards the front. Yi Chu had already moved an inexplicable distance in an instant. Yi Chu's ability to move in space, combined with the characteristics of space shuttle, consumes less energy, and the speed is faster. It can be said that it combines the two advantages of space movement and instant shuttle. It was really good. Quote. What made Yi Chu even more excited was that this time he did not rely on the system to improve his skills, and it was also a start. Perhaps in the future, Yi Chu could rely on the system and detach from the system. Yi Chu, you are really a monster. Right Protector caught up from behind and said, his eyes were also glowing with light, and he also admired Yi Chu very much. He did not expect that Yi Chu had optimized his teleportation ability so much in such a short period of time. Right Protector shook his head and stopped comparing himself with Yi Chu, because compared with Yi Chu, he felt that his self-confidence was about to be destroyed. Okay, let's go to the palace of the Angel Chief quickly. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and then the two continued to fly forward. Not long after, a huge temple appeared in Yi Chu's eyes. This huge temple, in the deepest part of the angel world, this place has a vast void. This void is very empty, but there is only the palace of an angel leader. The shrine exudes a strong coercion. This is also because the head of the angel lives here, and Yi Chu looks at the shrine, and his eyes narrow, because Yi Chu feels that the shrine is a bit complicated. This temple should not be built by an angel leader, and there are many secrets hidden in it. Yi Chu looked at the temple of the chief angel in the distance and thought to himself. At this time, the angel leader was sitting in the temple. The angel leader in the temple moved slightly. He felt that the Right Protector had returned, and there seemed to be a very powerful master next to the Right Protector. The Right Protector is back. He should have brought Yi Chu back. The angel leader thought to himself, and then the angel leader looked at the door of the palace. The angel leader's gaze seemed to pass through the temple and saw Yi Chu outside. The next moment, Yi Chu and the Right Guardian also entered the palace of the chief angel. After entering the palace of the chief angel, Yi Chu also saw a thin figure inside at a glance. This thin figure is the leader of the angel. The figure of the leader of the angel looks extremely thin, but his body is filled with an aura that covers the sky, but behind him there are 8 wings, which gently shake the space. This is the chief angel. Yi Chu's eyes collided with those of the angel leader. Yi Chu thought in his heart that he felt that the strength of the angel leader seemed to be stronger than he thought. Lord Angel Chief, fortunately not to be disgraced, I have brought Yi Chu back quickly. When the Right Guardian opened his mouth, the angel leader also nodded, and he appreciated it in his heart, because the angel leader felt in his heart that the time when the Right Guardian brought Yi Chu over was much faster than he estimated. He didn't know that it was because Yi Chu's teleportation ability learned a lot after that, and Yi Chu's speed was faster than the speed of the Right Guardian, so in the end, Yi Chu took the Right Guardian at a faster speed. Came here. Before, I heard that there was a genius figure in the angel universe, and I felt disdain at that time, because the genius people who appeared in the angel world were as numerous as stars in the 003 tide of history, but when I see you now, I just realize that you are indeed a little different from the geniuses of the past. The angel leader looked at Yi Chu and said lightly, his voice seemed calm and unwavering. Hearing the angel leader say this, the guardian right next to him was also a little surprised, because the angel leader has always been an extremely strict person, and he has never heard an angel leader praise a Yi Chu so much. The Right Protector turned his head to look at Yi Chu who was in front of him. Although Yi Chu's figure was standing in front of him, it seemed that he was trying to make no sense, but for some reason, the Right Protector felt that Yi Chu's future was full of light. It seems that the angel leader also greatly appreciates Yi Chu. The angel leader has never appreciated a person so much in the future. Yi Chu does not know what kind of future he has. The Right Protector thought in his heart that there was another person in this palace at this time, and that was the Left Protector. Protector Zuo was also standing in the palace at this time. Although he did not speak, he kept his eyes fixed on Yichu. Yichu also sensed Protector Zuo's gaze, and he turned his head to look at Protector Zuo, feeling a little puzzled in his heart. Who is this person? The first time I saw her, she seemed a little hostile to me. Yichu thought to himself. He felt that this person's breath seemed to be a little bit like the right protector's imagination. 318. Expose the real body. Yichu, that person is the guardian Zuo. He was somewhat hostile to you before, and even suggested that he wants to erase you. At this time, Protector Right opened his mouth and said. Yichu was a little surprised after hearing the words of Protector Right. He didn't expect Protector Zuo to put forward such a suggestion before. However, Yichu didn't care much in his heart at this time, because he found out that Protector Zuo's strength was just that, and Protector Zuo couldn't affect anything of him now. So Yichu also glanced at the guardian Zuo, and then turned his head. And Yichu's actions also entered the eyes of Zuo Hufa, causing Zuo Hufa to feel a little bit of anger in his heart. He didn't expect that when Yichu saw him for the first time, not only did he not seem to know him, he seemed to even himself don't really care. Damn Yichu, you are only interested in the spring breeze for a while. When you are in trouble in the future, I will definitely torture you well. Zuo Hufa thought so in his heart. At this time, Yichu also looked at the angel leader. The angel leader also stared at Yichu tightly at this time. He saw all Yichu's actions just now, but not only did the angel leader not have a little bit of anger in his heart, and he is also very appreciative of Yichu. Lord Angel, thank you for your appreciation. In fact, I'm not as good as you said, and of course I'm not very bad either. Yichu opened his mouth, and after hearing what Yichu said, the angel leader seemed to appreciate Yichu even more, because Yichu not only did not seem to be a little proud, but also did not feel very inferior. Yichu seemed like a real hero, making the angel leader seem to see himself when he was young. But for some unknown reason, the chief angel always felt that Yichu was a little strange. At this time, the angel leader was also staring at Yichu closely. Yichu felt as if countless eyes were looking at him from the angel leader's body, as if he wanted to see through himself. Yichu felt a little nervous in his heart. At this time, he also felt a little bit of danger. Yichu tightly tightened the breath in his body, so that the information in his body would not leak out a little bit. The angel leader shook his head after watching Yichu for a while, but he didn't seem to notice anything too unusual. Yichu looked at the angel leader. At this time, he found that the angel leader was not watching him, and he felt a little relieved. Haha, Yichu, I appreciate you very much. You enter my room first, and then I will give you some rewards. In fact, the position of the director of the Eastern Sky Territory seems to have wronged you a little now, Tilda. The angel leader opened his mouth. After hearing the angel leader say this, Yichu also smiled slightly. Immediately afterwards, the angel leader took Yichu to the inside of the palace. After a short time, the angel leader took Yichu to the innermost room of the palace. This room was in the innermost part, but it looked extremely ordinary. When Yichu saw this room, he was slightly startled. It was because of the ordinariness of this room that he was full of vigilance in his heart. Yichu, come in. The angel leader next entered this room, then turned his head and said to Yichu. Yichu looked at this room, although this room was very ordinary, but for some reason Yichu felt some danger in his heart. Yichu looked at the angel leader. The angel leader was still looking at Yichu with flickering eyes. Yichu finally walked into this room. After Yichu walked into this room, the angel leader also sat on a stool in the room and looked straight at Yichu. For some reason, Yichu always felt that there was something unusual about the angel leader. Yichu, can you tell me now, what is your identity? There are only you and the angel leader left in this room, and the angel leader asked Yichu. The words of the angel leader kept floating back and forth in this room, and they also reached Yichu's mind, and Yichu felt a little terrified in his heart. What do the words of the chief angel mean? The angel leader's words indicated that he had already recognized Yichu's identity, and he was not an angel family at all. After hearing the words of the angel leader, Yi Chu was very terrified, so he turned around and tried to escape from this room, but at this time, the whole room suddenly lit up, and then the door suddenly slowed down. Slowly disappear. At this time, Yi Chu suddenly realized that this room turned out to be a prison-like place. The walls around the entire room radiated dazzling light, and the walls were also very hard. Yi Chu attacked the walls, but there was no movement at all. Damn. Yi Chu turned his head slowly, feeling a little panic in his heart, because at this time, the angel leader obviously noticed something abnormal in him, and let him stay here. Yi Chu, I asked what race you are. If you don't tell me, I'll have to check it myself. The angel leader spoke to Yi Chu. After hearing the angel leader's words, Yi Chu became silent. Visible mirror. The angel leader said these words, and then a treasure appeared in his hand. This treasure was in the shape of a mirror, and it was called a mirror. Yi Chu also felt the danger in this visible mirror. There seemed to be a kind of energy in this visible mirror that destroyed all illusions, making Yi Chu faintly reveal his own body. And when Yi Chu had been in the angel universe before, Zhao 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 also transformed into the appearance of the angel family. Visible mirror, get up, take a picture. The angel leader widened his eyes and said forcefully, and then the angel leader threw the visible mirror into the air, and then threw the visible mirror into the air again. When the visible mirror was thrown into the air, the radiance in the visible mirror also emitted a lot of light, followed by a very dazzling light, which radiated from the visible mirror and reached Yi Chu's body. When the light from the mirror of appearance hit Yi Chu's body, Yi Chu felt that his figure seemed to be a little unstable. He had transformed into an angel family before, and his energy began to slowly dissipate. The energy in Yi Chu's body was chaotically flowing. He felt that his body was a little out of control, and in the next instant, Yi Chu made the appearance of the family suddenly disappear, and then Yi Chu revealed his original appearance. 319. No malice. When the angel leader saw this, his pupils kept shrinking. In the past, the angel leader felt that Yi Chu was a little abnormal. It seemed that Yi Chu didn't use his real body, so the angel leader also displayed this. He wanted to see Yi Chu's real body, but he didn't think that Yi Chu was not only an angel. A family, not a race in the angel universe. The energy in Yi Chu's body continued to flow. These energies were chaotic and violent. As a Saiyan family, the violent blood in the deepest part of Yi Chu's body began to erupt. The light of the visible mirror continued to surround Yi Chu, and then the violent energy in Yi Chu's body reached its peak. Roar. Suddenly, Yi Chu's figure began to change violently. He had already revealed his true body, but after the violent energy of his body gathered together, his body began to change again, and Yi Chu turned into an instant. A giant ape. The giant ape roared wildly in the sky, his hands constantly clapping on his chest, and even the space vibrated a little. Seeing Yi Chu like this, the face of the angel leader 077 also became dull. The angel leader didn't expect Yi Chu to be such a race, and the angel leader also knew a little about the Saiyan race. You're actually a Saiyan race. The angel leader said to Yi Chu. He was also very shocked. He didn't expect Yi Chu to be a Saiyan. Yi Chu didn't react after hearing what the angel leader said, because Yi Chu was also very violent at this time. He kept patting his chest, his aura looked extremely terrifying. However, Yi Chu's state of a giant ape only lasted for a short while, and then Yi Chu began to return to his original state. He tried his best to suppress the violent power in his body. Yi Chu showed his original body shape, but Yi Chu's eyes were also fixed on the angel leader in front of him, and he was already ready for a decisive battle in his heart. Angel Chief, how did you discover me? Yi Chu spoke, and the angel leader also became silent. Are you asking me how I found you? Actually, when you entered my palace for the first time, I felt a little abnormal. But let me make sure you're a different race, not just because of my own feelings, but because of this palace. The angel leader opened his mouth. After hearing what the angel leader said, Yi Chu was also curious in his heart. He didn't expect the angel leader to find him because of this palace. Yichu had felt that this palace was a bit unusual before, but now after hearing the words of the angel leader, Yichu felt that this palace was very unusual. "Oh, how do you say that?" Yichu opened his mouth, and the angel leader also answered. "I didn't build this palace, and I only live here temporarily. I don't know who built this palace. It should be built by a very powerful predecessor in our angel universe. His practice is extremely powerful, and there are many restrictions in this palace, one of which is to prevent the technique of change, and when you enter the palace, this restriction is also touched, so I am sure that you are not an angel race." The angel leader spoke up. Although he had guessed that Yichu might not be of the angel race, he never thought that Yichu was actually a Saiyan race. In fact, not only the Dragon Ball universe, but also some Saiyan races in other universes, and those Saiyan races are also very humble. The angel leader knows the Saiyans in his heart. In fact, a long time ago, the status of the Saiyans was not so humble, but very high BIFB, but now I don't know why, the Saiyans are starting to change. They have fallen, and even become the lowest race, and their bloodline power seems to be sealed. Yichu felt a little nervous after hearing what the angel leader said, because he saw that the angel leader seemed to know the Saiyans very well. Angel leaders are not very threatening. In Yichu's heart, he felt that at this time, it might be difficult for him to avoid a battle, and if it was a battle, he was not completely sure that he could defeat the angel leader, but Yichu's heart was not so panicked. "Now that I have exposed my figure, you are right, I am indeed a Saiyan race. If so, do we need a fight now?" Yichu stared at the angel leader and opened his mouth. At this time, Yichu also took out the divine sharpening sword from his own hand. Light. The angel leader was also slightly surprised. He felt that Yichu's sword was also very powerful. If he was hit by the sword, he might also suffer a little injury. But at this time, the angel leader suddenly smiled. Yichu was a little surprised when he saw the angel leader smiling. He didn't know why the angel leader was smiling at this time. The angel leader's smile didn't seem to be malicious. At this time, Yichu didn't feel much killing intent from the angel leader. In fact, before the angel leader guessed that Yichu might not be from the angel family, there was some kindness in his heart, but when he found out that Yichu was a Saiyan race, the angel leader did not have much killing intent in his heart. "Yichu, don't get me wrong. Actually, I don't have much malice towards you. I just want to know what race you are." After seeing the very vigilant look in Yichu's eyes, the angel leader also smiled, then waved his hand and said, after hearing what he said, Yichu was also a little surprised in his heart. "You don't have much malice. Why?" After hearing the words of the angel leader, Yichu was also a little surprised, and then Yichu asked the angel leader, but there was still some vigilance in Yichu's expression. "Yichu, I really don't have any malice towards you, otherwise I'll prove it." The angel leader opened his mouth, and Yichu was even more surprised when he heard the angel leader say this. "Please explain why first." Yichu opened his mouth. After hearing what Yichu said, the angel leader also nodded, and then the angel leader kept a little distance away from Yichu, and then spoke to Yichu. 320. The Secret of the Leader. Yichu, in fact, I knew that there are many universes in this world, and I am also full of yearning for other universes. Since you are from other universes, if you don't have any bad intentions, I don't want to become enemies with you. I feel that there are several huge energies in your body, and these energies have been suppressed and hidden. Well, if I do it, it won't do me much good, so we can't do it if we don't do it. The angel chief spoke up. This was the reason why he really didn't have much malice towards Yichu, because he felt that if he did it, there would be little benefit. After hearing what the angel leader said, Yichu also believed it a little in his heart. But then Yichu also had some doubts in his heart. Actually, Yichu, the reason why I don't have any ill will towards you is because I also have a good impression of the Saiyan race. The angel leader opened his mouth. After hearing the angel leader say this, Yichu was also a little surprised in his heart. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Angel Chief, how do you say this? Yi Chu opened his mouth and asked the angel leader. After hearing Yi Chu's question, the angel leader also began to recall. His eyes seemed to be caught in memories, full of longing and yearning. That was when I was very young. In fact, there was a senior in the universe at that time. The strength of that senior was very strong, and I don't know how much stronger than my current strength. And at that time, the senior of the angel family also lived in this palace, and the senior of the angel family told me something. He said that in a long time ago, the angel universe had encountered a crisis in the world, and the entire universe would be destroyed. At that time, a Saiyan also came to the angel universe and saved the entire angel universe. The angel leader said to Yi Chu. After hearing the angel leader say this, Yi Chu also became a little surprised. In the future, a powerful Saiyan will appear and save the angel universe. Angel Chief, are you telling the truth? But as far as I know, the ancestor of the Saiyan family seems to be a Moshi. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi Chu say this, the angel leader nodded silently, although he was a little surprised. Yi Chu, you are wrong, there are countless Saiyans in this world, and the origins of Saiyans are far deeper than you think. The reason why your Saiyan family is very powerful is that you have a powerful energy that is sealed in your body. In a long time ago, you used to be an incomparably brilliant race, but because of some difficulties, so it was sealed up, and now it has become the lowest race. The angel leader opened his mouth. After hearing the angel leader say this, Yi Chu was even more surprised. He didn't expect the angel leader to know such a thing, but Yi Chu didn't know the truth of what the angel leader said. But it also made him have some doubts in his heart. However, Yi Chu still believed some of the words of the angel leader in his heart, because Yi Chu also felt that although Saiyans had infinite potential, it was because there seemed to be a powerful energy that was sealed in their bodies. Yi Chu, you should trust me now, I have no ill will towards you, even if you are not a Saiyan, maybe I won't do anything to you, and you are a Saiyan, how can I attack you? After all, the Saiyans saved our angel universe. The angel leader opened his mouth, and after hearing the angel leader say this, Yi Chu fell silent. Hearing the angel leader say this, Yi Chu believed it a little in his heart, and Yi Chu was not very afraid of facing the angel leader in his heart. At this time, the chief angel waved his hand, and the restriction that had surrounded Yi Chu in this room slowly dissipated. And when this restriction dissipated, Yi Chu felt very comfortable looking around. If Yi Chu wanted to leave now, he could leave instantly, even the angel leader might not be able to catch up with him. However, Yi Chu didn't choose to leave at this time, because when he came to the angel universe, he originally wanted to inquire about some information. However, at this time, the angel leader didn't seem to have any ill will towards him, so Yi Chu felt that he could ask some questions. When the angel leader opened the restriction around Yi Chu, he was already prepared and saw the sight of Yi Chu leaving, but what surprised the angel leader was that Yi Chu was still standing there, as if he didn't leave at all. The action made the angel leader very surprised. Yi Chu, at this time, I have opened the restrictions around me. Now you can leave whenever you want. Why are you still standing there and not moving at all? The leader of the angel asked Yi Chu. After hearing the leader of the angel, Yi Chu raised his head after being silent for a while. Angel Chief, do you know why I came to the angel universe? At this time, Yi Chu slowly raised his head. After hearing Yi Chu's words, the angel leader also fell silent. Actually, the angel leader had always been curious about Yi Chu's question. Question mark 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 question mark. Oh, if that's the case, Yi Chu, tell me carefully, why did you come to the angel universe? The angel leader looked at Yi Chu and asked. After hearing what the angel leader said, Yi Chu was silent for a while, but continued to tell him to get up. Angel Chief, the reason why I came to the angel universe is to go to a larger universe. I know that there are countless universes in this world, and the number of these universes is also very large, but in addition to these universes, there is also a very huge world, and the scope of this world is many times larger than that of your angel universe or our Dragon Ball universe. Quote, I think there are clues to other larger universes that can be found in your angel universe, so I came here, and another reason is that I want to experience myself here, but I don't have much malice in my heart. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi Chu's words, the angel leader was a little surprised, but he didn't seem very surprised. Yi Chu originally thought that after he told this story, the angel leader's face would definitely be very surprised, but now it seems that the angel leader is not surprised at all, which made Yi Chu feel a little puzzled in his heart. Hey, Chief Angel, aren't you surprised at all? Yi Chu opened his mouth. After hearing Yi Chu say this, the angel leader also smiled slightly. Yi Chu also had a lot of doubts in his heart, and looked at the angel leader tightly. Yi Chu isn't afraid to tell you, I already knew about your news. The angel leader opened his mouth. After seeing the angel leader say this, Yi Chu was also very curious. It took a lot of thought and opportunity to know that when he got this news. The angel leader said that he had received the news before. Although Yi Chu felt a little unbelievable in his heart, he also had some beliefs in his heart at this time, and he was even more curious as to where the angel leader got it from. Of this news. What, Angel Chief, did you already know this news? Tell me, where did you get this news? Yi Chu opened his mouth, and the angel leader also pondered for a while, then opened his mouth and was about to say something to Yi Chu. Just when the angel leader was about to speak to Yi Chu, suddenly there were a few footsteps outside the angel leader's room. After hearing the sound of footsteps, Yi Chu also turned his head. The people who come are the left and right guardians. Wide. Dragon Ball Daily Gift Pack Chapter 321 to 340. 321. Push down time. Master Chief, just now, we heard the sound of a giant ape roaring here, and there seemed to be a very dazzling light. Is there any monster mixed in here? The voices of the left and right guardians came from outside. After hearing the words of the left and right guardians, the angel leader also shook his head. Left and right guardians, before, it was just me and Yi Chu that performed a technique, and nothing abnormal happened. You should leave here first. The angel leader opened his mouth and said to the left and right guardians outside the door. After the left and right guardians heard the words of the angel leader, although there were still some doubts in their hearts, they nodded and left here. At this time, Yi Chu also looked closely at the angel leader, because the angel leader had said a very important message before, but 5 or 60 also interrupted the angel leader because of the arrival of the guardian Zuo. Can the chief angel continue to speak? Yi Chu opened his mouth, and the angel leader also began to talk. Yi Chu, I do know about this, and I discovered it myself. Now I can take you there to see how I discovered it. Yi Chu was also a little surprised after hearing the angel leader say this, but Yi Chu nodded tightly. Come with me, Yi Chu, and I'll show you how I found out about this matter. Although you may not know very little about it, when you see this scene, you must be sure in your heart. It will also be a little surprising. Quote. The angel leader opened his mouth, and after hearing the angel leader say this, Yi Chu also followed closely by the angel leader's side, and the angel leader led Yi Chu to the corner of the room. When the angel leader walked to the corner of the room, his foot stepped on the brick next to him 3 times, and then the whole room began to vibrate slightly. Those tiles also slowly disappeared, and then a dark hole appeared in the corner of the wall. This hole seemed to lead to the bottom of the palace, and I didn't know where it was after going down. Yi Chu, come with me. The angel leader opened his mouth. After the angel leader said this, Yi Chu felt a little hesitant in his heart, because this hole did not seem to have been set up by the angel leader himself. It should have been set up by the master who built the palace a long time ago. I don't know. What is there after going down? However, what the angel leader had said before was also very tempting, and Yi Chu felt in his heart that the angel leader shouldn't plot against him again. Besides, even if the angel leader really wanted to plot, Yi Chu wasn't very afraid. Yi Chu thought for a while, and after a while, Yi Chu stepped towards the entrance of the hole. When he was about to see Yi Chu's action, the angel leader also appreciated Yi Chu even more in his heart. Immediately after, the angel leader and Yi Chu walked into the secret room. After a period of darkness, the angel leader and Yi Chu entered a secret room below the palace. There were several dark lights in the secret room. These lights came from the candles on the side wall. This place looks a little dark, but there is a very magical and huge energy around it. Although this place was a little dark, when Yi Chu stood in this place, his body and mind felt a little more comfortable. Yi Chu felt the energy pervading all around him. He felt that the energy pervading all around seemed to be somewhat similar to the energy in space, but there were some differences in essence. This energy seemed to carry Yi Chu from the present time period to another time, to the future. Yi Chu, this secret room is filled with strong time energy. At this time, the angel leader also found Yi Chu's surprise, and then he looked around and said to Yi Chu. Yi Chu's heart began to surge after hearing the angel leader say this. This place is filled with the energy of time. Yi Chu opened his mouth in surprise. They didn't expect that the surrounding area was filled with time energy. They had to know that what he understood was only the power of space. As long as something was related to time, it would definitely be very precious and rare. However, Yi Chu's heart was a little surprised. How did the angel leader learn about those things from this place? Angel Chief, didn't you say you wanted to let me know how you learned the truth of those things from this place? Please tell me now. Yi Chu opened his mouth, because the angel leader brought him to this place. Yi Chu looked around and felt the strong power of time around him, so Yi Chu became even more curious about what the angel leader said in his heart. After hearing Yi Chu say this, the angel leader also nodded and walked forward. Yi Chu, do you still remember what race we are? We are an angel family. What is the best thing our angel family is good at? The angel leader opened his mouth and asked Yi Chu. Hearing the angel leader asking this, Yi Chu remained silent for a while, and then he thought of the great priest. I heard that what the great priest is best at is the power of time. Is it possible that the chief angel is also good at this? Is it the power of time? Yi Chu raised his head and asked the angel leader. Hearing Yi Chu's question, the angel leader was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Yi Chu to guess it in such a short time. The angel leader nodded. Admit it. Yi Chu, what you said is not wrong. In our angel family, as long as the power of blood is relatively strong, they are generally more proficient in the power of time. But because of this, we can't easily shuttle 5.7, time, which will have this major impact on time. When the angel leader spoke, he also had some regrets in his heart. It is also because although they have a talent for time, they cannot travel through time even if they have a strong power of time, so there are many angels who have given up this talent to cultivate themselves, but the leader of the angels is different. Time magic is very proficient. Hearing the angel leader say this, Yi Chu was also a little surprised. He didn't know why the angel leader said this. Angel Chief, does what you want to tell me have anything to do with your power of time? Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi Chu's question, the angel leader nodded. 322. The source of the feather planet. After seeing the angel leader nod, Yi Chu was also surprised in his heart. He stared at the angel leader tightly, wondering how the angel leader would show him those scenes. Yi Chu, just watch it carefully. The angel leader opened his mouth, and his face became a little deeper, and then the angel leader stood in the center of the secret room. There was a strong power of time flowing through him, and the power of time in this secret room was also directed towards the angel. The leader's body rushed inside. The angel family is very good at the power of time. Although he cannot travel through time, he can also use the power of time to achieve some other things. When he saw the angel leader like this, Yi Chu felt a little bit in his heart. Guessing, but Yi Chu didn't know exactly what the angel leader was going to do. The angel leader waved his hands. When the angel leader waved his hands, there was a strong power of time flowing in the angel leader's hands. It seems that a flat picture is constructed in front of the picture, and some scenes appear in this picture, and these scenes are constantly going backwards 18, as if some scenes from the angel universe once appeared. Yichu closely watched the scenes constructed by the angel leader, and was a little surprised, because he had now discovered that these scenes constructed by the angel leader seemed to be the previous scenes in the angel universe, and these scenes at this time those who are still going backwards, do not know where they will reach. What the hell did the chief angel show me? Could it be something that happened before? Yichu didn't expect him to have some guesses in his heart, but Yichu wasn't sure what the angel leader was showing him, and what time period it was. Then Yichu continued to look down. The picture constructed by the angel leader kept going backwards. After some time, the picture finally stopped slowly. At this time, Yichu was already very surprised, because the angel universe in the past was completely different from the current one. At this time, the angel universe is still barren, and there are no planets in the angel universe. Yichu, you also have some doubts in your heart. There are no planets in the angel universe, but now he also knows in his heart that there are many feather planets in the angel universe, so how did these feather planets come from? At this time, a huge figure appeared in the image. This figure was like the sky with his feet on the ground above his head. He stood in the universe of angels, as if he was the only person in the universe like angels. Angels are the same as the masters of the universe. Yichu looked at this person closely. When he saw this person, although Yichu didn't stand next to this person, Yichu also felt that this person's aura was incomparably huge. Even through the picture of history, Yichu felt a majestic coercion. Even with Yichu's current strength, he felt that some blood was boiling in his body, and there was some terrifying feeling. The angel leader's body was also trembling constantly, but he was still showing Yichu this picture. At this time, Yichu also intuitively felt that this must be a very important picture, so Yichu's eyes were fixed on this picture, and he was also very curious and shocked. Who is the person in the picture? He seems to be somewhat similar to the angel family, but it doesn't seem to be the current angel family. Yichu was a little surprised, and then he looked at the characters in the picture and thought to himself. At this moment, the giant in the picture began to move. When the giant moved, the space seemed to shake for him, and the power of time flowed around him. And behind the giant, there are a total of 12 pairs of wings. These 12 pairs of wings are constantly waving at this time. The surrounding space is constantly vibrating between the wings, and countless space cracks emerge from his wings. But it didn't do any harm to his wings. I want to create the universe. Indistinctly, Yichu seemed to hear the giant say this, and then Yichu's pupils began to shrink a little, because he found countless feathers flying out of the 12 pairs of wings behind the giant. These feathers flew up into the sky and then fell down. When these feathers fell down, these feathers also became incomparably huge, occupying some places in the vast angel universe, and then slowly rotated and turned into some planets. At this time, after these feathers turned into the size of a planet, they were constantly flipping, and there was also a strong power of time flowing on them. After some time, some tiny life began to appear on these huge feathers, as well as mountains and rivers and other things. I see, he's creating the angel universe. I didn't expect that the feather planet in the angel universe came to be like this. At this time, after Yichu saw such a scene, he finally understood in his heart why the leader of the angels insisted on showing him this scene, because there were some things he wanted to know. At this time, Yichu was completely shocked. When he saw the countless feather planets in the angel universe, he was also a little surprised. He guessed how these feather planets appeared. After all, there is no innate in nature. A feather-like planet appeared. Yichu didn't think much about it at that time, but at this time, he completely understood in his heart that the feather planet was formed by the feathers behind this giant. The scene continued to develop, and the giant was also constantly creating planets and enriching the universe. After a period of time, the universe was slowly shaped by him into what it is now. There are a few similarities, but there are also big differences. Maybe the reason for the many years apart. The angel leader next to him was also clenching his teeth. His body was able to continuously exude the power of time, and he was also pushing hard so that Yichu could see all the pictures. After a while, the picture in front of Yi-Chu finally slowed down. It slowly dissipated, and the angel leader could no longer hold on. Crack! The scene in front of Yi-Chu's eyes suddenly disappeared, and at this time the angel leader also fell to the ground, because at this time he had already used all his strength. 323. The request of the chief angel. The angel leader used all his strength to show this picture, and he also paid a lot of strength. At this time, he was already sitting on the ground tired. If you just look at the ordinary picture, it is fine, but this picture has passed countless years, and the strength of the person in the picture is also very strong, so the angel leader actually persisted for such a long time, but it's already amazing. Yi-Chu's expression was also a little complicated at this time. Yi-Chu turned his head to look at the angel leader who fell on the ground next to me. The angel leader was panting, and Yi-Chu's eyes were full of shock. The chief angel, please tell me who was that person just now. Yi-Chu turned his head and asked the angel leader. After hearing what Yi-Chu said, the angel leader took a deep breath and said to Yi-Chu, who was that person Yi-Chu just now? Maybe you already have some answers, why are you still asking me? After hearing the words of the angel leader, Yi-Chu was also silent for a while, and then Yi-Chu said, the angel leader, that person is the angel family, the one who created the angel universe, and the one who created your angel family. It is not too much for him to be the first ancestor of your angel race. Yi-Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi-Chu say this, the angel leader also nodded. Yi-Chu, now you should know why I wasn't surprised at all after hearing what you said. The angel leader opened his mouth again to see Yi-Chu panting. After hearing the angel leader's words, Yi-Chu also nodded. He finally understood why the angel leader said that he was not surprised at all, because the angel leader had already experienced more and more. Surprising thing. Angel leader, you can actually find such a thing. Since the ancestor of your angel family is so powerful, could it be that he died in the end? Yi-Chu asked the angel leader, but the angel leader shook his head after hearing what Yi-Chu said. Yi-Chu, there have been countless masters in our angel universe, and there are masters with such powerful ancestors of angels, but most of them have not died, especially the ancestors of angels are definitely not dead, but they do not exist now. In this universe, so I suspect that the first ancestor of angels and others went to a larger world. At this time, the angel leader opened his mouth and expressed his guesses to Yi-Chu. After hearing what the angel leader said, Yi-Chu also nodded. In fact, he was thinking the same way now. Yi-Chu, since you want to find the most powerful universe in your heart, and after I show you this image, I might be able to help you a little bit, but I have a request, I hope you can listen to it. The angel leader opened his mouth. After hearing what the angel leader said, Yi-Chu was silent for a while, then raised his head and nodded. Angel Chief, anyway, after you showed me this video this time, it really helped me a lot, and you are so tired, but you just don't know what your requirements are now. If your requirements are not special, if it's too much, I can promise you. Yi-Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing what Yi-Chu said, the angel leader also nodded. Yi-Chu, I think you are a person with great power, great talent and great talent. Your future achievements will definitely be higher than mine, so your chances of finding a bigger universe are much stronger than mine, and you were originally in another universe. You can also come to our angel universe, so I believe in my heart that you will definitely be able to find that big world in the future. Quote. I suspect that the ancestor of angels and the strongest masters in our angel universe have entered that big world, so I hope that if you find information about a larger world in the future, please tell me. At this time, the angel leader opened his mouth. After hearing the angel leader say this, Yi-Chu was silent for a while, and then nodded. He will definitely agree to what the angel leader said, because the angel leader is also very helpful to him in this matter, and even if he discovers this larger universe, he will not have any loss by telling the angel leader himself. Happy but not. After seeing Yi-Chu nod, the angel leader felt a little joy in his heart. If Yi-Chu could really find out information about the larger universe, it would be of great help to him. For the angel leader, The angel leader really wants to find the ancestor of the angel, and what he wants to find even more is the elder angel who accompanied him and trained him when he was a child. Okay, if that's the case, what should you do next, Yi Chu? At this time, the angel leader stood up. His body no longer looked as tired as before. He looked at Yi Chu and asked. Yi Chu thought for a while after hearing the angel leader's question, and then raised his head. Quote, Angel leader, I still hope to pretend to be your angelic cosmic person. In this way, a lot of troubles can be avoided. I am also going to serve as the commander of the Eastern Sky Territory again. This will also have a lot of benefits for me. Yi Chu said that he did this for the above reasons, and he had already met a lot of friends in the Dongfang Tianyu area, and he also had his own palace, so living there was the most suitable for him now. Okay, no matter how you look on the surface, you can be the commander of the Eastern Heaven, but in fact you and I are just cooperation and allies. The angel leader thought for a while, nodded, and then said. When Yi Chu heard the angel leader say this, Yi Chu also nodded, feeling good for the angel leader, Wang Li's, in his heart. Yi Chu, can we go out now? I can also treat you well after you go out. The angel leader opened his mouth. After hearing what the angel leader said, Yi Chu nodded after thinking about it. Then Yi Chu followed the angel leader and walked out of the room. After a while, Yi Chu and the angel leader walked outside the room. When the two came out of that room, the left and right protectors were still there not far away. When the two of them saw Yi Chu, they also became a little surprised, because at this time they found that the angel leader seemed to be very respectful to Yi Chu. What's the matter? Why after Yi Chu and the angel chief went in for a while, they looked like they were the same generation. At this time, both the left and right guardians saw such a situation, and they were a little surprised and thought to themselves. 324. The flattery of the left protector. Left and right guardians, you are here, I just happened to tell you. I found that Yi Chu's talent and strength are far higher than I thought, and his personality is also my appetite. Talking with him is like a confidant, so from now on Yi Chu, although I am the leader of the Eastern Heavenly Domain, but in fact, I am going to regard him as my brother. Quote. At this time, the angel leader opened his mouth. After hearing the angel leader say this, the left and right guardians' hearts were filled with waves, which were very unbelievable. Before, although they thought that the angel leader might give Yi Chu a huge reward, they didn't expect the angel leader to say this after he came out, which made them feel unbelievable. But although they were extremely surprised, after a period of time passed, they still accepted the result in their hearts. Lord Angel, we know, from now on we will have great respect for Yi Chu. The right protector was the first to slow down and said this to Yi Chu and the angel leader. After hearing the right protector say this, the angel leader also nodded. How about you, Protector Zuo? The angel leader turned his head and asked the guardian Zuo. After hearing the question from the angel leader, the guardian Zuo hesitated for a while, but also hurriedly stepped forward and said to the angel leader, My Lord Angel, I will also treat ye like the right guardian. Chu is very respectful. Zuo Hufa 083 said, he was a little unwilling in his heart, but what could he do when he was unwilling? Yi Chu had already been regarded as his brother by the angel leader at this time, and Yi Chu's potential was extremely huge. Yi Chu's future also made him feel a little terrified. I felt that after Yi Chu, as long as I didn't take revenge on him, it would be fine. Hufa Zuo felt in his heart that if Yi Chu spoke ill of him to the angel leader, it might have a great impact on him. Zuo Hufa raised his head and looked towards Yi Chu, with a rather flattering smile on his face. His heart was full of bitterness, but there was a smile on his face. He looked at Yi Chu and wanted to please Yi Chu, but Yi Chu didn't even look at Guardian Zuo. Although he knew that Guardian Zuo wanted to please him, Yi Chu didn't even look at him. Don't care. After seeing Yi Chu's face, Protector Zuo felt a little unhappy, but he couldn't say anything anymore, and Yi Chu walked outside. Angel Chief, if that's the case, then I'll leave here first and go to my Eastern Domain BI. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi Chu say this, the angel leader nodded, and he wanted to send Yi Chu away, and then the angel leader walked out. "Yi Chu, do you want me to give you a ride?" The angel leader opened his mouth. After hearing what the angel leader said, Yi Chu also shook his head. After seeing Yi Chu shaking his head, the angel leader also nodded, and then the angel leader turned to look at the left guardian and the right guardian. "The two of you, the guardians left and right, send Yi Chu a ride. After all, he is my brother now, so you can't forget the etiquette. You must be very respectful to him." The angel leader opened his mouth. After hearing what the angel leader said, Guardian Zuo also nodded hurriedly, and Guardian Zuo now also felt that if he could send Yi Chu a ride, maybe he would be able to please Yi Chu when he was with Yi Chu. Autumn. It wasn't necessarily that Yi Chu could have a good impression of him in his heart, as long as Yi Chu looked down on him in his heart, and then ignored him. After hearing what the angel leader said, Yi Chu didn't pay much attention to it, and immediately the guardians on the left and right came to Yi Chu's side. "Lord Yi Chu, let's go, now we can give you a ride. You don't know, I and the left and right guardians are very fast. If you have me, you can return to the Eastern Sky Territory faster." Quote. At this time, the left protector said, and after hearing the words of the left protector, the right protector also laughed. "Guardian Zuo, I'm afraid you don't know yet. Yi Chu's speed is much faster than you think, and his speed is a bit faster than mine. He also brought me here quickly before, otherwise we're probably going to be a little late soon." At this time, the right protector looked at the left protector and said, and when the right protector said this, the left protector was also turbulent in his heart. He felt a little unbelievable in his heart. The speed of the two of them in the angel world can be said to be the strongest person under the angel leader. He didn't expect that a Yi Chu would appear, and Yi Chu's speed was even faster than theirs. "Really, I didn't expect Lord Yi Chu to be so fast." Protector Zuo opened his mouth. At this time, his heart was absolutely full of shock. He also felt that he knew why the leader of the angels admired Yi Chu so much, and even considered Yi Chu his brother. When he thought of this, Hufa Zuo wanted to please Yi Chu even more in his heart. "Okay, it seems that we can't help Lord Yi Chu's speed to become very fast. Maybe we will drag Lord Yi Chu's speed a little bit. Please don't mind Lord Yi Chu." The left protector opened his mouth and said to Yi Chu. The right protector also looked at Yi Chu closely. He did not expect Yi Chu to enter the room of the angel leader, and after coming out, his status had undergone such a huge change. Yi Chu's current status is so honorable, but the right protector doesn't know why Yi Chu still wants to go back to the Eastern Sky Territory, but the right protector doesn't ask anymore. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chu flew forward with the Guardian Zuo, and the Guardian Zuo also accompanied Yi Chu all the time. When Yi Chu had any questions, they kept explaining to Yi Chu. Yi Chu didn't fly very fast this time. He also took some detours because he wanted to see if he could find some unusual places in the universe. Before, because of his status and strength, he could not fly unscrupulously in the angel world. But at this time, the angel leader already knew his true identity and expressed his desire to cooperate with him. So in this case, even if Yi Chu flew casually in the angel world, there would not be a little thing. Yi Chu's speed is not very complicated. He is constantly checking the angel world, but it makes him a little regretful that he has not found anything abnormal. When the few people were walking along the way, Protector Zuo was also constantly flirting with Yi Chu. He wanted to please Yi Chu, but Yi Chu had always been very indifferent to him, which made FA Protector Zuo feel a little apprehensive in his heart. 325. People return. However, Hufa Zuo felt in his heart that if Yi Chu kept ignoring him, he might ignore him, and this would be a good thing for him. "Lord Yi Chu, I hope you don't mind what happened to me before. I didn't know you were so powerful before. In the future, I will definitely respect you very much. You can tell me at any time." When it was about to reach the Eastern Heaven Territory, the Guardian Zuo finally couldn't help speaking to Yi Chu. Yi Chu fell silent after hearing the words of the Guardian Zuo, while the Guardian Right also looked at the Guardian Zuo silently at this time. The left protector felt that there seemed to be some very contemptuous rays of light pierced into the left protector's heart from the right protector's eyes, and the left protector felt as if his face had been seen through. However, Hufazuo didn't care that much in his heart. He also completely took his own face and told Yichu this. Otherwise, if Yichu really didn't like him, there might be a great crisis for his future. Yichu was silent the whole time, which made Hufazuo feel very uneasy. Hufazuo looked at Yichu in surprise. There was some hope in his eyes, and the whole person looked a little pitiful. Haha, Protector Zuo, you really think too much. How could I care about what you said before for a little guy like you? Didn't you see that I didn't look straight at you all the time? At this time, Yichu laughed and said to Protector Zuo, because Protector Zuo also tried to humiliate Yichu before, so this time Yichu also used his own way to treat others, although he didn't have much in his heart. Care. After hearing Yichu say this, the guardian Zuo not only did not feel any anger in his palms, but instead felt a little happy tilde. Because at this time, although Yichu's words were ugly, the meaning in Yichu's words was that he would not care about such a small person in the future, and this also made Fa Zuo happy. Haha, Lord Yichu just don't care about this little guy like me. Protector Zuo said to Yichu. He also decided in his heart not to provoke this Yichu again. What does the humiliation suffered this time have anything to do with it? Yichu had already entered the Eastern Heaven Territory at this time. When Yichu entered the Eastern Heaven Territory, the experts on the planets in the Eastern Heaven Territory also saw Yichu and the left and right guardians. When they saw Yichu and the left and right guardians, they also became a little surprised, because at this time Yichu seemed to be standing in front of the left and right guardians. During this period of time, because the guardian left has come to the Eastern Sky Territory, some of the more powerful masters in the Eastern Sky also know that the angel leader really has guardians on the left and right, and the strength of the two guardians is not lower than that of the commander, and I am afraid that it is stronger than the strength of the commander. But what surprised them was that the guardians on the left and right stood beside Yichu, and it seemed that his identity was actually a few levels lower than Yichu's. It seems that Yichu must have gained a lot after going this time. Otherwise, the left and right guardians would not be so respectful to him. Lord Yichu, please take care of our request in the future. A master from the Eastern Sky Territory planet flew over and said with a gift in his hand. Yichu also accepted the gift at will, and then threw it into his storage space. Master Yichu, there is a goddess who is as beautiful as flowers on our planet. That woman is the most beautiful woman on our planet, and that beauty is also my daughter. Now I think if you want, I can send my daughter to me. To you. Someone also said, and he brought his daughter next to him. His daughter is indeed an alluring country, but when Yichu saw it, there was no lustful light in his eyes, because Yichu had also seen it before. Many beautiful women, especially Kiki and Bulma, were the most beautiful in Yichu's heart. Moreover, Yichu didn't have too many thoughts. Now that he was looking for a new woman, he actually had Kiki and Bulma in his heart, and he was actually very satisfied. Don't worry, you are all from the Eastern Heaven Territory, or it can be said that you are my subordinates. I will definitely rectify this land so that you can live very happily. Yichu spoke, and they nodded after hearing what Yichu said, feeling a little overjoyed in their hearts. This time, they also got Yichu's answer and completed their mission. Question mark 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 question mark. Zuo Hufa also saw the words and respectful expressions that these planetary masters said to Yichu. Zuo Hufa was also a little surprised. He knew that Yichu had not been here for a long time. It's been a long time to stay here, but this has already rectified the place so well, and even when walking, some experts from the planet sent gifts to Yichu. In fact, this is not only due to Yichu's credit, but also to the angels Caesar, Yamozi and others. Not long after that, Yichu had already seen Moana Angel Star. Moana Angel Star was even more brilliant at this time. Moana Angel Star was in the deepest area of the Eastern Sky Territory. Compared to other planets, Moana Angel Star was also much bigger. 0. Floating in the angel universe, it was as light as a huge feather, but it exuded heavy gravity, because at this time Yichu already knew that these planets in the angel world were actually transformed by the feathers on the ancestors made of. And the angel star of Mona must be a very important feather on the ancestor, otherwise it would be impossible to transform such a huge planet. When Yichu came back, the demon lord Yamozi also felt Yichu's breath, and then they quickly flew out of the planet. When they flew out from the planet, they also saw the stars in the distant starry sky. Yichu was standing in the starry sky at this time, rushing towards them, and beside Yichu there were left and right guardians. When he saw Yichu, the demon lord finally felt a little relaxed in his heart, because he was very worried about Yichu before, although when Yichu left here before, he gave him a smile. Yichu sent Yichu, but in his heart he was just comforting Yichu and himself. Only at this time did he feel completely relieved when he saw Yichu coming back. Haha, brothers, I'm back. At this time, Yichu also saw the demon lord, Yamozi and the others. He opened his mouth and said, Yichu's voice was transmitted directly into the Moana Angel Star, so that all the creatures on the Moana Angel Star could hear it. 7. 326. Da Ching. They also raised their heads and looked at the figure in the sky. That person was Yichu. Although Yichu's figure was not very large, it seemed to cover the sky, and it looked extremely imposing. Moreover, Yichu also had some passion in his heart at this time. This passion was like the vigorous grass and flowers, which one day would bloom with bright colors. Haha, you are the Lord of Demons and Yamozi, you are Yichu's good friends. Don't worry this time. After Yichu went to the Angel Chief also gave Yichu a very good reward. Since you are Yichu's good friends, you will definitely be very happy and happy. At this time, the Right Protector also stepped forward and said to the Demon Lord and Yamozi, because the Demon Lords, August 17 inches can be said to be Yichu's good friend, so the Right Protector is also in his heart to the Demon Lord. He and Yamozi had some good feelings in their hearts. After hearing the Right Protector say this, the Demon Lord and Yamozi were also a little happy in their hearts. Moreover, the Guardian Right has not said much. If the Guardian Right said that the angel leader regarded Yichu as his brother, he did not know how shocked the people around him would be. But even so, the news from the Guardian Right has already made Tianyang Divine Art people felt extremely shocked. In their eyes, the angel leader is a person who sees the dragon but does not see the end, and when the angel leader appears by chance, he is also with great majesty, so they feel that the angel leader is very awe-inspiring, and they are also don't dare to approach the angel leader, and sometimes even the angel leader doesn't dare to imagine it. Haha, Yichu, you're finally back, it's good to come back, it's good to come back, and this time, you also let the angel leader give you a huge reward. After this time, we must have a good meal and drink. Quote. And Yichu, look around, we have built the Eastern Heaven territory so well in the few days you left, especially the Angel Star of Mona, which is now much more brilliant than before. At this time, the Demon Lord laughed and said to Yichu. Yichu nodded when he heard what the Demon Lord said, with a faint light flickering in his eyes. Also very grateful. Yichu looked at the palace behind the Demon Lord. This palace was his new commander's palace. When Yichu looked at this palace, his heart was slightly fluctuating. This palace is more grand, and it covers a large area. There are even some small markets and cities around it. In the few days that I left, you did manage the Angel Star of Mona and the Eastern Sky Territory so well, and built my palace so well, which is beyond my expectations, and I am also very much for you grateful. Yichu opened his mouth, and after hearing what Yichu said, Yamoshi and the Demon Lord also nodded. However, Yichu is not one of us. The credit of a few people is the credit of many people, and the Angel Caesar and Yamoshi also contributed a lot. When Yichu said this, Yichu also nodded. He glanced around, and there seemed to be some magical power in his eyes. When Yichu looked at the people around him, everyone couldn't help but change. Got serious. Don't worry, today you sacrifice a drop of sweat for me, tomorrow we will give you 10 times the happiness. Yichu opened his mouth, his voice was loud, and it seemed to contain some pleasant breath. After hearing Yichu say this, the people around cheered, and they felt more and more satisfied with Yichu in their hearts. Those who resolutely joined Yichu before felt a little fortunate in their hearts, because they chose to join Yichu before, so Yichu remembered them. Big. Okay, I have returned to the Angel Star of Mona, and you can go back too. Yichu turned his head and said to the left and right guardians. The left and right guardians also nodded after hearing Yichu say this. Haha, Lord Yichu, if you need any help in the future, please don't be polite, tell us, and we will do our best to help you. Before the left guard left, the left guard and the right guard turned their heads and said to Yichu. After hearing the words of the two, Yichu also nodded lightly, and his heart did not fluctuate much, but the hearts of the people around him were turbulent, especially those who knew the FA right. What's the matter? Protector Zuo is suddenly so respectful to Yichu. It seems that Yichu's status is even very high. Didn't you hear that Protector Zuo was only respectful to the Angel Chief? Why does he respect Yichu now? Quote. Chicheng was also standing next to him at this time, and he was very surprised when he thought about it in his heart, and even opened his mouth, but he didn't close it for a long time. Haha, this time I'm back, I must celebrate well, I also got a lot of rewards. Yes, Yichu, you are right, you must celebrate well, celebrate well. Yichu and the Demon Lord said one after another, and then Yichu walked into his room, and the Demon Lord and Yamozi also walked down, preparing to start the banquet. The banquet this time was also very large, and when Yichu held the banquet, many experts from the Eastern Heaven Domain came, and the holy angels also came over. Moreover, what Yichu did during this period was also spread out, and the fact that the right protector was very respectful to Yichu was also spread out, which made the experts in Tianyang Shengong feel a little shocked. In particular, the holy angel felt a little shocked in his heart. At this time, the holy angel felt that his strength was probably no longer Yichu's opponent, but only a little time had passed. Therefore, the holy angel also respects Yichu very much. If he looks down on Yichu now or treats Yichu as a peer, perhaps after a period of time, Yichu's strength and status will completely surpass him, which will be a bit embarrassing. Yichu's banquet was very big, and countless experts came here. Here, each of them was very good at eating, drinking and having fun. Yichu brought out some Dragon Balls and food from the demon universe for them. Taste. 327. Martial Arts Magic. When Yichu took out the things from the Dragon Ball universe, his expression was also a little dazed, and his mind fell into a state of reminiscence. I don't know what happened to Kiki and the people at Walmart. I don't even know what the Dragon Ball world is like now. Yichu thought to himself that they also missed Chi-Chi a little. In Yichu's heart, he felt that in a while, he might have to go back to the Dragon Ball world, and at this time the angel leader already knew his true identity, especially the angel leader who was very supportive of him, looking for a bigger world. So at this time, he wants to leave the angel world, and then go back to the Dragon Ball world. After arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he will bring Wukong and Kiki Bulma and others over. They must be very excited at that time. After a while, Yichu went to his own house, and he began to cultivate continuously. During this period of time, my level and strength have risen a bit, and I have also obtained a lot of exchange points. Maybe I can exchange a very good exercise in the system to improve my combat power a little bit. Yichu thought to himself that the reason why he hadn't exchanged the 18 Gong techniques before was because of the ultimate inspiration technique, as well as the Super Saiyan transformation and teleportation, which were already very practical for him. Yichu didn't feel that he needed anything before, but now Yichu knew about such a master as the ancestor of the angel, and felt that there might be more powerful masters hidden in this world. His current strength is not worth mentioning at all, so Yichu thought in his heart that he should improve his strength. Just what should I exchange to improve my strength? Yi Chu thought to himself that he was also a little tangled, because there were so many options that he could exchange now, so he didn't know what he should exchange in his heart. Look at those exercises first. Yi Chu thought to himself. He opened the system right after, and when Yi Chu opened the system, he also opened the option of exchanging exercises. At this time, Yi Chu had already sunk into the system, and seeing a dazzling array of treasures floating in front of his eyes made Yi Chu feel very excited. His blood was beating a little, and he looked at some of the treasures with envy. Some of the treasures, even he can't exchange for the other party now. After a while, Yi Chu saw a practice technique, and his eyes lit up slightly. The name of this practice is called Tianyang Shenggong, and it is a practice in the martial arts world. It turned out to be a martial arts technique in the world of martial arts. The name of this technique is called Tianyang Shenggong, which is also very nice, and in the past, I wanted to exchange some techniques in the martial arts world, because the previous system it was said that the martial arts in the world of martial arts may radiate even more light when they reach other worlds. Quote. Yi Chu looked at this exercise called Tianyang Divine Exercise, and his heart also became a little eager to move. In fact, in his last life, he had always had a martial arts dream in his heart. Since he was a child, he was waving a branch and constantly regarded himself as a martial artist. Heroes, when you reach Shouda, you will play games and treat yourself as a warrior. He has always had a martial arts dream in his heart, but at this time, Yi Chu's heart was constantly fluctuating when he saw this Tianyang divine art. He felt that his dream would be realized on this day. After being silent for a while, Yi Chu finally made up his mind. I decided to exchange for this martial arts exercise called Tianyang Shenggong. Yi Chu thought to himself that he immediately exchanged for this exercise called Tianyang divine art. The exchange points for this exercise were not very small, but rather a lot, which was obviously very precious. But Yi Chu didn't care. He didn't know how many exchange points there were, as long as the exchange was appropriate. Yi Chu had already exchanged the exercise called Tianyang Divine Exercise, and his exchange point also disappeared in an instant, and then a small beige notebook appeared in Yi Chu's palm. Tianyang Divine Art. When he was holding the Tianyang Shenggong in his hand, Yi Chu also seemed to be in a state of reminiscence, thinking that when he was a child, there were often such exercises called Tianyang Shenggong on martial arts TV when he was a child. Yi Chu slowly opened the Tianyang Divine Art. When he opened the book, he also found that the material of this book was actually very complicated, although it looked a bit shabby. Even with his current strength, this technique cannot be destroyed at all. It is extremely tough. Yi Chu felt that this technique might be even more precious than he imagined. 90% of the exercises in this book called Tianyang Shenggong were illustrations. These illustrations were performed one by one. When these movements are connected together, there is a kind of mysterious the mystery is contained in it. Is this the Tianyang Divine Art? There are some very mysterious places in it. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and his heart was also slightly moved, because Yi Chu's strength was not very weak at this time, and his strength was also very strong, so Yi Chu could see at a glance that this day's young divine art was very precious. Yi Chu continued to look up, and he found that there were some annotations on the back of this 443 young divine art, or behind some of the icons, which would allow him to better practice this Tianyang divine art. Yi Chu flipped through it for a while, and suddenly found a piece of handwriting on a certain page. It seemed to be written in ancient China, but Yi Chu could still understand it. I have practiced Tianyang divine art all my life, and martial arts are unmatched in the world, but in my life, I have regrets in my heart, that is, I have not been able to fully develop Tianyang divine art. I feel that there is spiritual energy between heaven and earth, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is thin, so that although my Tianyang divine art is extremely exquisite, I have not been able to fully exert the peak mystery of Tianyang divine art, which is a pity. I hope that after the person who has the predestined relationship obtains the Tianyang divine art book, he can carry forward the Tianyang divine art, and not let him be dusted, so as to satisfy my lifelong wish. This passage has ended here, and Yichu also felt the emotion of the person who created this Tianyang divine exercise. Don't worry, since I got this exercise called Tianyang Shenggong, I will definitely not let him get dusty. What you have never been able to achieve will be achieved in my hands. You created this exercise in you, it is destined to be known to everyone and will be carried forward. Quote. Yichu stood there and opened his mouth lightly, and then he slowly closed the Tianyang divine art. 328. The Mind of the Six Holding Angels. Before, Yichu had almost completely read the manual of Tianyang divine art, and the diagrams were also imprinted in Yichu's mind. Will be greatly improved. In the past, Yichu's melee combat was already very powerful. At this time, Yichu felt that as long as he practiced this Tianyang divine art, his melee combat strength would be improved even more. More mysteries will be revealed, but what will happen will only be seen at a later time. Recently, Yichu has been improving his strength in Mona Angel, and he is also preparing to return to the Dragon Ball world. And the Eastern Heavenly Domain almost completely surrendered to Yichu. The power of the entire Eastern Heavenly Domain continued to develop, and it didn't take long for it to surpass the power of the other 3 heavenly domains in the angel world. Yichu is not in the pool. If he doesn't have any bad thoughts, it is indeed a good thing for our angel world, but if he has any bad thoughts, it may be a disaster for us. Among the other 3 commanders, one commander opened his mouth and said, inexplicably worried. The name of this commander was called the Angel of Six Persistence, but he didn't know the relationship between the angel leader and Yichu at this time, so he was also worried about the angel leader. Moreover, the main 6 angels were also a little unhappy seeing Yichu, thinking that he had worked so hard to get to this position, and it cost him a huge price, but Yichu reached his position so easily, and he was already so quickly. Going beyond the past, Angel Luji also had some jealousy and hatred towards Yichu in his heart. Lord Leader seems to have always been very disgusted by those whose strength threatens him. At this time, as long as I spread the news and then try to stir up discord, maybe Lord Angel Leader will be very resentful of Yichu. Then take action against Yichu, wipe Yichu out or imprison him in advance, and even if it doesn't work, he will suppress Yichu. Lu Xiongong thought this way in his heart. When he thought this way, his heart became a little bit eager to move, and then Lu Xiongong had already walked down, and he was ready to realize his plan. After thinking about it for a while, the 6 angels also went to the other 2 commanders, and then told the other 2 commanders about the same thing. Another commander said that he could help a little with this matter, but the holy angel expressed his disapproval of this matter. Luji Angel, you really want to tell the angel leader this? Maybe the angel leader will be very angry with you, because at this time Yichu is a big red man by the angel leader's side. The holy angel opened his mouth and said this to the 6-brained angel. After hearing the holy angel say this, the 6-brained angel fell silent. After hesitating for a while, the 6-braced angel also raised his head. Holy angel, I know why you hesitate, I know what you are afraid of, but you must know that Yichu is very strange. He doesn't know when he came to our angel world, and there are still many loopholes in him. I suspect that he must have a big problem, so for the sake of our angel world, I must report this matter to the angel chief. The 6-braced angel said, and his expression seemed very serious, but in fact, he said this partly for his own interests, and partly because the 6-braced angel felt that he said this, even if Yichu had nothing to do. The angel leader will also feel that he is a person who is very considerate of the angelic world, and may give him some benefits. On this day, the angel leader was in his palace and felt the 6 angels coming from outside. Left protector and right protector, is Lord Angel Chief inside? After the 6 angels came, they first asked the left and right guardians. The guardian Zuo was silent for a while after hearing the question from Angel 6. And then said indifferently, Angel 6, what is the matter with you this time? Father Zuo, I have an important thing to tell the angel leader this time. Please be accommodating and let me in. When the 6-handed angel opened his mouth, the guardian Zuo also hesitated. Just when the Zuo protector didn't know whether to let the 6-handed angel in, the voice of the angel leader also came from the palace. Left and right guardians, let the 6 angels come in. I want to see what he has come here this time. The voice of the angel leader came from the palace, and after hearing the voice of the angel leader, the guardian left also nodded, and then the guardian left and right brought the 6 angels in. When the 6 angels entered the palace of the chief angel, he did not know why there was some timid in his body and mind. The leader of the angels sat on the dragon chair above the palace and looked straight at the 6 angels. Angel 6, what exactly is going on with you this time? Just tell me quickly, I want to listen carefully. The angel leader opened his mouth and asked the angel 6. The angel was silent for a while, sorted out his mood, and then took a deep breath to adjust his nervousness. Lord Angel, in fact, I came here to tell you something. When the 6-handed angel opened his mouth, the angel leader was also a little curious. He didn't know what the 6-handed angel wanted to say. If that's the case, please tell me the 6 angels, what exactly are you trying to say, Li Nuos? Asked the chief angel. Lord Angel, I wonder if you know what Yi Chu has done recently. The angel of 6 grasps opened his mouth and said to the angel leader. After hearing the angel of 6 grasps say this, the leader of the angel also moved in his heart, but he didn't seem to have any expression on the surface. There was no wave at all, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. I know what Yi Chu did. I heard that Yi Chu has managed the Eastern Heaven Territory very well, and Yi Chu's overall strength of the Eastern Heaven Territory has surpassed the strength of your other 3 heaven territories. The angel leader opened his mouth, and there were some compliments to Yi Chu in his words. After hearing the words of the angel leader, the 6-brained angel nodded, but he did not agree with it very much in his heart. The chief spoke up. 329. One slap to fly. Master Angel, Yi Chu's power has grown so rapidly, don't you have some fears in your heart? You must know that Yi Chu's potential is also extremely huge. If his strength continues to improve in the future, he may have some threats to you. If he has the intention of rebelling in the future, perhaps our angel world will usher in a catastrophe. Quote. At this time, the angel of 6 grasps still said to the angel leader. After hearing the words of the angel of 6 grasps, the heart of the angel leader also fluctuated slightly. However, the face of the angel leader did not seem to have changed, which also made the 6 angels not know what the angel leader was thinking, but in this case, the 6 angels thought that the angel leader did not feel anything, so the 6 angels also continued to tell Get Up. Lord Angel, I am also thinking of our angel world. From what I see, we should arrest Yi Chu as soon as possible to prevent him from causing harm to our angel world. The 6-handed angel said this to the angel leader. After hearing the words of the 6-handed angel, the angel leader began to be silent. At this time, the left and right guardians were also standing beside him. After the left and right guardians heard the words of the 6-wielding angel, their hearts also began to fluctuate constantly. At this time, the right protector looked at the 6-wielding angel like a fool. And Zuo Hufa's face also contained some sneer, because at this time, everyone in 217 knew the relationship between the angel leader and the 6-handed angel. The 6-handed angel dared to say this to the angel leader, and his fate can be imagined. And no. But at this time, Protector Zuo actually had some luck in his heart. He hoped that the words spoken by the 6-handed angel could indeed have some effect on the angel leader. In fact, Protector Zuo also wanted to say these words in his heart, but he didn't have the guts to say it. Several people are looking at the angel leader closely. The angel leader is standing on it at this time, and his eyes are also looking at the 6-brained angel. At this time, the 6-brained angel is still talking to the angel leader. He feels that he is far away. It's not long before success. Lord Angel, what do you think of what I said? The 6-handed angel said a lot of words in a row. He raised his head and asked the angel leader. After hearing the 6-handed angel's question, the angel leader's eyes gradually began to condense. What do you think I think you said? The angel leader asked indifferently. After hearing the angel leader's question, Lu Xiang also talked about his own head. There was anticipation in his eyes. He felt that the angel leader had heard his words this time, perhaps because he agreed with him. The words, perhaps the angel leader will give him some rewards this time. I think what you're talking about is bullshit. The angel leader suddenly spoke, and his complexion began to change greatly, becoming a little hideous, and the angel leader actually burst into an extremely powerful momentum in an instant, rushing towards the six-brained angel, making the six-brained angel's legs a little bit trembling. He felt that he almost collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the angel leader slapped him again and slapped the angel directly on the face of the angel. He slapped the angel far away and hit the wall next to him. Above. PFF'd. The six-handed angel collided with the wall, and then fell from the wall. He slowly raised his head on the ground, there was some blood in his mouth, and his nose was bruised. Lord Angel, why are you angry? Why are you hitting me? The six-wielding angel said in disbelief. He didn't expect that after he just said those words, the angel leader suddenly changed his face and attacked him fiercely. I'm afraid you don't know yet. I have already regarded BB Yichu as my brother, so I still have to take action against my brother. If Yichu really has the ambition and strength, I don't recommend this divide the universe. The angel leader spoke up, because if Yichu could find a bigger world, he might leave this place at that time, so even if he didn't own this place for the time being, it would mean nothing to him. Hearing the angel leader say this, the six-handed angel's heart continued to be turbulent, and he did not expect that he would get this result. At this time, the right protector who looked at the six-handed angel from a distance sneered, and the left protector was also slightly stunned. He had seen the fate of the six-handed angel, and he decided in his heart that no matter what the circumstances, even if it was Yichu's humiliation, you, yourself, can't be angry, and can't speak ill of Yichu. This time you have such thoughts towards Yichu. Maybe next time you will have some resentment towards Yichu, and then I will offend Yichu. Protect the law from left to right, and detain him first. The angel leader opened his mouth. After listening to the angel leader's words, the left and right guardians also walked over, and then escorted the six angels and locked them in the dark prison in the angel world. At this time, the outside world did not know these things. The holy angel and the other commander also had some doubts in their hearts. They knew that the six-wielding angel went to the angel leader's palace and told the angel leader about Yichu. I don't know what will happen this time. Perhaps the six angels went to tell the angel leader this time. The angel leader will not punish Yichu right now, but he will be a little wary of Yichu in his heart. The holy angel thought so. At this time, the six-handed angel had been taken by the guardian to play. After some time, because the six-handed angel had not come out of the palace of the chief angel, the holy angel went to inquire about it, and also got the six-handed angel and was imprisoned. With the news, the holy angel felt a little shocked in his heart. Gradually, this news also spread, which made all the people in the angel world feel a little shocked. Almost every expert in the angel world had some guesses as to why the six-handed angel was imprisoned. It seems that Yichu is really very important in the eyes of the leader. Otherwise, the leader would not have imprisoned the six angels because of Yichu. The experts in the angel world thought so. The holy angel was also very shocked, and at this time, the holy angel also firmed up his idea of wanting to please Yichu. The other commander was also a little fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't go with the angel of six persistence in person before, otherwise he might suffer a lot this time, and he might even be detained together with angel of six persistence. Inside the prison. 330. Comprehend Tianyang magical art. After the incident of the six-wielding angels, everyone had a new understanding of Yichu's status, and they no longer dared to offend Yichu, and the holy angels and the others became more respectful to Yichu. Yichu cultivated on Mona's angel star, and his strength was constantly improving. Although others were very envious of the prosperity of the Eastern Heaven territory, they did not dare to be jealous in their hearts. During this period of time, the Eastern Heaven territory has been very peaceful, and the angels in the Eastern Heaven territory have lived very happily. Because of Yichu, each of them has become happier than before. Because they took refuge in Yi Chu, they were also very proud of Yi Chu being the commander of the Eastern Heavenly Domain. Fortunately, Lord Yi Chu came to our Eastern Heaven territory. Otherwise, we don't know how many hard times we will have to live. Compared to the days when Lord Yi Chu came here, our previous life was nothing like life. Someone said, their hearts were filled with infinite joy, and they were very grateful to Yi Chu. During these days, Yi Chu had been sitting in his room. He was constantly studying the Tianyang divine art. During this time, Yi Chu had practiced the Tianyang divine art for some time, and his strength had been greatly improved. Especially his melee attack has improved a lot. On this day, Yi Chu was standing in a remote corner of Mona's angel star, practicing the heavenly sun god. However, if you look closely, you will find that Yi Chu's moves are not simple. There are invisible air currents surrounding Yi Chu's body as he moves his fingers, and the trajectory of those air currents seems to be full of profound mysteries. Yi Chu, what kind of exercises are you doing? Could you tell me about it? After the Demon Lord came here, he also saw Yi Chu's practice, but he had been standing beside him quietly watching Yi Chu practice the Tianyang magic. After Yi Chu finished practicing the Tianyang magic, the Demon Lord walked to Yi Chu. Chu's side asked, and Yi Chu also smiled slightly after hearing the Demon Master. Haha, you don't know about this exercise, the Devil masters it. The name of this exercise is called Tianyang Shenggong. Its power is very powerful. In fact, I can teach it to you, but I don't know if you can practice it or not. Quote. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing what Yi Chu said, the Demon Lord also felt a little joy in his heart. Yi Chu felt in his heart that even after imparting the Tianyang divine art to the Demon Lord would not necessarily be able to practice it, because Yi Chu made the exchange for this Tianyang divine art based on himself. Because he is suitable for Tianyang divine art, Yi Chu Kai exchanged this Tianyang divine art, so he cultivated Tianyang divine art very quickly, but if it was someone else, it might not be like this. Haha, Yi Chu, if that's the case, then quickly teach me the Tianyang divine art. I'll see if I can practice it. When the Demon Lord opened his mouth, he also became a little expectant in his heart, because when the Demon Lord saw Yi Chu practicing the Tianyang divine art, he seemed to be very profound and felt that the value of this Tianyang divine art was very high. The Demon Lord felt that if he could successfully cultivate the Tianyang divine art, his strength would be greatly improved. Okay, you should be optimistic about the master of the devil. Yi Chu opened his mouth and said to the Demon Lord, and then Yi Chu began to perform the heavenly sun magical art against the Demon Lord again, but this time Yi Chu performed it was not the same as when he performed it before, although it looks very similar. Yi Chu showed all the exercises in the book of Tianyang Shenggong to the Demon Lord through his own actions. If the Demon Lord could learn this exercise, he would naturally be able to learn from Yi Chu's moves. Comprehend the divine power of Tianyang. The Demon Lord watched Yi Chu's display closely. He felt that the Tianyang divine art displayed by Yi Chu was very mysterious, but the Demon Lord couldn't comprehend anything from it, and felt a little regretful in his heart. Devil Lord, have you realized anything? I have shown you all these mysteries just now. After Yi Chu showed the Tianyang divine art, he stood up and patted the dust on his body, and said to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord also sighed after hearing Yi Chu say this. Yi Chu, it seems that I really am not a candidate to learn Tianyang divine art. Although it seemed very simple at that time, if I really understood it, it would be very difficult, and it seems that this Tianyang divine art is not very difficult. It is too suitable for me, I should forget it. Quote. The Demon Lord opened his mouth, and Yi Chu also smiled after hearing the Demon Lord say it. Don't worry about the master of the devil, maybe you will find your own exercises in the future. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing what Yi Chu said, the Demon Lord also nodded, and he could only think so now. By the way, Yi Chu, didn't you say you were going to the Dragon Ball universe before? Do you still want to go? At this time, the Lord of Demons asked Yi Chu. This time he came here not only to see Yi Chu practicing the Tianyang divine art, but to ask Yichu this question. After Yichu heard the Lord of Demons asking this question, he also became silent. Although he was silent, his heart was constantly fluctuating, because Yichu was also very longing for the Dragon Ball universe, and he wanted to return to the Dragon Ball universe. Then go see Kiki and Bulma. Seeing Yichu's silence, the Demon Lord also felt a little uneasy in his heart. The Lord of the Demons, you call Yamozi over, and let's discuss it carefully together. After Yichu thought about it for a while, he spoke to the Demon Lord. After hearing what Yichu said, the Demon Lord also nodded, and then the Demon Lord ran over and called Yamozi over. Not long after, Yamozi walked over with the Demon Lord. Yichu was already slightly overjoyed when he saw Yamozi. At this time, Yamozi also seemed to be a little happy, because he knew that Yichu called him here to discuss with him about going to the Dragon Ball universe. Yichu, you called me over this time to discuss the matter of going to the Dragon Ball universe. Yichu, we have been away from the Dragon Ball universe for a long time. During this period of time, the Dragon Ball universe does not know what will happen. When I am here, I miss the Dragon Ball universe very much, so I feel that in the recent period of time, we have to go back to the Dragon Ball universe. Quote. Yamozi spoke to Yichu. Yichu fell silent when he heard what Yamozi said. After a while, Yichu nodded. Force. 331. Farewell to the Angel Chief. Don't worry Yamozi, we are definitely going back to the Dragon Ball universe, but we still have to discuss the specific time to return to the Dragon Ball universe. Yichu opened his mouth and said to Yamozi. After hearing what Yichu said, Yamozi also nodded. Then the two of them sat together, and then Yichu brought out some delicious food. Stand up. Yamozi didn't eat much, because all he was worried about in his heart was returning to the Dragon Ball universe. When Yamozi left the Dragon Ball universe, he knew how happy he was in the Dragon Ball universe. Although he had a very good life here, Yamozi felt that he had his real friends in the Dragon Ball universe, and it felt like home there, so Yamozi wanted to return to the Dragon Ball universe. Come on, 097, Yichu, we'd better go back to the Dragon Ball universe right away. Yamozi opened his mouth. Yichu didn't smile after hearing what Yamozi said. Then the three of them continued to discuss. They just didn't know if Yichu and Yamozi returned to the Dragon Ball universe. Then I don't know where to stay when the devil dominates. Master Majin, if Yamoshi and I return to the Dragon Ball universe, where are you staying? Yichu turned his head and asked the Demon Lord, and the Demon Lord became silent after hearing Yichu's words. Yichu, when you guys leave here, then I may have to return to my own demon world. Because without you here, I may be in some danger by staying here alone. Although I may not encounter any danger, I also have some concerns in my heart. The Demon Lord opened his mouth. After hearing the Demon Lord say this, Yichu also nodded. He could also understand the Demon Lord's thoughts in his heart. Okay, if that's the case, how about Yamozi letting us go to the Dragon Ball universe in the first half a month? Yichu said to Yamozi. Yamozi thought about it after hearing what Yichu said. If they return to the Dragon Ball universe in half a month, maybe it would be a good thing. It was much earlier than expected. Really, after half a month of Yichu's time, we can return to the Dragon Ball universe. If so, let's go down and prepare. Yamozi looked very happy and said. After hearing what Yamozi said, Yichu also nodded. Seeing Yichu's appearance, Yamozi was also a little excited. Yes, Yamozi, you go down to prepare. I will prepare for some time, and then I will go over and tell the angel leader, and say that we are going to leave here and go to the Dragon Ball universe. When he heard Yichu say this, he and Yamozi nodded, and then he went down. After seeing Yamozi go down, Yichu also continued to sit there and think for a while. He remembered Wukong in the Dragon Ball universe, Bulma and Kiki and others. He also misses them very much now. He can't wait to return to the Dragon Ball universe now. If he thinks that he will return to the Dragon Ball universe in only half a month, he will need some time to prepare some things. When I see Kiki and Bulma, I must give them some gifts, and I don't know what to give them. Yi Chu thought to himself, but I think if you want to send gifts, you should send some special products from the angel world, it will be more meaningful. So in the past half a month, Yi Chu practiced the Tianyang divine art for a while, and his strength became even stronger. Yi Chu also combined the Tianyang divine art with his previous moves, which greatly improved his own combat effectiveness. Now Yi Chu now feels that if he fights against the angel leader and the angel leader again, he will not be in his heart. How afraid of the angel chief. Time passed very quickly. Half a month had passed in just a short period of time. After half a month, Yi Chu had also made all preparations. Then Yi Chu stood up and walked towards the angel chief's palace. Go! It didn't take long before Yi Chu arrived around the chief's palace. When Yi Chu arrived around the palace of the chief angel, the guardians on the left and right also saw Yi Chu. When they saw Yi Chu, they didn't dare to neglect, and they hurriedly walked towards Yi Chu. Lord Yi Chu, what are you doing here this time? Lord Angel Chief has already said that if you are here, you can go in and find him without any notification. The left and right guardians said, and the left guardian's expression was also a little flattering. The right guardian looked at Yi Chu with some enthusiasm. After hearing the left guardian say this, Yi Chu nodded. Okay, I really came to find the angel leader this time. If so, I'll go to the angel leader first, and I'll talk to you next time. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi Chu say this, the Zuo Hufa also nodded, and then Yi Chu walked into the room. After that, Yi Chu had already found the chief angel, who was sitting in his palace at this time. There was a stove in front of the angel leader, and the fire was burning continuously by the stove, and he didn't know what was inside. Angel Chief, what are you doing? Yi Chu looked at the angel leader and asked, because he found that the angel leader seemed to be forging a weapon. After hearing Yi Chu's question, the angel leader also turned to look at Yi Chu. Yi Chu, I have seen your weapon before, so I also want to make a hammer for myself. For so many years, I can say that I have no rivals in the angel world, but I feel that it will not be long before we will go into a much bigger world inside 2.4. Quote. So I think when I go to the bigger world, I have to prepare a very strong weapon. If I go to that world again, I can increase some security. The angel leader opened his mouth. After hearing the angel leader say this, Yi Chu also nodded. He also agreed with the angel leader's words in his heart. After hearing Yi Chu nod, the angel leader also looked at Yi Chu. By the way, Yi Chu, you haven't been to my palace for a long time since you left me last time. You must not only come here to see me this time, but something must have happened. The angel leader asked Yi Chu. He wanted to ask Yi Chu why he came this time. After hearing the angel leader like this, Yi Chu also began to explain. 332. Yearning and missing. Angel Chief, this time I came here to say goodbye to you for some time. Yi Chu opened his mouth. After hearing what Yi Chu said, the angel leader also became a little curious. He didn't expect Yi Chu to come over to say goodbye to him, but the angel leader turned around and thought about something. Yi Chu, I remember that you were originally in the Dragon Ball universe. Could it be that you bid me farewell this time, which means you are going back to the Dragon Ball universe? The angel leader opened his mouth. After hearing the angel leader say this, Yi Chu also nodded fiercely. After seeing Yi Chu nod, the angel leader also fell silent. Yi Chu, I knew for a long time that you would return to the Dragon Ball universe. After all, the Dragon Ball universe also has your relatives, and you must be very kind to you in the Dragon Ball universe, but I didn't expect you to return so quickly. In the Dragon Ball universe, then let me ask you a question now. If you return to the Dragon Ball universe, will you come to the angel world after a while? And if you find a bigger world, will you tell me? The angel leader asked Yi Chu seriously. After hearing the angel leader 18 say this, Yi Chu fell silent. After thinking about it for a while, Yi Chu raised his head and said to the angel leader, Don't worry, the angel leader. Well, even if I return to the Dragon Ball universe, after a period of time, if I find information about the bigger world, I will definitely come over and tell you. Quote. And this time when I return to the Dragon Ball universe, I just wanted to bring my wife and friends into the angel world and let them wander around here, because the angel world cup is also extremely beautiful and wonderful. If they come in the angel world, they can also increase their vision and knowledge, so that they will benefit greatly in their future cultivation. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing what Yi Chu said, the angel leader nodded. The angel leader also agreed with Yi Chu's thoughts in his heart. The angel leader felt a little relieved. Since Yi Chu said he would come back here, it was already fine, and Yi Chu's answer was much better than he expected. Yi Chu, I won't stop you. If you want to return to the Dragon Ball universe, then go as soon as possible, so that you can come back as soon as possible. The angel leader opened his mouth and said to Yi Chu enthusiastically. After hearing what the angel leader said, a smile appeared on Yi Chu's face, and Yi Chu nodded fiercely. By the way, Yi Chu, if you want to return to the Dragon Ball universe, do you need our help? The angel leader asked Yi Chu. After hearing the angel leader say this, Yi Chu shook his head. No, Angel Chief, when I left the Dragon Ball universe, I pierced the world membrane, and then came to the angel universe. Since I was able to open the world membrane that time, I will definitely be able to open the world membrane this time, and then return to Dragon Ball. In the universe. Yi Chu opened his mouth and said to the angel leader. After the angel leader heard Yi Chu say this, he was also a little surprised in his heart, and then he became a little bit clearer. Oh, is that so? No wonder I felt like the world film had changed a bit last time. The angel leader said to Yi Chu. Yi Chu nodded when he heard the angel leader say this, and then Yi Chu and the angel leader chatted here for a while before leaving the palace. When Yi Chu left the palace of the chief angel, the guardians on the left and right also ran over to see Yi Chu off. Yi Chu waved, and after chatting with them for a while, Yi Chu left. When Yi Chu left here, the angel leader was also standing in his palace, watching Yi Chu's back. Yi Chu's potential is really huge. I haven't seen him for a while, but his strength has been greatly improved. Although he has hidden his strength deeply, I can feel that there is something hidden in his body. The energy in his body, I feel as if the power in his body is a little stronger than my current power. The angel leader looked at Yi Chu's back from a distance, and said lightly, his heart was also very shocked. Fortunately, the left and right guardians did not hear the words of the angel leader. If the left and right guardians listened to the words of the angel leader, their hearts would be more shocked, right? After Yi Chu left the angel chief's palace, he found Yamozi and the demon lord again. Because before, Yamozi and the demon lord were actually waiting not far away, so Yi Chu quickly found them. Yi Chu, have you told the angel chief? The demon lord asked Yi Chu. Yi Chu also nodded after hearing Yi Chu's question. After seeing Yi Chu nod, demon lord and Yamozi became a little overjoyed. Let's go. First go back to the Eastern Sky Territory. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing what Yi Chu said, the demon lord also nodded, and then Yamozi and the demon lord were already standing beside Yi Chu, and then they walked towards the Eastern Sky Territory. Go. Not long after, they have returned to the Eastern Sky Territory. Yi Chu, this time you are going to the Dragon Ball universe with us, so do you want to tell the people here about this? This is Yamozi who raised his head and asked Yi Chu. Yi Chu shook his head when he heard Yamozi asking. Don't worry, Lord of the Emoshimites, after we go this time, we should be here again soon, and we don't need to tell them to make it clear. Yi Chu opened his mouth, but he still felt the need to say something in his heart, but he didn't need to say it all, he just needed to make up some lies. Immediately afterward, Yi Chu arrived on the Mona Angel Star. After that, he also called over. There were many masters who he had subdued before, and masters who had surrendered to him. Many masters walked towards Yi Chu. They surrounded Yi Chu and looked at Yi Chu who was sitting on the platform. Lord Yi Chu, you called us over this time, I don't know what happened. Someone spoke, and after hearing their question, Yi Chu glanced at the faces of everyone present, and they became inexplicably nervous, wondering what Yi Chu was going to announce this time. You have helped me a lot during this period of time, and what you have done is very good. And today, I feel that my cultivation during this period has reached a bottleneck, so I plan to go out and hone myself. The Strength and Cultivation Base. 333. Leaving the Angel World. The time of departure is not fixed now, but I hope in my heart that you can still manage the Eastern Sky territory for me when I am away. Yi Chu opened his mouth and said to the people below. After hearing what Yi Chu said, the people below also became silent. They were also a little surprised, but after a while, they all nodded fiercely. Don't worry, Lord Yi Chu, when you first brought us over, didn't you just want us to help you? Now you are only going to leave for a while, and maybe you will come back soon, so we will definitely help you. Take care of the Eastern Sky territory, and the Angel Star of Mona, you can go with confidence. At this time, Angel Caesar stood up like this and said. After hearing Angel Caesar say this, Yi Chu also had a little smile on his face. After seeing Yi Chu's smile, other people also agreed in their hearts. Then a lot of people said the same thing. Don't worry, Lord Yi Chu, we will definitely manage this place very well during your absence. There may be some surprises when you come back. At this time, Amoshi and the Demon Lord looked at the people below, and there were some fluctuations in their hearts. Because they have been staying in this place for a long time, this place is also their hard work, and now they have to leave the angel world for a while, so Yamozi felt a little reluctant in his heart, and Yi Chu also saw their reluctance. Yamoshi, Lord of the Demons, don't be too sad in your hearts, there is nothing you can do about it, let's get out of here now and go back to our Dragon Ball universe. Yi Chu walked over and said softly to the Demon Lord and Yamozi. After the Demon Lord heard what Yi Chu said, his heart also fluctuated slightly, and then they started to organize their things, and then followed Yi Chu. Where are we leaving, Yi Chu this time diaresis? When a few people were walking on the road, Yamozi asked Yi Chu. After hearing the question of Yamozi, Yi Chu thought about it and said to Yamozi and the Demon Lord. Yamoshi, Lord of the Demons, remember how we came to the angel world. This time we also have to pass that place and return to the Dragon Ball universe. Yi Chu turned his head and said to the Demon Lord and Yamozi. After hearing what Yi Chu said, Yamozi moved slightly in his heart. Not long after that, a few of them have already reached the edge of the angel world. At the edge of the angel world, there is also a lot of spatial turbulence flowing in this place, and this is the last time they came to the angel world. Place. Demon Lord Yamozi, do you feel it? The last time we came to this place is this place. As long as we pass through this place, we can return to the Dragon Ball universe again. Yi Chu opened his mouth and said to the Demon Lord and Yamozi. After hearing what Yi Chu said, the Demon Lord and Yamozi also looked around. They seemed to see in their hearts that they were here for the first time. In the scene of the angel world, Yamozi's heart also fluctuated. Okay, then Yi Chu, what are we waiting for? Hurry back to the Dragon Ball universe. Yamozi said to Yi Chu. Yi Chu nodded after hearing what Yamozi said. Then he turned his head and said to the Demon Lord and Yamozi, the two of you are now passing on your power. To me, according to the formation I passed on to you last time. After hearing what Yi Chu said, Yamoshi and the Demon Lord also started to act. The two of them stood on the spot and then gathered their energy. Yi Chu stood in front of them. Formed into a triangle, the power in the two people's bodies was also transmitted towards Yi Chu's body. Not long after that, Yi Chu's aura had reached a very huge level. Yi Chu slowly drew out his weapon. This time, his aura was even more powerful, because his strength had also been greatly improved during this period of time. When Yi Chu was holding the weapon, he quickly picked it up and slashed the weapon towards the space in front of him. Because Yi Chu had also increased a lot during this time, he didn't need any help this time. To achieve the breakdown of the Dragon Ball universe barrier. I saw Yi Chu with a weapon in his hand slashed the world film with a ruthless slash, and then made a loud ding sound, and immediately the world was pierced by touching it. Seeing that Yi Chu had punched a small hole in the world film of the angel world, the hearts of Yamosi and the Demon Lord were also slightly moved, and both of them were very excited now. What are you waiting for? I have now pierced through the world film, follow me back to Dragon Ball World. Yichu turned his head and said to Yamosi and the Demon Lord. Yamosi and the Demon Lord nodded after hearing Yichu say this, and they were a little surprised. Yichu, we are also in the Angel Dragon Ball universe, but after so much time has passed, our strength has risen a little, and your strength has almost doubled. The Demon Lord opened his mouth and Yichu nodded after hearing what the Demon Lord said, but Yichu didn't care much about what the Demon Lord said. What he cared about now was returning to the Dragon Ball universe. Immediately after, Yichu walked towards the opening of the world's diaphragm. After there was no time in the past, Yichu walked in first. Yichu's figure also slowly disappeared. When his figure disappeared, Qian's angels Caesar and Yamosi also followed Yichu's back and drilled into this small hole. After a period of darkness, the eyes of the three of them suddenly lit up. At this time, Yichu realized that he was lying on a sandy beach, and his clothes were wet and soft. What the hell is going on here? How could we faint on the beach, and we don't know if we are in the Dragon Ball universe? At this time, the man himself fainted on a very huge beach, and he was a little puzzled. Yichu, where did we come to? Is this place really in the Dragon Ball universe? Yamosi turned his head and asked Yichu. Yichu fell silent after hearing Yamosi asking, and then Yichu moved towards feeling for a while, and his expression changed. 334. Fall into the mysterious area. Yichu, did you find anything? Tell me quickly. Yamosi asked Yichu. Yichu also nodded. He looked at Yamosi with serious eyes. Yamoshi, Lord of the Demons, I sensed around for a while just now, and I found that we didn't go anywhere else, we were still in the Dragon Ball universe. After hearing Yichu say this, Yamosi became a little surprised. At this time, the Demon Lord also looked around and was a little surprised. Yichu, do you remember some of the words I told you before? The Demon Lord opened his mouth. He had checked some classics in the demon world before, and speculated that some information had been told to Yichu. Devil Lord, you said before that there are many secrets hidden in our Dragon Ball universe. It is speculated that our previous appearance in the Dragon Ball universe is not a complete appearance. It seems that what you said is correct. Now it seems that we are in a hidden place in the Dragon Ball universe. Presumably when we were traveling between the Dragon Ball universes, we also came here by mistake 190. Yichu opened his mouth, and after hearing what Yichu said, Yamoshi became a little surprised in his heart. At this time, a few people looked around at them and found that they were standing on the beach next to the ocean at this time. There were no people here, but huge creatures continued to emerge in the ocean, and each of those creatures was very terrifying, and even some breaths make Yamosi and the Demon Lord have some fears in their hearts. Yamoshi, I didn't expect that there is such a place to hide in the Dragon Ball universe, but how should we return to the Dragon Ball universe after we come here this time? At this time, Yamosi asked Yichu. After hearing what Yamosi said, Yichu also became silent. Yichu fell silent and looked around, then Yichu raised his head. The Demon Lord, Yamosi, since we can come to this place, there is naturally a way to get out, so we don't need to be so nervous now. After hearing Yichu say this, the Demon Lord and Yamosi were inexplicably calm in their hearts and they looked at Yichu closely. Give me a moment and I'll definitely figure out a way out of this place. Yichu opened his mouth and said to Yamosi and the Demon Lord. After hearing what Yichu said, the Demon Lord and Yamosi also believed Yichu in their hearts, but they were still a little worried. Immediately afterwards, Yichu walked to the side. After seeing Yichu walking to the side, Yamosi and the Demon Lord did not disturb Yichu. Yichu stepped aside, then sat down with his body crossed, and began to close his eyes. After Yichu did this, the two of them became a little surprised, but they didn't ask any further questions. And the reason why Yichu said he could leave this place was because Yichu had a system. Open the system. the system, is there any way to get out of this place? Yichu sat cross-legged and asked the system, then the system gave Yichu a momentary response. Yichu, as long as you exchange a treasure, you can leave this place. The system responded. After hearing the system's response, Yichu's heart was filled with joy. As long as I exchange a treasure, I can leave this place. What exactly is that treasure? Yichu's heart moved, and then passed his thoughts to the system, and then the system began to fluctuate. Not long after, Yichu's mind showed an image of a treasure like a pendulum. Yichu, this baby's name is Suo Shengyi. As long as you use this Suo Shengyi, you can leave here according to this Suo Shengyi. And not only that, you can also use Suo Shengyi to leave a mark here, so that next time you can come to this place again, you may find other secrets when you come to this place again. At this time, the system's voice transmission, after hearing the system say this, Yichu was also moved. At this time, Yichu looked at the exchange points of Suo Shengyi. Exchanged. If that's the case, well, then the system will exchange the Suo Sheng instrument. Yichu opened his mouth slightly, and then some of the exchange points he originally had disappeared. The next moment, a treasure appeared in his hand, and this treasure was Suo Shengyi. Suo Shengyi looks like a pendulum, and there is also a pointer in it, and this pointer is constantly shaking at this time. Yichu had already exchanged the Suo Sheng instrument at this time, so he also knew how to use the Suo Sheng instrument in his heart. As long as he refines the Suo Shengyi now, then inputs energy into the Suo Shengyi, and after conveying his thoughts, he can leave this place according to the Suo Shengyi. At this time, Yamozi and the Demon Lord also discovered Suo Shengyi, who suddenly appeared in Yichu's hand, and they became a little surprised, because they also didn't know why this Suo Shengyi suddenly appeared in Yichu's hand. Yichu, what is this thing in your hand? At this time, Yamozi also came over and asked Yichu, because Yamozi also knew that Yichu had a lot of treasures, so when he saw the pendulum that Yichu suddenly appeared, he felt in his heart. There is some anticipation on the face. Master of Demons, Yamozi, the name of this treasure is Suo Shengyi. With Suo Shengyi, we can leave this place. Yichu opened his mouth. After hearing what Yichu said, Yamozi and the Demon Lord were also slightly moved. They didn't expect that this little thing could help them get out of here. They were also looking forward to it. Don't know if this is really possible. Lord of the Demon Lord, Yamozi, look at you too, I'll take you out now. Yichu opened his mouth, and then he sat cross-legged and started refining Suo Shengyi. Not long after that, Yichu had already refined Suo Shengyi. When Yichu refined the Suo Sheng instrument, the Suo Sheng instrument also radiated light. Yichu continuously transmitted energy into Suo Shengyi, and also conveyed the message that he wanted to leave this place. After Suo Shengyi received Yichu's message, the pointer on it was shaking constantly, as if it was pointing to a place. After a while, the pointer finally pointed to a place clearly. 335. Monsters in the Northern Mountains. It's the north. At this time, Yamozi opened his mouth and said, Yichu also nodded. At this time, Yichu raised his head and looked towards the north. He saw an incomparably high mountain forest. Because this is the first time they have come to this place, the north of the beach is the mountain forest, and they don't know what is in the mountain forest. Yichu seems to have a very powerful monster in the forest, and there was a roar in the previous time. This roar made the Demon Lord and I feel very scared in our hearts, and even the two of us almost collapsed on the ground. Are we really going to enter this mountain tilde forest? At this time, Yamozi raised his head and asked Yichu. His eyes were very serious. After hearing what Yamozi said, Yichu nodded after being silent for a while. Yes, Yamozi, Lord of the Demons, we must enter here, because now Suo Shengyi also pointed out this place, indicating that this place does have an exit. If we don't go from this place, there may be no other choice choice. Quote. And you don't have to worry too much in your heart, because Suo Shengyi can help us avoid some dangers, and he will help us choose the best path. In this case, I presume that we will not encounter many dangers. Yichu opened his mouth, and after hearing what Yichu said, Yamozi and the Demon Lord were also excited. Yichu, is Suo Shengyi really so magical? The Demon Lord raised his head and asked Yichu. After hearing what the Demon Lord said, Yichu also nodded, and the Demon Lord became extremely excited in his heart. Yichu walked towards the northern mountain forest with Suo Shengyi in his hand. Yamoshi and the Demon Lord followed closely behind Yichu. They had some expectations in their hearts, and their eyes were fixed on Yichu. I don't know if Yichu's holding that Suo Shengyi in his hand is really that magical. Walking towards the northern mountain forest, it didn't take long before Suo Shengyi led the three people to the northern mountain forest. After they arrived in the northern mountain forest, several people also looked a little wary. Because a few people heard a very terrifying roar in the forest before, they also felt that there were a lot of terrifying monsters in the forest. The pointer on the Suo Sheng instrument was also shaking constantly. After they walked for a while, the pointer on the Suo Sheng instrument began to shake again, indicating a constantly changing path for them. Yichu and the others were also a little surprised, because when they followed Suo Shengyi's intuitive path, they really didn't encounter much danger. Although they encountered some monsters were stronger than them. It's not particularly high, so it was easily solved by them. However, this is only not very high compared to them. If it is simply speaking, some of these monsters are even stronger than Quanwang. Yichu, you feel that this is indeed the Dragon Ball universe, but the monsters here are very powerful. It seems that it is indeed as you said before. This is a hidden place in the Dragon Ball universe. So many secrets. Yamozi spoke to Yichu softly. Hearing Yamozi say this, Yichu also nodded lightly. He also had some doubts in his heart. Suo Shengyi was shaking constantly, and Yichu was also looking forward to it, because they felt that as long as they followed Suo Shengyi's directions, they would be able to leave this place very quickly. As they continued to walk, their hearts became more and more excited. At this moment, Yichu's heart froze slightly, because he felt a very powerful aura in front of him, and this aura was even stronger than that of an angel. The leader's aura was much stronger, making Yichu vigilant in his heart, and the two of them, Yamozi and Demon Lord, even trembled. Roar! An extremely deafening roar came from the mountain, causing the surrounding mountains and forests to vibrate. Countless trees began to rattle, and strong winds blew around, and some trees were even swept upwards. Empty, flying up, flowers. What kind of monster is this? What kind of monster has such a powerful strength? Yamozi was incomparably panicked, he said in a low voice. His face was also incomparably panicked, and Yichu was also on Zojin's own brow at this time, but glanced at Yamozi and the Demon Lord. Yamoshi, don't be nervous about the two of you. If the two of you are more nervous now, I'm afraid the danger you will encounter will be greater. Yichu opened his mouth. After hearing what Yichu said, Yamozi and the Demon Lord quickly closed their mouths. The two of them were as quiet as the trees next to them. This way, they could avoid a little danger. At this time, Yichu was also holding his breath tightly, and he was a little nervous in his heart, and Yichu was also frowning, because he felt that this fake voice was the same as the roaring voice they heard when they were outside the forest. Exactly the same. At this moment, Yichu's pupils began to shrink sharply, because Yichu discovered that in the large forest in front of him, an incomparably huge monster suddenly appeared. This monster is like a dinosaur, but its body is covered with hard scales, both eyes are blood red, its body is wrapped with huge evil energy, there is a pointed horn on its head, and two black wings beside its body. Is there still such a monster in the world? Demon Lord looked very shocked at this time, and said softly, Yichu also saw that this monster was extremely powerful, the monster that this monster roared wildly before. At this time, the few people also held their breaths tightly. The monster roared at the sky for a few times and then flew into the distance. They didn't know what he did, but they didn't seem to notice Yichu and the others. Maybe he noticed Yichu and the others, but he didn't pay much attention to them, because their strength was too weak for this monster. Because they were not too far away from this monster before, Yichu also sensed the strength of this monster. I am afraid that for this monster, their current strength is not worth mentioning. 336. Leave the mysterious area. The terrifying monster flew out of the forest, and it disappeared from the sight of several people after a while, and the place was extremely vast, so they didn't know where the monster flew to. Fortunately, this monster has already flown away. He has no interest in us, otherwise we may encounter a great crisis. Yamozi stood on the spot and breathed a sigh of relief, and said. Yichu also nodded when he heard Yamozi's words. This place is extremely mysterious, and there are such powerful monsters, and this place is also extremely vast. In such a vast world, I don't know how much danger exists. Yichu was very curious about this place at this time, but he knew at this moment that he could not stay in this place for a long time. At this time, the pointer on the suosheng instrument held in Yichu's hand was still shaking. 1, 2, 3, looking for a way out for them. The pointer on the suosheng instrument stopped again and pointed to the front of them, which also meant that they could escape if they walked forward. It's not too late, let's go quickly. If we don't go, maybe that monster will come back after a while. Yichu opened his mouth, and after hearing what Yichu said, the Demon Lord and Yamozi also nodded. Immediately afterwards, several people walked towards the inside of the forest again, and Suo Shengyi was guiding them in the direction they left. After they walked for a while, Suo Shengyi led them to a rock, which seemed to be the end of the forest. This rock is so huge and towering that when you look up over the rock, it seems like you can't see the end. Yichu, how did Suo Shengyi lead us to the vicinity of this rock? Is it possible to leave near this rock? Yamozi looked up at Yichu and asked, and the Demon Lord was also very puzzled. Yichu became silent. He took Suo Shengyi in his hand and looked at it. The pointer on Suo Shengyi was still pointing straight in this direction. Suo Shengyi can't go wrong. That is to say, this rock does have a direction to leave. Yichu opened his mouth, and his eyes narrowed tightly. He stared at the rock with his own eyes. After a while, Yichu seemed to have made a little discovery. The way to go is here. Yichu opened his mouth, and his hands also plunged straight into the rock in front of him. Immediately afterwards, what surprised Yamozi and the Demon Lord happened. Yichu's palm was inserted straight into the rock in front of him. Yichu's palm was inserted into the rock in front of him, and waves of ripples emanated from the rock, rippling around, making the rock look like a lake. When they saw this scene, Yamozi and the Demon Lord were extremely surprised in their hearts, and then they were also a little happy. Yichu, is this rock in front of you an illusion? That is to say, we can just rush into this rock. Yamozi opened his mouth. After hearing what Yamozi said, Yichu shook his head. Yichu put his hand into this rock just now, so Yichu also knew the mystery inside. No, Lord of the Demons, Yamozi, the rock in front of us is not just an illusion, but because there is a space crack in this mountain rock and a connection to the outside world, so as long as I find this space crack, I can go outside, so you can see me sticking my hand into the rock. Yichu opened his mouth. After Yichu said this, Yamoshi and the Demon Lord nodded. They also understood in their hearts, and they were also a little happy, because just now, Yichu had clearly explained that this mountain rock is indeed in harmony with the outside world. Connected, that is to say, they can indeed leave to the outside world through this place. Very good, Yichu, since you have found that this place is connected to the outside world, can we leave from this place? Yamozi raised his head and asked Yichu. Their eyes were also staring at Yichu, and their eyes were full of deep anticipation. Yichu also nodded after hearing what Yamozi said, and after seeing Yichu nod, Yamozi and the Demon Lord were also delighted, and then they both stood beside Yichu. I want to leave this place with Yichu. Put your 2 hands on me. Yichu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yichu's words, Yamoshi and the Demon Lord nodded as well, and then the 2 of them stood behind Yichu, then raised their hands and put them on Yichu's body. When they put their hands on Yichu's body, they seemed to be connected with Yichu, and Yi Chu also had a mysterious energy surging. This energy seems to be very plain, but it is extremely profound, and this may be the energy that Yi Chu has obtained from cultivating the Tianyang divine art during this period of time. And when the two of them touched Yi Chu's body, as if they were connected to Yi Chu, and then the energy in Yi Chu's body flowed through them, it made them feel inexplicably quiet in their hearts. There was also a slight joy in their hearts. Before this time, Yi Chu quietly looked at the rock in front of him, and then his eyes kept flashing, quickly looking for a way to leave. Then Yi Chu raised his hands, and his hands danced constantly, depicting mysterious trajectories. Yi Chu drew a mysterious pattern in the air, and then his hands suddenly inserted into the rock in front of him. When Yi Chu's hands were inserted into the rock in front began to fluctuate continuously. "Open to me!" Yi Chu shouted dully in his mouth, and then his strength continued to surge on his body, and his hands 3.7 kept coming out to transmit energy, surging towards the rock in front of him. An unbelievable scene happened. I saw Yi Chu using his own strength to ruthlessly tear open a huge hole in the rock in front of him. The space energy in this hole was flowing. If you look inside this space crack, it seems that you can still see the outside world in the Dragon Ball universe. When they saw this place, Yamozi and the Demon Lord were also overjoyed. They didn't expect Yi Chu to open a passage to the outside world with one blow. "What are you waiting for? Let's get inside now." Yi Chu opened his mouth. At this time, he had already opened a passage to the outside world of the Dragon Ball universe based on his own strength and skills. If they don't leave here, when will they wait? 337. Close Dragon Ball universe. As long as they go out, they can return to the outside world in the Dragon Ball universe. After hearing Yi Chu say this, Yamozi and the Demon Lord were also excited, and then Yi Chu stepped into the space passage ahead. Yamozi and the Demon Lord followed closely, and followed Yi Chu into the passage that Yi Chu opened in front, and then the three of them disappeared in this place. Just when the figures of several people disappeared in this place, I saw that above this mountain forest, the huge dinosaur-like monster appeared again. He waved his huge wings and kept soaring in the sky. There were bursts of roars in his mouth, and the whole mountain forest began to tremble. "Stand up!" After the gigantic monster roared a few times, he saw that his eyes were fixed on the space crack channel that Yi Chu had just torn open. Humanized colors flashed in the monster's eyes. Immediately after, he flew towards the passage that Yi Chu had torn open at a very fast speed, carrying an incomparably huge formidable power. Bang! Slammed into the passage that Yi Chu had opened in front of him, and he shrunk his body so that he could enter the passage, but when the monster hit it, it seemed to be subjected to infinite resistance. The monster also roared and used the strength of his entire body to stuff half of his body into it. There was a look of joy on the monster's face, and it seemed that he also wanted to leave this place very much. However, at this time, the entire mountain rock suddenly violently fluctuated, and a distinctive wave spread towards the monster, but when the wave spread to the monster immediately shrank from the crack channel. Came back. His expression looked very painful, and there was some blood on his claws. When he wanted to enter it just now, the fluctuation spread to him, which actually prevented him from entering it. Damn, when did this ghost place end? There was some blood dripping from the monster's claws, and then it lifted its head, and some mental fluctuations flashed in its mind, radiating toward the surrounding, and the meaning expressed in the mental fluctuations was this. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Yi Chu didn't know about this at this time. After they walked out of the space passage on the rock, their vision began to change, and then they discovered that they had entered the Dragon Ball universe. This is the Dragon Ball universe before them, and it is the Dragon Ball universe with Goku, Chi-Chi and theirs. Yi Chu stood in the Dragon Ball universe, looked around, felt a sense of closeness, and his heart was generally calmer. Yamozi and the Lord of Demons looked around, and felt a little joy in their hearts. They finally got rid of the very weird and wonderful place just now. That's great, Yi Chu, we finally came out, we can meet the people we want to meet. Yamozi opened his mouth, and Yi Chu nodded. His heart was full of anticipation, and his eyes seemed to have the appearance of Kiki and Bulma. Come on, hurry up and go to my own planet to meet the race of Saiyans, Goku, Yijian, Kiki and Bulma and others. I can't wait. Yichu opened his mouth, and just after his voice fell, his figure also began to explode, and he flew very fast towards the distance, and he also brought Yamozi and the Demon Lord with him. The Demon Lord looked at Yichu, and he could understand Yichu's feelings in his heart. Although the Demon Lord did not have his own relatives, he was also very eager to have a relative, so he had countless fantasies about such a situation in his heart. So it is understandable for Yichu. Yichu flew very fast, and not long after that, Yichu had already arrived around his planet. At this time, Yichu's planet has become more and more prosperous. The size of the planet has expanded 10 times compared to when he left, and there are countless masters flying on the planet. Most of these masters are Saiyan races. There are some Saiyans who have only emerged over the years, and some Saiyans Yichu also know. Yichu stood outside the planet and did not directly enter his own planet. At this time, there were several people in Yichu's planet, and his heart continued to fluctuate. Because they had stayed with Yichu for a long time, when Yichu came here, they also had a little feeling in their hearts. As the saying goes, there is a consonance in the heart, and there is a feeling in the heart. This is not just groundless, but actually has a little basis. Chi-Chi's heart was beating wildly, and she was inexplicably flustered. And Bulma was sitting not far away, stroking Yi Xiaoyu, who was lying beside his legs. This little girl was not very old yet, and she looked extremely cute, even a little like Yichu. This is Yichu and Bulma's daughter, whose name is Yi Xiaoyu. Bulma, I don't know why. My heart is very flustered. It seems that a very important person has come here. Kiki stood up and walked to Bulma's side, saying to Bulma. After Bulma heard Kiki say this, her heart also fluctuated. He raised his head, and there was some light shining in his eyes. Chi-Chi, I seem to feel the same way. Is it possible? Is it possible? Bulma opened her mouth. After hearing Bulma say this, Chi-Chi's heart beat even faster. Both of them thought of a possibility, that is, Yichu came here. Yichu has been out of the Dragon Ball universe for a few years, and during this time, you all miss Yichu very much. Although Yichu has left the Dragon Ball universe, Yichu also has an influence on the Dragon Ball universe all the time. And the part of the people that Yichu had helped and admired before had completely become the upper-level figures and leaders in the Dragon Ball universe. Mom, who are you talking about? At this time, Yi Xiaoyu next to Bulma asked Bulma. After hearing Yi Xiaoyu's question, Bulma's face also showed some loving smiles. Daughter, it's possible that your father is back. Bulma opened her mouth and said to Yi Xiaoyu. After Yi Xiaoyu heard Bulma say this, her heart began to fluctuate constantly. 338. Yi Xiaoyu's thoughts. Yichu had left this place since she was born, so she hadn't seen Yichu until she was so old, but she missed Yichu very much in her heart. The more she hadn't seen Yichu, therefore, I miss Yichu even more in my heart. Dad, did Daddy come back? What does Daddy look like? Yi Xiaoyu immediately stood up and murmured. She was looking forward to Yichu in her heart, and some crystal tears appeared in the corners of his eyes, because Yichu had never been with him, so she was very fond of Yichu. Expected. Come on, boy, let's go out and see. At this time, Chi-Chi also walked to Yi Xiaoyu's side, touched Yi Xiaoyu's head, and said to Yi Xiaoyu and Bulma. After hearing Chi-Chi say this, several people also walked outside, and at this time Yichu's planet also began to move continuously, because Yichu also appeared with Yamoshi and the Demon Lord. In the sky above his own planet. Master Yichu is back. Yichu's planet, this incomparably prosperous planet, began to vibrate violently after Yichu came back, as if there were storms, rushing towards the Dragon Ball universe at an extremely violent speed on Yichu's planet. Countless Saiyans, no matter how powerful or not, regardless of their status, are like children in front of Yichu. They stared at Yichu's heart above, and the heat inside seemed to be surging. Master Yi Chu is back. Some of the stronger or older Saiyans looked at Yi Chu. Their bodies kept shaking, because many of them had had some contact with Yi Chu. Yi Chu seemed to be the same as their beliefs, and this time when Yi Chu came back, their lives seemed to have undergone a baptism. Master Yi Chu, is that you? At this time, an old Saiyan walked towards Yi Chu and muttered. After hearing what the old Saiyan said, Yi Chu nodded. Yi Chu didn't speak, but Yi Chu nodded lightly to confirm that there were tears in the eyes of many Saiyans ahead, and the old Saiyan began to tremble. Lord Yi Chu, it is Lord Yi Chu who is back, let me quickly greet Lord Yi Chu tilde. The old Saiyan opened his mouth. After hearing the old man's words, all the Saiyans began to waver in their hearts. At this time, they were also sure that Yi Chu had indeed returned here. No matter when Yi Chu returns to his own planet, when Yi Chu returns to this Dragon Ball universe, he is the king of all Saiyans, and he is the king of this Dragon Ball universe. Congratulations to the return of Lord Yi Chu. And at this time, everyone who can see Yi Chu kneels down to Yi Chu, and Yi Chu's planet is even more kneeled and worshipped. Not only the Saiyan race, but even some masters of other races he also bowed down to Yi Chu, because Yi Chu was exactly the king of this Dragon Ball universe. He is the strongest in this Dragon Ball universe, he is a legend in this Dragon Ball universe, he has made great contributions to this Dragon Ball universe, he has calmed down waves of darkness, so even other races bow down to Yi Chu when they came down, they also took it for granted in their hearts. When Yi Chu saw this scene, he was beginning to fluctuate constantly, feeling extremely relieved. Get up, where are Kiki and Bulma now? Yi Chu raised his hand, and a gentle energy emanated from his hand as it rolled forward like a vast ocean, reaching all the people on Yi Chu's planet, causing their waists to straighten involuntarily. When they got up, they looked at Yi Chu in the sky and felt a little shocked. It seems that after Lord Yi Chu's return this time, his strength has become much stronger than the last time. Someone said softly, feeling very shocked in their hearts. At this time, Yu and Bulma are also carrying Yi Xiaoyu and walked towards Yi Chu in the distance. Yi Chu. Kiki Bulma. A few people spoke softly, and then Chi-Chi and Bulma dashed towards Yi Chu, and Yi Chu couldn't wait to reach them. Yi Chu suddenly hugged Chi-Chi and Bulma in his arms, while Yi Xiaoyu next to him also looked at Yi Chu quietly. She didn't speak, but her heart was constantly surging. Dad. At this time, Yi Xiaoyu next to Yi Xiaoyu also spoke softly to Yi Chu. After hearing Yi Xiaoyu's words, Yi Chu's body also began to tremble. Before, Yi Chu had watched Chi-Chi and Bulma hold Yi Xiaoyu's hand, so he had some doubts about Yi Xiaoyu's identity. At this time, when he heard Yi Xiaoyu shouting like this, Yi Chu felt in his heart. It is also a little bit unbelievable and joyful. Yi Chu slowly turned around and looked at Yi Xiaoyu. Kiki, Bulma, who is she? Yi Chu spoke softly, with anticipation and inexplicable emotions flowing in his heart. She is your daughter, her name is Yi Xiaoyu. When you left before, you spent a whole night with me, and at that time I was pregnant with your flesh and blood, and not long after you left, I gave birth to Yi Xiaoyu. At this time, Bulma looked at Yi Chu and opened his mouth. Hearing Bulma's words, Yi Chu's body began to tremble constantly, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he felt a huge joy in his heart. It turned out to be like this. I didn't expect that I would have a daughter. Smile appeared on Yi Chu's face. He looked at Yi Xiao Li Deshao Yu, and an incomparable tenderness appeared in his eyes involuntarily. Yi Chu always wanted a daughter the most, but because he was very busy, Yi Chu didn't worry much about this. He didn't expect Bulma to give him such a huge surprise. Daughter, my daughter, come and give daddy a hug. Yi Chu walked towards Yi Xiaoyu slowly, and said lightly that his eyes were full of anticipation, with a loving smile on the corner of his mouth. After hearing Yi Chu say this, Yi Xiaoyu looked a little hesitant. Maybe it was because he hadn't seen Yi Chu for a long time, so he seemed a little afraid of life. However, Yi Xiaoyu finally opened her arms and hugged Yi Chu, and the two of them hugged tightly. Yi Chu held Yi Xiaoyu in her arms, and slowly Yi Xiaoyu hugged Yi Chu very tightly. Xiaoyu hugged. 339. Re-enter the angel universe. At this time, everyone had followed Yi Chu here. They stood behind Yi Chu and silently looked at Yi Chu in front of them. They didn't know what Yi Chu would do when he brought them here. Yi Chu, is this place any different? Isn't it just an ordinary looking edge of the Dragon Ball universe? At this time, someone said, and after hearing this person say this, Yamozi said to him, "Do you think this place is really that simple? You are wrong. This place is formed by the intersection of the Dragon Ball universe and the Angel universe. The space vortex, and Yi Chu can also create a channel to connect to the Angel universe through this, so that we can enter the Angel universe through this channel." After hearing Yamozi say this, everyone was shocked, and at the same time, they felt a little unbelievable in their hearts. Although they could understand what Yamozi said, they felt that it would be very difficult to accomplish this. Everyone looked at Yi Chu quietly. Yi Chu also walked towards the front. Not long after Yi Chu walked to a very remote part of this space, and this place also had a small space whirlpool. There is a junction between the Angel universe and the Dragon Ball universe in this space vortex. All stand beside me at 480. Quote. Yi Chu spoke, and then everyone stood beside Yi Chu, and they also saw the scene of the space whirlpool. Inside the constantly rotating vortex of space, you can actually see a little bit of the Angel universe, and there is a very mysterious aura circulating around. When they see this, everyone becomes very surprised in their hearts. Although it seems that they can enter the Angel universe in the next moment, everyone knows in their hearts that if they want to enter the Angel universe, it is still very difficult. Yi Chu, are we going to pass here and enter the Angel universe? At this time, King Quan asked. Yi Chu also nodded after hearing King Quan's words. After seeing Yi Chu's nodding, everyone became somewhat expectant and surprised. In fact, they saw that there is a very transparent film where the Angel universe and Dragon Ball universe meet. This film looks very solid, and it must be the cosmic barrier. You are optimistic. Now I will break this cosmic membrane. Yi Chu opened his mouth. After hearing what Yi Chu said, everyone became surprised. They looked at Yi Chu and didn't know what Yi Chu was going to do. Originally thought that Yi Chu needed some help, but he didn't expect Yi Chu to stand here quietly. His body began to dance without the wind, and his whole body exuded a very elegant and agile aura. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chu saw the divine sword in his hand. Yi Chu was holding the divine sword in his hand, and his entire figure seemed to be even taller. After Yi Chu picked up the divine sword, he immediately picked up the divine sword and attacked the cosmic film ahead ruthlessly. The divine sword was shining brightly, and huge energy was flowing on it. Yi Chu and Yi Jian had already attacked the membrane of the universe. Then there was a deafening sound, and the entire space began to vibrate. Then everyone was shocked to discover that Yi Chu had pierced a hole in the cosmic membrane. When the cosmic film and Yi Chu's divine sword came into contact before, there was an incomparably powerful storm sweeping towards them, and the Demon Lord also used his full strength to block this storm, otherwise he would say maybe they will also have a casualty. The air wave collided with Yi Chu's divine sword and the cosmic membrane didn't sweep over them, but everyone felt the incomparably majestic power, and their hearts became a little surprised. Because just the collision between the divine sword in Yi Chu's hand and the cosmic membrane had already produced such a powerful force, what would happen if Yi Chu's divine sword attacked them? I'm afraid Yi Chu can kill us all with one blow. The angel leader thought in his heart, and he was also very jealous of Yi Chu. At this time, when Yi Chu attacked with a sword, the cosmic membrane was completely opened by Yi Chu, and at this time, a short passage was revealed. What are you waiting for? Let's go inside quickly, and open this cosmic membrane a little now, but it will gradually recover after a period of time, and if you want to come back after entering the Angel universe, you must find me again. Yi Chu opened his mouth, and after hearing Yi Chu say this, everyone stood beside Yi Chu, and they followed Yi Chu to hear the inside of the Angel universe. Not much time has passed, and everyone has come to the Angel universe. They are standing in the starry sky in the universe, and behind them is the slowly healing cosmic membrane. Yichu looked at the angel universe. It was actually not much time since he left his universe last time, and the others were also coming to the angel universe for the first time. They looked at the angel universe and the starry sky of the angel universe. Those countless feather planets felt extremely shocked in their hearts. There are planets in this universe that are feather-shaped, and I don't know how they formed, but they look lifelike. Standing beside Yichu, King Quan said, and after hearing King Quan say this, a little smile appeared on Yichu's face. Yes, King Quan, you were right. There is no such natural feather planet in this universe, and this feather planet is actually formed by the falling of a feather from a very powerful person. Yichu opened his mouth and revealed such a news. After hearing Yichu say this, King Quan was also extremely surprised, but King Quan continued to ask, but Yichu didn't say much. At this moment, Chi-Chi and Bulma were standing next to each other, and it seemed that their hearts were constantly fluctuating, while Yi Xiaoshan and Yi Xiaoyu seemed very excited. They looked at the vast universe of angels, and their hearts were full of expectations. The angel universe is unknown to them. Although the Dragon Ball universe is very huge, they have been in the Dragon Ball universe for a long time, so they feel a little tired. This time, when I came to the angel universe, Yi Xiaoshan and Yi Xiaoyu were probably the happiest in my heart. Dad, I didn't know there were so many universes out there and such wonderful sights here. I can't wait to go inside and play. Yi Xiaoyu ran to Yichu and said. After hearing Yi Xiaoyu say this, Yichu's face also showed a little smile. Yichu took Yi Xiaoyu's hand, and also wanted to take Yi Xiaoyu to play more in the angel universe for a while. 340. The Welcome of the Angel Chief. Don't worry, Yi Xiaoyu, as Dad's status, Dad will definitely take you to play in the angel universe and show you all the beauty in the universe. Yichu opened his mouth. After hearing what Yichu said, Yi Xiaoyu became extremely excited. A sweet smile appeared on his face, and the smile looked very sweet. And when Yichu brought these 100 people to the angel universe, the angel leader also felt a little bit of cosmic fluctuations. After feeling this cosmic fluctuation, the angel leader was not so panicked, because he was Yichu who left here before, and if Yichu were to come, he must have pierced through the cosmic membrane, so the angel leader felt that the cosmic membrane was broken. After being opened up a little, I also felt that Yichu was here. The angel leader stood up quickly from his palace. Seeing the angel leader standing up, the left and right guardians next to him were extremely surprised. They didn't see the angel leader so excited. Master Chief, what happened? Why do you look so excited? The left and right guardians asked and heard the angel leader, and the angel leader also began to explain. Left and right guardians, a very important person has come to the angel universe once again. Go, you follow me to meet him. The angel leader opened his mouth. After hearing the angel leader's words, the left and right guardians were also extremely surprised. I don't know what important person came to the angel universe. After hearing the words of the angel leader, they also suspected that the person who came might be someone from another universe, but they didn't know who it was. Immediately afterward, the two of them also followed the angel leader closely, and then flew towards the angel universe. The angel leader also flew with the two of them constantly. Their speed was very fast. It didn't take long before they were already to a very remote place in the angel universe. At this time, Yichu was also walking around in the starry sky in the angel universe with this 100 people. At this time, Yichu's heart moved slightly because he felt that the angel leader was coming from a distance at this time. Yichu's current perception is stronger than that of the angel leader, so he was also the first to feel the arrival of the angel leader. Yichu looked into the distance, and he also saw the figure of the angel leader, and there were left and right guardians next to the angel leader. At this time, the 100 people around Yichu also looked a little frightened, because they felt that a very powerful person had come here, and they didn't know who it was. At this time, the angel leader also came with the left and right guardians, and the left and right guardians were the first to see Yichu's face, and they felt extremely surprised in their hearts, but because Yichu did not use him in the angel universe this time. So the guardian Zuo didn't recognize Yichu either. Yichu, you are here again, you are really welcome. Those around you are your friends, welcome them here. After seeing Yichu and the friends around Yichu, the angel leader said, and after hearing the angel leader say this, Yichu also smiled slightly. At this time, the left and right guardians also felt unbelievable in their hearts, because the left guardian heard the angel leader calling Yichu's name just now. The guardian Zuo looked at Yichu blankly, and they felt unbelievable in their hearts. The person in front of them looked very different from Yichu in appearance and soul, but the angel leader just called Yichu. The name of the angel, and of course the leader of the angels can't go wrong, which means that the person in front of him is probably Yichu. Are you Lord Yichu? At this time, Protector Right looked at Yichu and said incredulously. Protector Zuo, who was beside him, also widened his eyes and opened his mouth. He was also in disbelief. Yichu also saw the appearance of the left guardian at this time, with a smile on his face, and then Yichu turned his head to look at the left and right guardians. Left and right guardians, long time no see, I am indeed Yichu, I just hid my appearance before. Yichu opened his mouth, and after hearing what Yichu said, the left and right guardians also felt unbelievable in their hearts. They didn't think that the current appearance was Yichu's real appearance. Question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark. Lord Yichu, it turns out that you have never been from our angel universe. This is my left and right protector, and they felt a little clear in their hearts. They asked Yichu, and Yichu nodded after hearing them ask. After seeing Yichu nod, they felt a little relieved. Why should you be surprised? Before, did you wonder why I respected Yichu so much? Because Yichu's strength is much stronger than he appears on the surface, and he is also the master of the universe in his universe. The angel leader opened his mouth. After hearing what the angel leader said, the left and right guardians were also extremely shocked, especially the left guardian. He was also a little regretful in his heart. He had some malice towards Yichujian before, and I remembered that time. When he was doing his own way, Protector Zuo felt that he was really ridiculous at the time. Fortunately, Yichu didn't bother with him at the time. Maybe he would have died at that time, but how could the guardian Zuo know that Yichu's strength improved very quickly? It was the first time he met with Yichu. At that time, Yichu's strength was not as strong as he imagined. The guardian Zuo looked at Yichu very respectfully. At this time, Yichu also led the 100 people to the leader of the angels. The hearts of the 100 people were also very shocking. So noble. Angel Chief, these 100 people are all my friends. After they came to the angel universe this time, they mainly wanted to visit the angel universe. I hope you can arrange their arrangement. Yichu opened his mouth. Hearing Yichu say this, the angel leader also nodded quickly, and then the angel leader looked to the left and right guardians. Left and right guardians, did you hear? The matter of receiving these 100 people will be handed over to you. You must do it very beautifully and dare not neglect anyone. The angel leader opened his mouth, and after seeing the angel leader say this, the left and right guardians also nodded hurriedly. Spoon.